If you'd like to take your seats, we're webcasting this morning, and I don't like to keep people online waiting, watching a blank screen. And we have a very full agenda, so it'd be good to get started. Good morning, everybody. I'm Michael Maloney. I'm the Director for Space and Aeronautics here at the National Academies. I'm the Director for the Aeronautics Space Engineering Board and the Space Studies Board. Today is a meeting of our joint spring meeting of the two boards. It's something we do this time every year. And this year, for a number of reasons, which we'll talk a little about later, we have changed the format of our meeting a little bit to have this joint symposium on the future of civil space. So we're going to get started right away, and I'm very pleased and honored that we're joined this morning by Dr. Dan Mote, who's President of the National Academy of Engineering, and Dan's going to say a few words of welcome to get us started.
Well, thank you, Mike, and it's really my great pleasure here to sort of offer a kind of a belated welcome to the Academies and to this America's Future in Civil Space Symposium. I really, on behalf of the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, I really welcome everybody to this symposium, and I especially want to. I'm pleased to welcome the NASA Acting Administrator Robert Lightfoot and the members of his management team here as of course, a great partner for the Academies. Actually, NASA has a kind of 60-year association with the Academies. In fact, it actually started before NASA was actually in place, right back before the founding of NASA in 1958. The Eisenhower administration asked the National Academy of Sciences to create the Space Sciences Board so it could work with NASA, this new agency. So it's really, you might say, go right back to the beginning on this, both the Space Sciences Board and even NASA. I'm also honored to welcome Major General Roger Teague from the Department of Defense, who is here with us today, though I have not met him yet. And I'm very, very pleased because, of course, civil space issues and national security issues are very much intertwined, as they always have been, and they have to be, because our nation's capacity and capabilities in space really depend on this healthy relationship between the security side and the civil side. And that's why this should be a really interesting meeting, as a matter of fact. I'm also honored to welcome the Honorable Mr. Jean-Yves Le Gall, who is represents the international space communities at this meeting, and I apologize for not having met him yet. And he is the president of the International Aeronautics Federation, and as the president of the French Space Agency, CNES, he's a strong and vibrant partner with NASA in many areas of mutual interest, as a matter of fact. Of course, we have many friends from government here today as well, and they include the executive offices of the president, the House and Senate authorizing and appropriating committees, which are everybody's best friends. NOAA, of course, Department of State, private sector, very many people here, too many to actually mention by name. Special thanks goes out to Lockheed Martin Corporation for its support of this year's events at the 50th anniversary of the kind of Aeronautics and Space Engineering Board. And also they supported last night's dinner and, of course, today's symposium as well. And the Heising-Simons Foundation also deserves a very strong pat on the back for its support of the Space Studies Board and also the symposium today. Now, the many volunteers, of course, that make all this go. In fact, the academies are very well known for sapping all the strength out of its volunteers. And so I really want to thank, for these two boards, especially the efforts and the volunteer responsibilities in this. And just a pat on the back for General Lester Lyles and David Spergel, who are the outgoing chairs of the boards, and for their leadership and time. And welcome Alan Epstein and Fiona Harrison, who take up the reins of these two boards. I would say, I was going to say years of service on these two boards, but it sounds like a sentence, so I'll just leave off of that. I really want to thank NASA, actually, very sincerely, as you begin today, because I want to thank them for the leadership the agency has consistently demonstrated in engagement with our two boards. And it comes about in many different ways that are extremely important to the success, both, I believe, of NASA and the country. the decadal surveys, for example, in space sciences, prioritizing NASA's technology and development roadmaps, the NASA Research and Aeronautics programs, recent reports on the future directions of our nation's human spaceflight program. These are all produced in close collaboration with our colleagues at NASA and really are part of what has ensured the genuine success of our civil space program. This is a very important relationship. It's all based on trust, basically, and we recognize and appreciate deeply the trust that has been endowed in the work of these two boards. And we pledge that to continue to merit, actually, that trust as we go forward by providing the nation's space program with the best technical and programmatic advice it can be mustered. So today's symposium really has been organized with that goal in mind, and it has a framework for assessing the priorities and directions of our future civil space. And it's especially important, of course, as we have this new administration, this kind of in outer space at the moment itself, and is trying to find its way forward. So I think this direction will be especially important. So I look forward to reading, actually, the summary of the proceedings of the symposium, and it's really a very important opportunity for this new era in civil space. And I thank you all, actually, for putting so much of yourselves into this work, because it's important for the nation, and it's very important for our space programs. So welcome very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mote. And I should mention that Dr. Marcia McNutt's apologized for not being here today, but she's hosting the National Academy of Sciences at the moment, so that's her daytime job. So I think that's a little bit important. But for those of you who are less familiar with the academies, and since Marcia's not able to be here, but she appears very prominently in a new video we've just released from the academies, sort of explaining some of the roles of the academies. If we could line that up and get it and show it to you, then that would be great. Just give us a moment. Should be there. No, it's in the. Just 1 second.
In this, the 21st century, if we think of the great challenges that lay before us as a society, things like food, energy, climate, health, we need to bring the greatest innovations that the human mind is capable of in the service of civilization. And so the role of informed scientific policy is greater than ever before.
Given these challenges, it's important that the nation have someplace it can turn to for authoritative, unbiased, scientific advice from experts who only speak the truth based on uncompromising evidence. The mission of the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine is to do that for the nation. The National Academy was founded during the darkest days of the Civil War. President Abraham Lincoln and Congress needed scientists and engineers on their side to both win the war and to secure the future economic prosperity and health of the young nation.
These are the most celebrated scientists within every scientific field, who are tasked with only one thing: to advise the executive branch and Congress of all ways the progress of science can impact policy and law for the betterment of the country. That's a gift to these United States of America.
Over the history of the academies, we're responsible for hundreds of reports every year that have touched so many parts of our lives. From the establishment of the National Park Service, to repairs to the Hubble telescope, or the fact that so many childhood diseases have been all but eradicated. The output of the National Academies is staggering.
So thanks. That's available on YouTube if anybody wants to show it off on your Facebook page. So two of the busiest boards here at the Academies are the Aeronautics Space Engineering Board and the Space Studies Board. And today's event is actually part of the 50th anniversary celebrations of the establishment of the ASEB back in 1967. And next year we'll be celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Space Studies Board, whose history goes back to the Space Sciences Board, as Dan was mentioning. And so it's appropriate then just to hear a couple of words of welcome from the two board chairs. And so Alan Epstein is the chair of the ASEB. So as the baby of the two boards, we'll start with Alan.
Thank you. I'm not used to being the baby now. I look across this room and I see many of the great names in space for the U.S. I'm not sure how often you get it together in the same room. But when the ASEB was established 50 years ago, we were in the midst of the Apollo program, one of the most exciting endeavors in the history of the planet. 40 years ago, the space shuttle program was just ramping up. Now I think we're in the most exciting era of space that we've seen since the space shuttle started. Space is now very much an international activity with partners as well, collaborators, and in some cases competitors. Space has moved beyond governments buying launches, and it's moved beyond governments and large companies providing launch services. So we have new entrants, we have entrepreneurs, we have exciting competitive things. Some of them may fail, some of them will succeed, some of them have succeeded. The future is tough to predict, but I've never been more excited about it than I am now. And I hope a lot of that will come out during today's activities. Thank you.
And Fiona Harrison from the Space Studies Board.
So I want to welcome everybody. And like Alan, on the space science side, we face a future of tremendous opportunity. The vision of exploring the outer parts of our own solar system, of discovering new worlds around other stars, perhaps worlds that we can characterize and search for signatures of life. I think there are tremendous opportunities, and what we want to sort of explore here today is how this new paradigm of civil space can help us advance these visions. And I stand between you and an exciting program, so I won't say more except to thank the organizers who did a tremendous job. I was not one of them. And the staff at the Academies, including Michael, who cajoled a tremendously exciting lineup of speakers into accepting. And so welcome, and let's get on to the program.
Thank you, Fiona. And so without any further ado, one of the folks who didn't take much cajoling at all, because Robert said immediately yes to coming today, was Acting Administrator Robert Lightfoot. So thank you.
Well, good morning. It's supposed to be a symposium. Come on, everybody get going here. It's got to be interactive. I really want to thank Dan, Fiona, and Alan, and Michael in particular for putting this on for us. I think this is going to be an exciting day overall as we talk about civil space and the future for civil space in this country. If you think about it, if you back up 10 years and you think about a civil space symposium, and NASA has maybe 45 minutes total that we're talking for all day, right? That shows, to me, that shows the difference in where we are and what we're thinking as a country and where we're going with all the different activities we have going. The relationship between NASA and the Academies and the ASEB and the SSB has been tremendous for us. It's long and deep. We consider this organization a trusted advisor for our agency and what we do on a daily basis, and we take advantage of that advice in many ways. I I was thrilled to see we're going to get a summary of the 2009 report about the future of space and national needs. We're going to talk about that in the next segment. That's actually one we refer to a lot because it helped us during a time of transition to give us some guidance as an agency in terms of what we're going to do and how we're going to go forward. I think the cool thing about that was it was a big picture discussion, right? It was not specific. It was a big picture. What does this nation need to do for the future? That's just one example. I can talk about the size of the astronaut corps. I can talk about the decadal. I can talk about all the things this Academies group has done for us to help shape what we're doing for the future, and will continue to do for us in the long term. So congratulations on 50 years for the ASEB. Look forward to celebrating 60 for the SSB next year. So that's pretty exciting as we go forward. One of the things that we've been talking about a lot lately in the agency is the N in NASA, right? The N in NASA, and the N in NASA is obviously national, because we believe we provide a national capability and a national set of leadership for this country in terms of space and space exploration going forward. Also include aeronautics, but I know we're talking civil space today, so I don't want you to think I'm forgetting about the aeronautics part as well. But it's not headquarters, it's not Johnson, it's not Goddard, it's NASA and what NASA does for this country. And what we've done over the years, and with a lot of help, frankly, from the academies, is we've been able to maintain a constancy of purpose. Maybe we're not moving at the pace that people want us to move at, right? But I think we continue to make progress, and we continue to push forward over time, really serving the American public and supporting a whole lot of national priorities. And we've put these into kind of 6 major elements that I want to talk about a little bit this morning. The first is fostering new discoveries in science, expanding human knowledge and human presence into space, and the work we do in aeronautics and aviation, right? That's the first element of what we do. And I think what you find with that element is very often that's kind of our day job, right? I think that's what the public thinks we do on a pretty routine basis, or those kind of things. But I would argue that, and I hope today, as you will see with the agenda that the folks have laid out here, I think you'll see the other parts of what NASA brings and the value proposition we bring to this nation. The second piece of that, after that, becomes this global engagement and diplomacy, right? If you think about NASA, and I'll call it the soft power we bring as an agency. Think about the fact, we've got Jean-Yves here today with us, one of our great partners in what we do on the International Space Station. We have a French astronaut up there right now on orbit along with our Russian counterparts. It's an exciting partnership. Not only that, I see Jean-Yves over there. They're going to Mars with us with InSight, right? This is what they're doing. And so this is a great example of the global engagement that we bring, because we're not going to be able to do this alone, right, as a nation. And so we gotta look at that global involvement as we move forward. The other piece that we talk about is the kind of the national economic security of this country and the industrial base, right? NASA, people don't realize 80% of our dollars go out. They go out to this country, they go out into this nation to build that industrial base as we move forward. And that's a critical piece for us, not as just NASA, but as this nation, to make sure that industrial base is strong. If you look at what we've been doing overall related to, say, our commercial partners and crew and cargo for the International Space Station, what an awesome example of bringing this industrial base in this nation to bear to solve a problem we have, an issue we have, and bring a need forward. If you just look just yesterday, right, SpaceX had a great launch, an NRO payload, right? So that we really have kind of keyed that up and enabled that going forward, and those teams are doing a great job as they move forward. I think from a internal perspective, right, internal to this nation, we do have to drive that technology and that industrial base in a way that inspires the next generation as well to come join us. And I'll talk about that a little more in a minute as we move forward. If you look at what's happening even from an industrial base perspective related to SLS and Orion, we're in 48 states where people are making progress. We're engaged in a big way with keeping this industrial base moving. And all of it, right, while we're doing the industrial base, it hits to that first thing we're trying to do. The first thing we're trying to do is push humans further into space, make the discoveries we need to make, scientific, and even just pushing the boundaries of the knowledge that this nation has. I think that's one of the things that we do. Creating jobs and securing an economic future for this country. One of the other areas that I think is important for us is addressing societal challenges. I think NASA brings to bear a lot of support from a society perspective, whether it's working the diversity of STEM in this country and making sure we've got the right workforce for the future to come in that represents this nation's population, right? Or whether it's taking our technologies that we're learning on the International Space Station and transferring them to different parts of the world, different parts of our own country, whether it's rewriting the textbooks, right? And that complete pursuit of knowledge that we're after. Those are the societal challenges that we do, where everything we develop for space helps us here on Earth as we move forward. So the last one is probably the most intangible one of all, and it's what I touched on a minute. It's the leadership and inspiration piece of what we do as a nation. NASA to me has always been, I mean, it's why I'm there. To me, NASA has always been a symbol of American leadership. And in a time when we talk a lot about what we can't do, NASA is a place we talk about what we can do. And with our partners, with our industry partners, and with all the folks that we have supporting us, it's an awesome opportunity for us to keep advancing this ball forward on all the things that we want to do going forward. You know, by definition, everything we do is cross-cutting. We don't go it alone. We never have gone it alone. We've had our industry partners. We've had our international partners. And I think, frankly, that's the way it's going to be in the future. The area that we can do more work on is getting our academic institutions involved more in what we're doing. And I know Steve Jerzik in space technology and some of our folks are really trying to crank up those connections as well. But that's where you guys help us. That's where you guys keep us honest and keep us pushing forward as we go forward. We've had quite a year already. Right, in the agency, we continued. I mean, I was laughing. Was just looking at the last month. We had a last month review come in, and there's been a lot. There's something going on almost every day. It seems like in our agency. So we're not stopping. We're continuing to press forward, and we hope to hear from a civil space perspective today. What are the other things we can be thinking about as we continue to advance our not only our knowledge but our mission moving forward? I think that for me, and you know, Alan touched on it when in his remarks, is in my career, I've been with the agency 28 years now, and I can't remember us ever being pushed harder than we're being pushed. And that's in a good way, right? People are asking us to do some things we've never done before. If you go around the agency and you look at what's happening with our commercial partners, even with inside NASA, it almost feels like Apollo-like while we're still flying a space station. We're doing all the science missions we're doing. It's incredible. There's as much dirt being moved and buildings being put up and facilities being built as there were in Apollo, but we also have operational missions going on with the space station and the big science missions we're doing. So it's pretty incredible to be given that responsibility and that authority, which is why we need, frankly, the advice that we get and in these kind of forums and the findings so we can move forward from an agency perspective. Because we got these easy challenges, right? We're trying to go to Europa. Thomas says that's a piece of cake over there. We're trying to put humans further than we ever have before. I'm sure Gers will tell you no problem, right? No problem. We can do that. There's a lot of challenges that we've got in front of us, and we still want to get to Mars with Mars 2020, the follow-on to Curiosity, and then of course humans moving forward. So there's great stuff we're trying to do. We'll get Webb launched. Webb is pretty exciting. It's all buttoned up out at Goddard. Getting ready to ship to Johnson Space Center for its next round of testing. So this is an exciting time for us in that arena as well. And we continue to look at our own planet, right? We talk about exploring all the planets in the solar system. It's important for us to explore this one too and make sure we know what's happening here. And our science missions are doing a great job from that perspective. So I think, you know, everything we do contributes, frankly, across this entire agency, across this entire nation to civil space as we move forward as a nation. And I think when I think about generating jobs, the innovation we need, all the things that we're going to need as a nation to continue to keep that leadership in space and keep the leadership that I think we've earned, but we have to keep pushing to keep it, right? You don't just get a pat on the back and stop. We got to keep working and keep working hard. So look forward to hearing more about what you all are going to discuss at the symposium. There's some great panels set up. I'm excited about that. I appreciate the opportunity for our folks to get up at the end of each panel and kind of give the NASA perspective going forward. It's pretty exciting. And then, much like Dan said, what we hear from the proceedings when they're actually documented will be a fantastic set of advice and counsel for us moving forward. So I think we all want to make these giant leaps together. That's the way I look at it. You're all in this room for a reason, whether it's international, whether it's domestic, or whether it's just government, right, in general. we all want to make these together, and it takes all of us. This is a pretty august crowd when you look out there. It's kind of intimidating to see the amount of folks that I think we all treat this as much as a hobby as it is a job, and we're all trying to make those advances going forward. And I think there's a lot of good activities and missions going on. Look forward to your counsel, and thank you for having us here today, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Robert, and thanks to you and to the folks in your office who've been very helpful in setting up today's meeting. So today is the two boards appointed a small organizing committee to help us here organize today's meeting, and the organizing committee was chaired by David Spurgel and Les Lyles, the outgoing chairs of the two boards. So David is going to give a little introduction to set the scene for today and to give you your marching orders. So, David.
So I thought I'd begin with some words from Admiral Stockdale from his vice presidential debate. Some of you may not remember Adam Stockdale, but but to paraphrase him, who are we? What are we doing here? And I think the goal of today is, set by some of the things the earlier speaker said. This is an incredibly exciting time. It's a time where I think we have tremendous opportunity in civil space, because it's an environment in which there's a lot of opportunity, and opportunity being driven both by things happening within NASA and the changes in the broader environment, right? And we'll hear about, things going on in fields ranging from, robotics to data science, where there are things happening on Earth which are going to enable new opportunities in space. And the goal here is really to have a discussion. So we've tried to structure things in a way in which we've identified a number of topics where we think a lot is happening. And we have a format in which we will have panelists speak in many ways really briefly to just bring up questions and bring up issues. We'll have a response from to some of these issues from members of the NASA leadership. And then this is very much something where we really want all of you to be engaged in the discussion. And the outcome of this meeting and its primary product really is the discussion and the dialogue. We will have a report that will summarize a lot of the discussion here that we'll provide to NASA. But putting on my legal National Academy hat, right? This is not a process that's providing advice in the form of a refereed report. The goal here is to capture the discussion and capture a sense of the excitement and the opportunity. And when we wanted to set this meeting up, we wanted to time this so that it was timed with the transition to the next administration. And we started this discussion early on and correctly guessed that there would not yet be, all the appointments set in the administration. Things would not be, direction would not be set in stone. And that's why this is a good time to have this discussion, because there really are a lot of exciting possibilities. Do I have slides?
Yeah.
There we go. So just quickly, Ray talked about the motivation of why we're doing this. Les is going to talk about some of the things that were discussed in the 2009 report, which I think is a very, if you go back to Remain's a very far-seeing report, things have changed, but the enduring questions that drive NASA remain the same. And it is these enduring questions that really lie behind the major reports that the Academy does. And, I think in, my service on the Space Studies Board, that the most important things we do are decadal surveys, because they provide an opportunity for the scientific community to come together and provide a broad vision, and to work with NASA towards achieving those visions. And I know that the these reports are valuable for all our stakeholders, and it's something where we are, want to engage all of you in our discussion and thinking about these things. As I've mentioned, the main deliverable here is dialogue and discussion. And what we'll do is produce a short executive summary of the discussion, and include in that we'll have closing remarks by the chairs of the SSB and the ASEB at the end of the day, in which they will try to synthesize a lot of the things that we're going to hear today. So we'll have three major themes in our discussion: a session on space in support of national and international challenges, a session on the future of exploration and discovery, and a session on public-private partnerships in pursuit of national space priorities. And these are all areas in which a lot is happening, and I'm looking forward to the discussions that we'll have. And then we're going to have these lightning talks. And the idea here was to bring in some of the people doing really exciting cutting-edge work in technology and science, and touch on some of the developments happening that will help drive the field forward. So let's the discussions begin. Thank you.
So welcome to session one in what should be a spectacular day of discussions on topics relevant to space. As David just mentioned, our first theme is going to be space in support of national and international challenges. And if I may, let me give a very brief overview of our distinguished panel members today. Starting to my immediate right is General Lester Lyles. Les is retired from the United States Air Force after a long distinguished career that included leadership at Air Force Materiel Command, Vice Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force, Director of the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization. I note he joined the Air Force 1 year after the ASEB was founded, and then he became the head of the ASEB, so there's some combination there. To Les's immediate right is Michael Lopez Alegria, over 3 decades of aviation space experience working with the U.S. Navy and NASA. His roles have included naval aviator, engineering test pilot, program manager. He was an astronaut and commander at International Space Station and president of the Commercial Spaceflight Federation before assuming his current role. To my immediate left is the most honorable Marion Blakey. Marion is the president and chief executive officer of Rolls-Royce North America, a position she assumed in 2015 after a very long and distinguished career in many other leadership positions, including head of the Aerospace Industries Association. Previous to that, she was the administrator of the FAA and head of the National Transportation Safety Board. To Marion's left is, I think has already been introduced once before, Jean-Yves Le Gall, president of CNES. I will not embarrass myself by attempting to explain what that acronym stands for. My French is not sufficient. But in that role, he is the leader of the French Space Agency, a capacity that he's served in since 2013. Jean-Yves has held numerous positions of leadership in France in both government and industry, including serving as the CEO and then chairman and CEO of Starsim and Arianespace. And then to Jean-Yves' left is Jonathan Lunin, professor of astrophysics and planetary science at Cornell University, who will be serving multiple roles today, including double duty chairing a panel right after this. Jonathan is a researcher who's primarily focused on how planets form and evolve. He's served in numerous capacities on various NASA missions, including Cassini. He's on the science team for James Webb, and most recently is a PI for a proposed mission to look for signs of life in the Saturn's moon Enceladus, which I think is receiving significant popular attention. So welcome all of you, and thank you for joining us. Let me ask that we begin the discussion with a recap of the 2009 report on America's future by Les Lyles.
Mark, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It feels great to be back in this forum and be back here at the Academy for this, I think, very momentous and very, very significant event. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Michael. You know, I started to think it would be inappropriate to talk about the 2009 report about civil space programs without going back a few years before that. And if you look at the chart that's up top there, this is not an Academy report, an Academy study. It was actually a NASA study commissioned by the president, President Bush. It's hard to believe it was 13 years ago, 2004, 14 January 2004, when President George W. Bush announced a new United States civil space program. He did that on the 14th of January, and a couple weeks later, on the 27th of January, put out a policy letter that described exactly what the new civil space program would be for the United States. And in that letter, he laid out some specific goals for our civil space program. To return the space shuttle to flight, this was shortly after the Columbia accident, to complete the International Space Station, to phase out the space shuttle when the space station was completed. At the time of this letter, it said completed in 2010, to establish robotic orbiters again to the moon, to return humans to the moon in the 2015 to 2020 timeframe, to begin and continue robotic missions to Mars, to prep for human exploration to go to Mars sometime in the future, though it did not establish a specific date. It talked about 2030 or somewhere in that time frame. And then to continue robotic exploration across the solar system. The letter also established a presidential commission to lay out an implementation strategy for the new civil space program. That commission was led by former Secretary of the Air Force Pete Aldrich, and it included people like Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, former Congressman Bob Walker, Dr. Maria Zuber, Dr. Laurie Leshin, former head of Hewlett-Packard, Carly Fiorina, myself, and a couple of others. And in our report back to the president, the report whose cover you see listed there or shown on the top there, we talked about going back to the moon, to Mars, and beyond. That was the title of the report, A Journey to Inspire, to Innovate, and Discover. And we laid out some specific things we thought the president needed to make sure were being done by NASA and anybody else involved in civil space program. There were sort of three key themes that we had. The first was the space program needed to be affordable, the space program needed to be sustainable, and it needed to have a national priority. On the affordability, we actually coined a term that I think has been used many times since that, to go as you can afford to pay. In other words, that space and civil space was so important to the nation, we needed to establish some goals, strive to those goals regardless of what the budget was from the administration. Just keep moving forward. Even if it was at an inch at a time, just keep moving forward. Sustainability meant that we needed to have a program that could be sustained across numerous administrations, presidential, congressional, and obviously the populace. And then in terms of a national priority, we needed to have a program that everybody was behind. The Congress, the president, the administration, and certainly the American public. Our report, we think, had some legs to it. NASA adopted it in many forms, and they really strived to try to achieve most of the things, or all the things, essentially, that we had stated in this report. Break, move forward. The end of the Bush administration, the academies, the National Academy of Engineering and National Academy of Science, realized that we were about to go to a new administration, move beyond the Bush administration to, at the time, the Obama administration, and that we needed to have an idea to advise the nation and advise the new administration on key goals and critical issues in 21st century United States civil space policy. And so they established a committee to do that particular thing, to put together a program to define what those goals and what the critical issues should be for the United States Civil Space Program. The essential title of that study was Rationalization, Rationale, and Goals for the Civil Space Program. And the leaders of that effort, if I can figure out how to use this chart here, that move forward, it did not. Nope. Ah, there it is. What you saw previously was the chart on the cover of our report that eventually came out. And here were the leaders of the program. I was asked to chair this particular committee, but as you can see, the real brains and experience in this particular activity were the two vice chairmen, Dr. Ray Colliday, who at the time was the head of the ASEB, and Dr. Lynn Fisk. We studied and looked at every aspect we could for the U.S. Civil Space Program and defined what we considered to be the goals for the United States in our civil policy. And I'll let you just look at the items that we described in our report back to the Academy, and the report that went to the new administration, the Obama administration. I'll call particular attention to the fourth bullet down there about providing technological, economic, and societal benefits that contribute solutions to the nation's most pressing problems. As we were defining and discussing the subject of what should be the rationale for our civil space program, this particular theme became very, very important. I will recall, and perhaps Ray might also, a discussion in the room in one of the offices here in this building where all of us who had drank the Kool-Aid on space, and all of us were space advocates, if you will, were just sort of cavalierly assuming that the public would always support space programs. Everybody would be behind space programs. You'd never get any pushback on the need for a space program. I happen to be a native of Washington, D.C., and I pointed out that I could walk one block over on 7th Street and stop anybody at random and ask them what they thought about the United States Civil Space Program, and they'd look at me like I was crazy. Most people would not know anything about it at all, and they certainly could not resonate with it. On the other hand, if you ask somebody about environmental concerns, climate change, hunger, and other things that are national needs, everybody would have something to say about that. And that sort of informed what became the major theme of our report. We needed to make sure that our civil space program aligned to the national needs in this country and, for that matter, the world, and that everything we could do to help address those activities and those concerns in space should be part and soul of what was in our civil space program. So we came up with some recommendations. These are very, very short summary, if you will, of the key recommendations in our report. The first was to make sure we really understood what are the national imperatives, what are the needs of this country, what are the things that are of concern to the public, and how might space address some of those concerns and those needs. We talked about climate and environmental monitoring along the nature of earth science, as both Robert and Dan talked about. We talked about scientific inquiry and the need to continue that, the need to make sure we had a very strong space technology program, the need for international cooperation in every aspect that we could, and continued leadership in human spaceflight, and the need to make sure that we were organized properly from NASA to every agency involved to help us to best achieve the objectives and the recommendations in our report. As we continued and got the report out, and subsequent to that, I know NASA has addressed, as you heard from Robert, so many different aspects of that particular report back to the agency and back to the Academy. Since that particular time, there have been numerous other studies done, some of which have been done in the area of national security, some done to focus on human spaceflight. Subsequent to this particular report, the Augustine Committee did a study that looked specifically at U.S. human spaceflight, and they very much were in line with the things we had in our particular report. This was 2008, 2009. A lot has changed since then, and I'd like to turn the floor over now to Michael Lopez Alegria to talk about what has changed since that particular time period. Michael?
Thank you, General, and good morning, everybody. Bonjour, Jean-Yves. So I have to echo what a few people at the podium have said about being intimidated by this room. And I look around here and I'm remembering some advice that I got at the Johnson Space Center when I started as an astronaut candidate, or ASCAN. And it was when you walk in a room at a meeting here, whether you sit in the back or you're at the podium, never assume that you're the smartest guy in the room. And I can assure you that I'm not making that mistake here. So indeed, you try to talk about what you know best, and I will say, preface my remarks by saying that the things that I focus on here is human spaceflight, and specifically commercial human spaceflight, for reasons that I think you'll see shortly. But I've been asked to talk about what's changed since 2009, and there are quite a few things that have changed. First, Space Shuttle has been retired, so this is an amazing vehicle, the first partially at least reusable space vehicle that carried humans, 135 missions. It did things, deployed and from its own payload bay, did amazing science, both probes that are in LEO, probes that are in higher altitudes, and then also probes that are interplanetary. It also deployed lots of commercial satellites. It actually retrieved some commercial satellites. It was fundamental in constructing the International Space Station. And on July 21st in 2011, Chris Ferguson piloted Endeavour to its final touchdown, and there marked the end of the Space Shuttle program. A second thing that happened is that the ISS assembly is now complete. The shuttle took 159 elements. Its crews did over 1,000 hours of EVA to connect this thing. It is an incredible machine, 400 and some thousand kilos in orbit, bigger than a football field. 5 people aboard right now, permanently manned since 2000. And an incredible amount of science has been achieved, and its inspiration continues. Back in 2009, the James Webb Space Telescope had just had its PDR the following year, or the previous year. Now it's ready to ship, as I understand. Maybe some of the NASA folks know even more accurately when, but I understand potentially this week. And maybe one of the biggest changes has been the emergence of the commercial space sector. This is a time-lapse photography of a SpaceX launch and a SpaceX landing, obviously demonstrating some potential reusability there. So to focus on this for a second, space has been the domain of nation states only for half a century. And the reasons are because it's very difficult, it's very expensive, there doesn't seem to be very much, or didn't at least, seem to be much commercial potential there. But a few things have changed that. One is the advent of computer-aided technology. So computer-aided design, computer-aided manufacturing. Now people in their garages are literally building spacecraft. And that, along with the very important role of government, which is to open new frontiers until such things that, first of all, security is established, and also to have prove the possibility, at least, of a commercial market. Now there's some real players that are involved, and I'll talk about them in a little bit more detail. My own personal trajectory there mirrored this in a way. Back in 2009, actually 2006, I was a steely-eyed test pilot astronaut, and I was assigned to fly to space with a space tourist, which I wasn't too crazy about. And I spent about a week on orbit with Anousheh Ansari, whose name is also important to the commercial space program because of how it galvanized, the Ansari X Prize galvanized the suborbital revolution in 2004. Anyway, Anousheh, I'll just say, exceeded my expectations as a crew member. Everything that we asked her to do, she did well, she did cheerfully, and the most important thing was back in 2006, there was this new device, or this new concept called a weblog, or a blog, and she was using it every day, and she was reaching hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who otherwise wouldn't have cared about anything that was going on in space. And this is where the seed of the democratization of access to space was planted for me. So what has not changed? I went back and I looked at the 2009 report, and these are the priorities that were called out in that report. And I would offer that these priorities have not changed. You could argue about the order of them. I'm not sure they were presented in any order in particular in the report, but this is the order in which they appeared. But if you look through them, I think we would all agree that all of those are still very much what we are trying to achieve. There were also a list of impediments in that report, and so I kind of want to go through these in a little bit more detail. These are the things that I think we're here to talk about and have a debate about what has and what has not changed. So the first one is the loss of focus on national imperatives. And I chose to break that down into two ways. The first is it a loss of focus? And you could argue that in 2009, the aforementioned Augustine Commission was doing its work but until then we had the vision for space exploration. We were going back to the moon and Mars with Constellation program. The report came out. We know what happened with the fiscal year 2011 budget submission. Everything changed. Now, another administration later, it seems that what used to be a bad word in the halls of NASA, the moon, is now back in some favor anyway. So this is a real issue about this focus, at least in terms of human spaceflight. Or is it a loss of focus on national priorities? And I think that what I learned in my few years working in Washington, D.C. is it is incredibly important for our members of Congress that they be reelected. And as a result, what ends up happening is people don't think so much about the big picture. They think about jobs in their district. And unfortunately, that is a political paradigm that probably won't change. There's some argument about whether some sort of BRAC-like activity might befit or might benefit NASA. I think that in today's political climate, that's a very tall order. The next impediment was overly constrained resources. Here is a chart of the appropriated money in the blue line in real dollars of that year and then corrected for inflation in 2009 dollars. So as you can see, at best, it's pretty flat. You could argue the red line is actually decreasing some. I think Robert mentioned that we have a lot of challenges. There's way too much on NASA's plate to be able to do effectively what they're being funded for. Inadequate coordination across the federal government. Perhaps this is something that is being addressed. We could argue about how effective it will be, but it's certainly been accepted that there will be a reestablishment of the National Space Council. That's been announced by the administration to be chaired by the Vice President. That could help here. Some people think it's just another layer of bureaucracy that won't help much at all, to be determined. Missed opportunities to transition roles from government-led to private sector-provided services. I would argue that here we have made great strides. Back in the mid-2000s, you established the COTS program, later followed by the commercial resupply services contract. We now have two providers that are actually providing cargo service delivery to the ISS. SpaceX, you see their Dragon vehicle captured here by the station's robotic arm, and Cygnus, which is either about to be or has just been released, orbital ATK's entry. And soon we may see Dream Chaser 2 delivering cargo as a third supplier. On the human spaceflight side, I think we're still saying next year, but if not next year, certainly in 2019, we'll be seeing visits by the CST-100 Starliner of Boeing, and also SpaceX's Cargo Dragon. Now, where I think we can do some even more is not in the field of transportation, which I think NASA has generously subsidized the development of, but with good reason, as they are, for now at least, the only customer. That has not been the case for destinations. And if we don't have a destination, which either after 2024 or at the latest 2028, we won't have, at least not a government one, at least not this government one. Why would we have this transportation system? So there are some companies out there that are interested in doing that. That is building a commercial space station. But that's a lot of investment to put up. NASA so far has not expressed any interest in providing the kind of development investment that was made in the cargo, or I should say in the transportation services. And so what a baby step might be would be to take some of the modules that might one day be the basis of a commercial space station and have them attached to the ISS. This serves a lot of goals. It helps NASA achieve what it has basically acknowledged, that it can't maintain a human presence in LEO while still spending the dollars necessary for the investment needed to go beyond LEO. So to further that goal, it's a strategic goal for them to commercialize low Earth orbit. This is a good way to help companies prove a market before they make the considerable investment of having a station be up there by itself. Obstacles to international cooperation, I don't have much to say about that other than, the friction that we see today with Russia probably one of the shining stars that is different from that is the cooperation that goes on every day between engineers and technicians and astronauts between the Russian and American space agencies on the International Space Station program. Weekend institutional partnerships, I have zero to say about that. I hope that we can hear a little bit more about that later. And finally, lack of emphasis on technology development programs. So I think the about to be canceled ARM mission was very much a technology development program. There are some certain things, solar electric propulsion being one of them, that we really need to be able to demonstrate to do deep space exploration. But NASA is now talking about a deep space gateway, which will provide some of that capability and some of that technology development. So I think an argument could be made that we are, in fact, addressing that last bullet point. And that concludes my remarks. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So with that introduction, let me remind you that our themes of this session are the following. First, what are the enduring opportunities, priorities for civil space? Next, how have things changed in the last decade? And I think as a subtext, maybe how have things not changed in certain circumstances? And then finally, how does the U.S. civil space endeavor enable the pursuit of national and international challenges? And to help us discuss that is our panel. And I'm going to ask each of our panel members to say a few words, and then hopefully we'll get into a robust discussion. So, Marion, if you would like to kick us off.
Aha. No, I'd be delighted to. And I will do it with the caveat that I gave to Mark when he called me about this. And I said, I am the least involved and probably the least qualified person in this room to be addressing these things. Because unlike, well, it is true, the scientific community and many of you who have made an entire professional career and marvelous investments in space and in the civil commercial space arena, I have come in and out of it. And I would have to say at Rolls-Royce, we're very delighted about, of course, pioneering a lot of technology. We're working very hard in hybrid electric, working, of course, in the area of drone and autonomy technologies, and in supersonic, which I might return to in a moment because there is a lesson in that for all of us, I think, as we're looking at the picture going forward. But having worked hard on policy with some folks here in the room, I see from the Aerospace Industries Association, it still was not the primary focus. So I go back to the FAA days. And these I might characterize as the rather gritty days when we really were trying to feel our way in an area where it was not so clear that industry and the government were going to be able to chart a path together that was a constructive one, to be honest. You know, when I worked with commercial launches, and remember the first one that was a license launch was in 1989. It was a suborbital Starfire vehicle, and that was March of '89. There were just a handful of these guys, and trying to get this through the government bureaucracy and the entrepreneurs who were struggling in what they regarded, I'm sure, as the very heavy hand of the oppressive government, wasn't so easy. Now, of course, over 300 license launches, 10 spaceports plus. I'm probably not counting every one of them. A lot has changed, and it's a very, very encouraging picture. But I would make four major observations, if I could, about this. And that is that we have made tremendous progress in terms of government and industry working together. With nascent industry, it was a very uneasy partnership. Now I think it's pretty well accepted that government's role in safeguarding both the flying passengers and the public on the ground is absolutely established and critical. Our national defense, our national security has got to be an integral part of the decisions that are made about what goes up and how it flies. And scientific discovery and technological advancements are something that I think the government takes huge pride in what industry and the private sector can do to advance. Because we understand that at this point it can't happen without it. And that was a part of what Robert was referring to a bit earlier. So, you know, when I look at it from that standpoint, I don't know that we in government then fully understood what really industry was bringing to the table. To be honest, they seem so puny at the time. Ridiculous when we look at it now, isn't it? But the prospects that they could lower costs in a dramatic way, innovation would begin to snowball and pick up momentum in a way that really is very difficult to do from a government base. Risk tolerance, significant capability that's brought in that. And, of course, the opportunity for new products that none of us were thinking about at the time. And they brought dollars. And that was a big part of what we obviously needed at the time. Author Paul Marsden has a quote that I particularly like. Business is all about solving people's problems at a profit. Now, it's that at a profit part that we still haven't quite cracked in the civil commercial space arena, but we're moving toward it. And I do think it's going to be very exciting because the very deep pockets that have stepped up on this have brought a great deal. Second observation is that industry's contributions, as has already been observed, have been enormous. And one thing, just because we could spend, and you all will spend a lot of the day, I know, talking about this, but the reusability of launch vehicles is an absolute game changer. When we think about the fact that propellant is 1% of the cost of the mission, and with reusability, we're able to bring down the cost of access to space by a factor of 100. I mean, it really does change a lot of the calculations that most of us are making. I mean, there's so many other areas we could talk about. Habitat, asteroid mining, we'll go on about that today. But let me go to the third observation, because it's very interesting to me that there is such a broad consensus, and I certainly share it, about the enormous importance of our collaboration internationally and what that's brought to the table and how exciting it is. Back in the day, guys, there was a very sharp edge of competition. And in fact, I think that was a very healthy thing, because when you think back to the mid-90s, late 90s, not 90s, 2000, 2009, I think is more the time frame, we were retiring the space shuttle. We had a lot of the public, as Les said, if you go down to DuPont Circle, they didn't have much to say about the space program at all. And I still remember, and some of you may, that chart in the Washington Post where it was a diagram with the Earth in the center and everyone's missions that radiated out and what they had done and accomplished. Russia, China, India. And all of a sudden, that competitive juice that I think we're well known for began to surge again. And that's a helpful thing. Not in excess, but I do believe it has really contributed and made possible the kind of consensus that we do have about national space policy today. I guess the fourth and final observation I would make, and it's in looking toward the future, I'm reminded of Jeff Bezos's valedictory speech, Miami High School. Anybody read it recently? He said that preserving the Earth was the primary mission for any endeavors in space. But he envisioned the future when millions of people were going to be living and working in space. Heavy industry was going to migrate to space, enabling the Earth to be much more environmentally sound, and would probably become zoned at most light industrial and residential. In effect, a park for the universe. Well, it was a great vision, and when you think about it, he's stuck a lot to it since then. But for those millions and millions of people to be working in space, we're going to have millions of launches. And when I think about the challenges, and I really look forward to hearing some of you all's ideas and thoughts about this today, air traffic control is going to be no small part of this. I'm intimately familiar with the challenges there. And I love the work that NASA is doing in trying to think through, how you do this in a public that's really right now particularly absorbed with drones and autonomy and our own personal vehicles to commute in. It's all got to fit up there together. We've got to reduce the cost. We've got to make it a lot more affordable. And we're going to see increasing government regulations. But I hope always with the word enabler in front of the role of government. And I hope with an eye to streamlining and intermeshing all those agencies that we were talking about a minute ago, because it's not easy. 50, 60 people in government at any given point can say no. You're looking hard to find the person who can say yes. So all of that has got to be interwoven together. And to my mind, we have got a very exciting future in front of us. And boy, is it complicated. So with that, I'll close remarks.
Marion, thank you. And thank you for vindicating my judgment in panel members, by the way. Next, Shane. Oh,
so thank you. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you very much for inviting me. As a matter of fact, the first time I visited the US was in summer '81, and a number of my friends thought that I decided to go to the US because we just elected in May '81 a socialist president. But it was not the reason why I decided to go to the US. I went to the US because it was a few weeks after the first flight of the space shuttle, and I was fascinated by this adventure. Today, frankly speaking, people would not leave France because we are going to elect a socialist president, but an extreme right president. But times are changing, and it's another story. But thank you for inviting me, and thank you for Robert Lightfoot for your very nice words. There are 3 points that I would like to address this morning. First point, what are the enduring opportunities and the priorities for civil space? And in France, we think that there are, in fact, 3 priorities, which are innovation, all what is related to innovation, and I will come in detail on this point, climate, and exploration. Innovations, I think that today space agencies need to be present wherever space technologies are likely to bring better results, foster synergies, and meet the needs of constantly growing institutional and private user communities. And we see many applications in rail transport, healthcare, agriculture, fisheries, construction and public works, security, land planning and monitoring, and combating pollution. And these are just some of the areas where we have signed at CNES partnerships and forged contracts. And as a result, newly developed applications and services are creating wealth through patents and new and innovative businesses, and I consider that the development of space-enabled services for citizens is of utmost importance, but this is the result of innovation. Second point, climate. It seems to me obvious that space has become a key element of the worldwide effort to curb climate change. You know that climate can be measured with 50 essential climate variables, and out of these 50 variables, 26, more than half, can be observed just from space. And thanks to the combined efforts of space agencies through the world and the fact that satellites are a unique asset in documenting global climate change, it is much more recognized today by the international community responsible for shaping climate change policies. You know the story. These are the satellites which show evidence of the increase of the temperature of the globe. These are the satellites which show evidence of the increase of the level of the oceans, and we are very, very proud to have initiated these observations 25 years ago with Topex Poseidon, developed in connection between NASA and CNES, and we are going to celebrate this summer the 25th anniversary of this launch. And now, these are satellites which are showing evidence of the increase of glasshouse effect gases as methane and carbon dioxide. And so satellites are key for observing the climate. Third point is exploration, and I will come back on this point. But you see that we have a global panel, innovation, climate, exploration. I would like also to mention at this point, because I speak as also the president of the International Astronautical Federation, then in the 3-year strategic roadmap I presented when I've been elected, I insisted on a point, which is that we have to reach out to emerging countries and connect to new communities in this space world which is changing. And in particular, we summarize that in the principles of the 3G for gender, generation, and geography, diversity within the space sector. Now, how have things changed in the last decade? I think that we had two big major changes. 10 years ago, there were globally 6 very big space powers, the US, of course, by far the first one, Russia, Europe, China, India, and Japan. And now we have a lot of newcomers. No less than 60 different space agencies coming from 60 different countries. And a lot more countries are involved in space. Why? For a very simple reason, because having a space policy is much cheaper now than what it was 10 or 20 years ago. And in addition, we are also seeing increasing involvement of private entities in a lot of new domains. This is what is so-called new space in the US, but there are new space in India, in Europe, in China, everywhere in the world. And so we see that the so-called traditional space players are now being challenged by increasingly dynamic new space players, and what has been shown with the flights of SpaceX, reusability, and so on. These companies are not coming from the space arena, but they are coming from the internet business and from other fields of activities. And it is, in my opinion, very important because we have a kind of cross-fertilization, and space is benefiting a lot from these newcomers from other business. And so continuous innovation is the right response, is this new landscape, be it in the fields of Earth observation, telecommunications, or launchers. Third question, how does the US civil space endeavor enable the pursuit of national and global challenges? I would like to say that for CNES and probably many other space agencies, a very strong US civil space program is a driving force. It is very clear because it is inspiring. And for France, it is clear that the partnership of our two nations we forged together in space is one of the longest and most emblematic in science and in technology. This is true in many fields. We are actively involved in the US Mars exploration program with 2 instruments on the Curiosity rover mission and in the InSight mission that which will be launched next year to study the interior structure of Mars. CNES and NASA and have also signed an agreement to supply the French SuperCam instrument for Mars 2020, and we are also working together on the NEMO Next Mars Orbiter project. In ISS utilization, French industry is helping through France's contribution to ESA to develop the service module of the Orion capsule. And we are also deeply connected in oceanography and altimetry. I spoke about Topex Poseidon, and the adventure is continuing through the JASON series. And so you see that we have a very, very strong connection. And in my opinion, it is very, very important. Lastly, perhaps just a word about the commercial activity. US operators make up a large portion of the European space industry telecommunication satellite and launch services customer. So I am sure, and this will be my final point, that for France and the US, a shining future based on mutual trust, transparency, and long-lasting partnership is foreseeable. Today is the occasion to reiterate that as part of our international relations strategy, and I can tell you that it is CNES' utmost priority to maintain this excellent US-French partnership in space, and for us, because this is, I think, what is at stake today, to invent the future of space together. Thank you.
And Jonathan?
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, everyone. When I look at these session themes, I look at them from a slightly different perspective than my co-panelists. And I have to look at them from the point of view of what I would call the three fundamental questions that, in fact, you can think of as almost eigenvector questions of our existence. So the first of them is, where did all of this come from? How did we get here? And in fact, how did reality come to be? The second is, are we alone in this reality? Is there something else that is equivalent to us in sophistication and self-awareness? Or is there any life that we can actually access anywhere else in the cosmos? And the third is, what is our destiny as a species, as a technological society, I mean a global society? And how can we influence that destiny in a way that will maximize the quality of the existence of the majority of human beings on this planet? So those are really three questions. And when I look at all of the activities of civil space, I see them actually fitting into those three questions very nicely. Now, this may be a bias of my perspective as a scientist, because, of course, the question of where we came from is all about space science, astronomy, planetary science, space physics. This is a little bit like this famous New Yorker cartoon, which some of you may have seen, and as a native New Yorker, I resonated with it. It was a map of the world, and it showed Manhattan Island in the foreground, and then New Jersey was compressed, and then the rest of the United States was compressed more, and then nothing beyond it. So all of civil space, except for space science, from my point of view, fits in the question of what is our destiny. But in a serious way, we strive as a human species not only to remain alive, but to maximize the quality of our existence on this earth, to take care of this earth, and to ask ourselves what ultimately is our destiny. And so beyond the questions that we can ask from space science as to where we came from and are we alone, the question of what is our future is intimately tied up in studies of global change of our planet. It is absolutely crucial that we maintain our networks of satellites that allow us to understand how the Earth's climate is changing over time. And our human spaceflight activities and our commercial spaceflight activities are all geared to increasing the quality of our life, not only within this nation, but also internationally. So from that perspective, I think that the progress that has been made in the last decade, which is the second of these session themes, has certainly been enormous from the space science point of view. I don't have time to go through everything that has been discovered, but the pace of discovery has been increasing, and so this is really an acceleration of discovery as more and more sophisticated missions are put up in space in areas of space physics, astronomy, planetary science, earth science, physics applications, and space medicine. Our ability to understand the evolution of our home planet has also been increasing dramatically in the last decade. If I look back 15 or 20 years ago, and I started in planetary science actually 30 years ago, I wrote a textbook on the evolution of Earth as a habitable world about 20 years ago. And there was far, far less understanding of which direction the climate was going at that time. It was extremely uncertain, and it is not uncertain today. And that is in large part because of the kinds of measurements that can be made from space. In the area of human spaceflight, I don't have as much to say. I think that certainly the infrastructure and capabilities in low Earth orbit has been improving, and the space station is really a remarkable facility. But as someone who co-chaired the Pathways to Human Exploration report 2 years ago, I have to admit to some frustration in our seeming inability to really move forward in plans to go beyond low Earth orbit. And I recognize this is a controversial statement. I'm making it deliberately because I want there to be some debate after we're done talking. But I do think that's an area where if there's any disappointment, It is how long it is taking us to get back out of low Earth orbit. So to close on the third of these questions, how does U.S. civil space endeavor enable the pursuit of national and international goals? I'll only address one aspect because I'm out of time, and that goes back to the question of discovery. Scientific discovery is transformational. It is always transformational, and I'm not talking about applied science, I'm talking about pure science and pure exploration. And the reason it's transformational is that it changes our state of reality. As we are thinking about things and working on things, if our perspective on the cosmos and on ourselves as biological organisms has changed in some fundamental way, then the way that we evaluate everything around us and everything in our daily lives is set into a new knowledge context. And while we may not recognize that consciously at every moment, it is there subconsciously at every moment. And so in that respect, and without trying to toot my own horn here, the exploration of the cosmos as a scientific endeavor and as an endeavor of civil space is, to me, one of the primary, if not the primary, reasons for going into space, because in particular, space exploration has profoundly changed our perspective on where we are, where we came from, what we are as a species, and where we are going. And so it is absolutely imperative that the momentum associated with that exploration be maintained as civil space is transformed in the next 20 years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So we will have an opportunity for the audience to ask questions of our panel, but before we do that, we've actually asked our friends at NASA to provide commentary and observations after each one of our sessions. And for our first such commentary, Tom Kremens from NASA headquarters has generously volunteered to chime in. So please, Tom, join us.
Well, thank you. What a great panel. I don't know about you all. I was sitting with my colleague here in 5 minutes and 21 things going through my head, so I'm going to neck it down to try to do 3 comments. Just a great panel, a lot there to unpack over the day. General Lyles, thinking back, working with you in a few iterations over time here, the strategic themes Robert laid out are enduring, and as we're seeing, there's a lot of complementary between them. The Pathways report, we looked at that too when we were putting those themes together. We went back to the 58 Act, went back to the Pioneering the Space report, which is young undergrad coming out of school, got to talk to that group way back in 1984. So this has been going on a long time. So the part I really liked in Mike's part of and what's really changing, what's changed, including our concept of ourselves and the universe and discoveries that are starting to accelerate, will continue to accelerate. I think one big change that you alluded to, General Lyles, is the sustainability and the affordability piece. We've wanted to grasp the gold ring of a big destination, big footprint. I think what we've seen over time, and I saw it in 05 working up on the Hill with some colleagues here, and then again in 10, how the change from 05 to 10 went from moon-based destination focus to expanding human presence, recognizing with the space station and having permanent human presence, we were already pioneering in space. It's how do we accelerate that? How do we build off of that while doing it in a way that opens up a lot of the things that Mike touched on relative and Marion relative to emerging capabilities, commercial capabilities, and then Mr. Legal relative to international capabilities. That it's no longer a static framework, doesn't align itself to a real strict DRM process or decadal process. It has to be one that's a little more open and it allows more on-ramps and opportunities for technologies, other things too, that are coming in both from NASA and also from the outside at an accelerating pace to be shaped within that sphere. So that was one thing that really resonated across everything you guys said. The acquisition part for us has become a lot more complex because that means it's not just about the NASA centers and the NASA workforce. We have to really think about how those are structured and aligned to take advantage of that and to be engaged with that, which is what Robert and his deputy Lisa Rose spend a hell of a lot of time on, and which is a big change from 10 years ago, 5 years ago, the amount of time we spend on thinking about partnering versus thinking about what our workforce does, that kind of thing is a big change. I think will only continue to accelerate. And I guess the third part is I wouldn't leave out the connection to the international sphere from a importance to the country and the country's future, both from a how do we want to shape the frontier to recognize and have the commercial economic benefits be a part of that, while also creating more human opportunity and set those values out there, which I think is a big part. I think Bill will touch on our plans with a gateway presence in cislunar space. That's going to be kind of the next big step beyond low Earth orbit, to Jonathan's point. And gateway means gateway to everywhere, gateway to the surface of the moon, more lunar activities. Thomas put out a commercial RFI yesterday relative to lunar robotic activities for science, technology, and exploration purposes. It'll lead to Mars, where we're hoping still to do a fly around, human fly around 2033, which we're on track to do. So I think there's a lot of dynamic things happening within a set of themes that are enduring that you all hit upon. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'm going to propose that we go directly to our audience questions right now. Now, I've been told we have a tossable mic, which sounds like a scary proposition. It will be an exercise in rendezvous and docking at the very least. So, let me ask our audience: is there anyone with a burning question or desire? Frank, I think you get to kick us off. That wasn't much of a toss, just saying.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. We in the space community tend to think about what's happened in terms of space science. I'm sorry, Frank Slazer Aerospace Industries Association. We in the space community tend to think of what's happening and what's developing in terms of new scientific discoveries or new accomplishments in human spaceflight and exploration. But there's another dimension, of course, to what's happening in the world, which is right now globally. There's a rise, particularly in the West, of increased nationalism. And international institutions, including the EU and NATO, are being called into question, are being challenged by changes in domestic policies. Now, for the last 50 years, we've seen a rise of space as being a unifying factor amongst nations. You can start with Apollo-Soyuz and even smaller programs before then of cooperative space. And perhaps the ultimate culmination of that would be the International Space Station, the most incredible international collaboration that ever happened. But is that the apex? Are we going to start going down this global path in the other direction, where countries like China's talking about doing their own space station, Russia's talking about perhaps continuing and disengaging from the ISS and teaming up with China? Or will we see the space challenge being so difficult that the only way we can really master it is by forcing ourselves to work together in this one domain, and that provides a place of unity to try to reconnect internationally? Thoughts?
Would someone like to take that question on? Shane?
I think that we will have both, because on one side it is clear that exploration, which is in my opinion the next step after the space station, will be global. Today on the space station we have the US, Russia, Europe, Japan and Canada, and the question is should we have on board India and China? And for exploration, mission to Mars, journey to Mars or something like that, I think that it will be global. In the same time, it is clear that we will continue to have national initiatives for defense, for development, and so on. But globally, and this is a very strong evolution, I think that space will be more and more global, because the industry is global today, the big industries are global, and because what is at stake, innovation, climate, exploration is global.
Yeah, I would agree with that. For one thing, we can't afford to go it alone. We also have tremendous incentives to cooperate on most of the kinds of issues that we're talking about up here today. I think we do need to remember that there is an inherent national pride that comes with some of these achievements that we also ought to highlight and recognize. I think there's a certain generosity of spirit that's called for by the U.S. particularly, because of a lot of the work we've done in paving the way. So let's recognize the fact that we've got some contributors out there in parts of the world that we never ever thought about. And Sierra Nevada, is doing a very interesting initiative with the UN right now in providing access to microgravity to people in countries that, would never have it otherwise. But what they may do and discover, listen, we ought to be highlighting, generous, and recognize the advances. I think that's a very important part.
I'll just say very briefly that regardless of the political situation, science is global. And during the most difficult days of the Cold War, COSPAR, which was and is a scientific organization, was linking scientists from the United States, from Europe, to those behind the Iron Curtain, the Soviet Union, and other countries there, talking about science and talking about the results of space. So while I think no one on this panel wants to see things return to those that sort of political situation, it is the case that science provides a tremendous relief valve for these kinds of political tensions, and will continue to do that.
Thank you. Actually, if I could follow on with the panel, I'd ask, to what extent do you think opportunities for international cooperation should actually drive our priorities? For example, it's been suggested that Europe is more interested in lunar exploration than some other mission goals that have been suggested. Any thoughts on that?
I think that international cooperation will drive the national policies. And the question of the moon is open. Up to now, we spoke a lot about Mars because there is a scientific interest to go to Mars. In 2020, we will have 5 different missions going to Mars. But once again, to build a big international interest, you need to have real objectives. I remember at the beginning of my career, I was involved in the preparation of the International Governmental Agreement on the space station. It was in '88, and there was a strong interest worldwide. And I am sure that with the missions of NASA, Journey to Mars, I had the opportunity to participate in the presentations which have been made by NASA during the Space Symposium in Colorado Springs a few weeks ago and last year. And there is a very, very big interest of the international community. So it means that if the US national space policy is very attractive, it will attract a number of participants.
We have another. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Mark, I think, just going back to both Marion's comment and others, I think there's an opportunity to utilize space, I hate to use this word, as a tool to help us to get better cooperation internationally. This is a very weak analogy, but I think back to a study I led for John Kerry in the State Department last year on U.S.'s new Arctic policy. And it was realizing that there are encroachments going on and activities and concerns in the Arctic from one particular nation, if you will. But there is an opportunity to use science and the international nature of science as a impetus for greater cooperation between the United States, this one particular nation, and any other of the Arctic nations to help drive greater cooperation and activity between us. And I think space really and space science is literally sort of the same thing. Very, very, I think there's opportunistic things for us to take advantage of.
Alan.
I'll speak frankly and ask a question designed to elicit some discussion. Space. Let's be frank. What we really want is people walking around on Mars. And I'm convinced that given sufficient resources, NASA could do this in a quite reasonable amount of time. Except they don't have sufficient resources. So as a simple engineer, that says to me, either, if we really want to get there, we either have to give NASA and international partners, the world has to ante up more money, or some very clever engineers have to figure out a much cheaper, less expensive way of actually getting there. What do you think the chances of either of those happening in our professional lifetimes are.
Michael,
Sure.
what do you think?
I'll bite. Look, I think you're right that the conditions, not just financial but physical, are so difficult that doing a human mission to have people on Mars anytime soon is hard to imagine. And so, you know, this debate about which is going to be first, Mars or a moon of Mars or our moon, I think is relevant here. And, you know, we've seen this back and forth, as we discussed previously, between these as the administrations change. But the moon still is, you know, 3 days away. As long as we have the propulsion problem that takes us so long to get to Mars, I think that the vehicle with today's technology would have to be so big, or so many of them, to provide the spares necessary for the very precious ecosystem, which the environmental control and life support system, whose reliability we just cannot predict for that amount of time. So the sparing, just the logistics to support humans there are difficult. So my answer to your question is probably not.
Okay. So I think the problem actually is not Mars itself, but the way you phrased your question. When somebody says what we really want is, then that could be anything that ranges from the in fact impossible to something that's trivial. I don't think that's what we really want in isolation. What I really want, and I think what most people would agree on in this room, is that we have a space infrastructure that allows us, ultimately as a horizon goal, to get humans walking on Mars. But in the course of doing that, and also in parallel and in the context of doing that, doing other wonderful things, including going to the moon, including doing space science missions that today are really out of reach, doing higher frequencies of such missions, being able to understand our planet to an even greater depth than we understand it today. So I think the right way to phrase it is what is required to get the kind of infrastructure in space that will allow us to be there indefinitely without having to worry about the existential nature of that program, that it might go away at some time. We need something that's sustaining, and Mars can be the horizon goal or a horizon goal for that program, but it shouldn't be the thing that you phrase as what we actually want. It's part of what we want.
Could I perhaps take an alternate view, just in the sense that we're living in the time of big statements, alternative facts, all sorts of ideas which may or may not be realistic and reachable. And I think there is room in the world we're living in right now for the provocateur. When Elon says that he in his lifetime is going to walk on the moon and preferably not die on impact, you know, I pay attention to that because I think it is interesting to try to sketch something that probably is beyond the technologies we envision right now. But that does not mean that some people out there may not be provoked and be able to step into it in a very useful way. So I think we should beware of modest ambitions.
For what it's worth, I'm fond of pointing out that at 1G constant acceleration, Mars is 2 days away. The trick is I don't know how to do 1G constant acceleration in space for 2 days. But if you can figure that one out, we got to work. Other questions from the audience?
So I want to take up Jonathan's comment on moving beyond ISS and ask, are we ready to move beyond ISS? Is it a step we need to take if we're going to do the more ambitious things? And if, you know, or do we need to maintain ISS to maintain a destination to develop the technologies we need?
Well, so let me, I can always hide behind the Pathways report. So let me just articulate what the Pathways report said, which is that we are now, and I'm extrapolating because we're 2 years beyond the Pathways report, we're now a year or two beyond where we actually need to be to start planning for missions beyond low Earth orbit if we do not want to end up with a significant hiatus in human spaceflight. But at the same time, ISS is essential for studies of long duration flight in microgravity and being able to operate for very long periods of time with humans in space. So what the Pathways report said was that ISS is very important, but we need to begin planning now with an achievable program to go beyond low Earth orbit. So the answer is yes, it can be done, but I think we're late.
Yes, I think that the ISS is really a success from a scientific and technological point of view, but in my opinion, the biggest success is the demonstration of international cooperation, because we have today working on the biggest international civil project, the US, Russia, Japan, Europe, Canada. And so we have to continue, because without the ISS, I am sure that international cooperation in space would be very, very different. And it is clear that we have to continue. Probably after the ISS, we will have something else. But the key word for the ISS is international, in my opinion.
Well, I was just going to call on something that Jonathan said in the answer to the previous question about, what we really want is the infrastructure to be able to support deeper space exploration. And that has to come in baby steps. And I'll allude back to what I said before with the commercialization of LEO. I mean, ISS is going away in 2028 at the latest. I think it's unrealistic to think that we could recertify the elements at any kind of reasonable cost. So if you have that deadline approaching, long before that happens, people who are creating research to go on board are going to start thinking about other ways and other places to spend their money. And if we don't have some place to hand the baton to, which I think, at least in this country, is only going to be commercial because we've sort of taken that path, we're not building another ISS, then we will lose that capability, not just for scientific research, but the operational experience that we gain. So I think what we can see is a commercial solution taking over the LEO domain, and at the same time servicing some kind of a gateway that would be not permanently manned but human-tended, with infrequent flights of a couple of months duration, that because the cost of getting these vehicles there is going to be very expensive and unsustainable at the kind of rates we're seeing ISS being permanently manned. So I see that as sort of the horizon. The near-term horizon is how we manage the human spaceflight domain between right next door in LEO and then something beyond. So I do think it's possible.
Okay. We have time for perhaps one more question. I'm glad to see that they're not all coming from the front row. So, Robbie.
Okay. Robbie Smoncheroy with on the ASEB and with Lockheed Martin. So the question I have is, the famous organizational management consultant Peter Drucker has always said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I'm sure many of you have heard that expression. And from an organizational perspective, NASA was basically born in the Cold War as a geostrategic political tool, fueled by fear largely in the space race. And it engendered a culture and a whole organizational construct. Today now, NASA really is part of the national, or actually quite frankly, the international science and technology innovation ecosystem. And the question now becomes is, from an organizational management, from a cultural perspective, how do you take a large bureaucratic organization that has all of these constraints and basically have a fundamental shift in culture and in organizational construct? And one of the panelists had mentioned a little bit the BRAC, which was successful in the defense world because there were so many entities. But in NASA, there's only a handful of these entities, which makes it a very politically challenging situation. So I guess the question becomes is, how do we, looking forward in the civil space arena, how do we address this organizational management and cultural issue?
Who would like to take on that very easy question?
Well, Robbie, first let me challenge your comment that BRAC was successful in the Department of Defense. There are those who will tell you that, yes, it did save some money ultimately, and that was the goal, but it disrupted so many other things and actually changed the culture, in some cases for the worse, like in our nuclear activities that we have for the United States Air Force. I will tell you that in the original Space Commission, both space commissions that I was part of, both the Aldrich one and then the one that I led, we talked about exactly that point, the need for a BRAC. We called it a NASA BRAC to do something about the structure, do something about the centers. And I will just be blunt about it. It was just too political. It was too hot. We didn't know exactly how to address it. We knew it would not be palatable to anybody in Congress. And while we had some recommendations in particularly the Aldrich Commission, of structuring something like JPL with greater ties to universities, if you will, like in that particular model, and that should be the model for all of NASA, if you will. We put that in the report, but we had no hopes whatsoever that anybody would actually jump on that. So I guess I'm sort of admitting that the culture and the politics are so strong. I'm not quite sure how you take it on.
Let me comment just from the perspective of having served with Ray and Les and a lot of people in various capacities on NASA's advisory council. I've done it for the last 8 years and chaired Aeronautics, so not specifically space. But what I would say is let's not underestimate the generational changes that are happening at NASA. Over 8 years, I have found it so encouraging when I'm there with the young researchers and scientists, and I give great credit to the fact that NASA has been really showcasing, highlighting, bringing to the fore, you know, these teams of millennials and the generations below that who love to work in teams. They work very, very differently. They don't think about the Cold War. I mean, it doesn't, you know, that's not their world, and it's very, very different. And so when I'm at almost all of the centers, I take your point about the structural problems and some of the costs with it. But boy, I'll tell you, the generations that are coming into NASA, it's very exciting.
I think that's a wonderful note on which to end our panel this morning. We could go on for several more hours, I know, but alas, the hour has drawn to a close. So on behalf of the ASEB, let me thank you all once again for a fascinating discussion and for your insights.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks, panelists. There will be coffee outside. If anybody is looking for the restrooms, they're around the corner here. We will start on time at 10:45, so I ask you to be back in the room as a courtesy to those folks who are online. We'd like to keep on schedule. Yeah, so we'll see you all in about 25 minutes or so.
Measurement to the measurements of dark energy, right? So it's the same technique. We keep doing geometry. We keep moving on. So this is
Euclid had it right.
Euclid had it right. Euclid had it right about the shape of the universe, actually, right? So Euclidean geometry works. But the thing here is this is a mission that had fundamental science goals, but also served the goals of exploration. Captain Cook opened up the Pacific to the British. It had significant military uses. The maps that he produced were of tremendous value. And it was something that in which it was no one asked, is this an exploration mission or a science mission? It was fundamentally both. And I think we'll be exploring different aspects of exploration and science here, looking at how what new opportunities are opening up in the coming years. We have a terrific panel for this discussion. We, of course, every panel is not complete without Jonathan Ledeen.
Only two.
We're done. We didn't tell you someone's missing. We're going to bring you in on the third panel. Jonathan, of course, is a leading planetary scientist. We have Vincent Cerf, now at Google, the co-designer of TCP/IP, and many of us view him as one of the fathers of the internet. John Grotzinger from Caltech, the project scientist for Curiosity rover, Pamela Melroy, a former astronaut and Air Force officer and who has recently served in the DARPA leadership. And we're going to begin by asking all of them to make brief statements looking at the different topics. We're going to start with Jonathan introducing the theme and then turn to Vince, John, and Pam for comments, and then we'll get to throw the mic around.
So I was told I was allowed to have slides for this. And let's see, if I click, will we get to the first slide? No, we will not. I did push the green arrow. Okay, so Michael assured me that the slides were there. I asked for an existential proof, and he said no proof was needed. So it's a demonstration without proof. What I'm going to do is actually not try to propose the solution to these problems, but rather to outline with a specific example why I think we desperately need new technologies, and that is not my talk. Why we desperately need new technologies and a new way of looking at human robotic exploration if we are going to make progress in the coming 10 or 20 years. So is my slide, it is actually there? Okay, all right, good. Let's see if I can see it. Thank you. Okay, here we are. All right, so I've introduced this topic. Now, I want to emphasize that what I'm going to do is based on my own area of research, and I'm only focusing on this by way of examples that I can be concrete. So the lesson you should take away is a general lesson about exploration and not specifically about planetary science or even the particular planet that I'm going to talk about. So this could have been an example from astronomy or space physics or something else, or even material science. But I know planetary science, so that's what I picked. It's very clear that we've come an enormous way in exploring the solar system, and we only have to look at the 50-year period between Mariner 4, which nearly put an end to Mars exploration because the images were that of a cratered surface that looked like the moon. In fact, this was one of two cases where Mars exploration almost came to an end as a result of spacecraft missions, the other being Viking. But this really stunned everybody, and it was assumed, particularly after Mariner 6 and 7 found the same thing, that that was it. Mars was dead. It was like the moon, and we had completely misunderstood the solar system. Well, here we are this is a picture from 2015 from the Curiosity rover, in an area where there are sediments and a geologic history that in many respects, although it has slowed down relative to the Earth, has been as complex, at least in the first billion years of Mars's history, as the Earth's geologic history is. And there may have been life, and the evidence for that may be hiding in some of these sediments. And so now we are on the surface of Mars making these extraordinarily detailed observations of a place that right at the beginning seemed to be essentially a dead world, and is not. Likewise, the outer solar system, if you talk to scientists in the 1970s, they would almost uniformly have said that the icy worlds of the outer solar system were dead. They were just frozen balls of ice and maybe rock. And that turned out to be wrong. It was Voyager that told us that was wrong. Actually, the Voyager missions nearly didn't happen because of that prevailing scientific wisdom. But Voyager 2 in 1981 showed evidence that Enceladus had a geologic history to it, that it was smooth. There were places where there were not craters, but it wasn't really clear why that was. And Voyager was unable to show evidence of plumes, although there may in fact be a couple of images now that have been unearthed from Voyager that do show evidence of plumes. Nonetheless, it was the Cassini mission that entered Saturn orbit in 2004, which has, among many, many other things, revolutionized our understanding of Enceladus. And what you see on the right is not an artist's imagination or conjecture, but is based upon what Cassini has found. Cassini discovered a large plume of material pouring out of the south pole of Enceladus, and it then went on to make 7 traverses through that plume with a number of scientific instruments. And by the way, Cassini is one of the outstanding examples of an international mission. NASA, ESA, the Italian Space Agency, and then many other member states of Europe having contributed instruments, as well as in the United States. And those instruments together paint a picture of a world that definitely has a subsurface ocean. It's a small one. Has hydrothermal activity that's actively going on where rock and water are interacting with each other. And of course, the big question is whether there's life, which Cassini can't answer for us. But this is the second world like this. Europa, as shown by Galileo, has an enormous ocean under its surface, twice the volume of the Earth's oceans. There's evidence for plumes from Hubble Space Telescope. And of course, NASA is now preparing a mission, Europa Clipper, to find out how far below the surface of Europa that ocean is, and whether it has organic molecules. So these are questions that if they had been asked 40 years ago, most scientists would have laughed. And the prevailing view was that things really were dead in the outer solar system. So we open our eyes, but at the same time we create a dilemma for ourselves. And that dilemma is that the more we learn, the more we want to follow up. And as we follow up in a sort of a linear way with the same kind of tools that we brought with us on the previous missions, I don't mean specific instruments, but specific ways of exploring, things can get more expensive because you're simply trying to follow up on more and more discoveries. So the example here is from Saturn, and I'll go through this quickly. The very first spacecraft to fly through the Saturn system was Pioneer 11. It was actually not designed to fly to Saturn. It was a Jupiter mission, part of the Pioneer 10 and 11 mission, but it was flown on by NASA to Saturn. In its 1979 flyby, it found a new ring of Saturn. Magnetic field of Saturn was discovered. It was found that Titan appeared to be very, very hazy and very cold in its atmosphere, and Saturn had excess heat. Now, those were measurements that were made by relatively primitive instruments, and significant additional follow-up could be made with another flyby mission. Voyager was already planned to go to Saturn. It was not a follow-up to Pioneer 11, but from a scientific point of view, it in fact ended up being just that. With its more sophisticated payload, it was able to probe the atmosphere of Titan and discover that it's a dense nitrogen atmosphere. It was able to show that Enceladus is bright and smooth, and suggested that it might be the source of the E-ring, this tenuous ring of material that co-orbits with Enceladus. It showed complex geology on Saturn's moons and very intricate ring structure, very much unexpected, including the role of shepherd moons. And it also showed that Saturn's atmosphere appeared to be quite different from that of Jupiter and had a different composition of helium. At this point, it made no sense to do another fly-through mission of the Saturn system, and so it was necessary to do an orbiter mission, and the United States and Europe, through a number of panels that in fact were implemented through the National Academy of Sciences and the European Science Foundation, ultimately led to the NASA ESA ASI Cassini mission, which has made so many discoveries that I call it a discovery machine, and I'm not going to go through them. You can look at them. This is a subset of those discoveries that I took from the top 10 on the website. The point about this is if you look at these discoveries, each one of them now has a set of questions that are begged by those discoveries. For example, is there life in Enceladus? Do the methane seas on Titan support chemical evolution, complex chemical evolution? Why does Saturn's magnetosphere seem to, and magnetic field seem to slip relative to its rotation rate? And you can think of a whole bunch of follow-on missions which in fact can't be done with a single launch vehicle or a single mission, simply because in total they're going to be too expensive, at least the way we do those missions today. And this is really only a partial list, but what I would assert is that you wouldn't just go back to Saturn with another Cassini. You've got to do new things because we now have multiple environments that require very, I would say, invasive techniques to understand the nature of their evolution, habitability, and physical processes that go on. So you can roughly, from Pioneer 11 on through, you can double the cost of each of these. So Pioneer 11 was half the cost of a Voyager. Cassini-Huygens was maybe two or three times Voyager, roughly speaking. And then, you know, I won't tell you how much these would all cost. But my point is that while we have been remarkably successful in every aspect of space science and exploration of both our cosmic backyard and the universe beyond, we are getting to a point, I think, where we will have to have new paradigms in order to be able to answer these questions, lest we begin to fall behind on the number of places where we actually want to follow up on these various scientific discoveries. And so I'm going to skip this on human spaceflight. We can talk about that during the panel. But this is part of an overall issue of building the infrastructure of getting humans out of low Earth orbit and allowing for novel and ever more daring exploration of the solar system. And daring doesn't necessarily mean bigger and more complex, but it means doing things in ways that we might not have imagined doing them before. And so how do we do that? And I don't know. Certainly lowering launch vehicle costs are important. Faster trip times, which may actually be contradictory to lower launch vehicle costs. Novel human-robotic synergies, which I want to get to in the next slide as my close. Novel approaches to doing the science. Maybe there are different ways to do the science. We've seen that in astrophysics, particularly with extrasolar planets, where it's turned out that some of the most efficient ways to accumulate information on extrasolar planets really involves some of the simpler systems that you can put into space and not necessarily the most complex ones. Novel arrangements, public-private partnerships, and then maybe greater acceptance of risk overall, which is something that I think we need to very seriously revisit both from the robotic and human point of view. So I put those up as a kind of a stimulus for discussion, but I want to close with this picture. I didn't realize that David was going to give us a historical tour of the Cook expedition. This is the Amundsen expedition that arrived at the South Pole in 1911, and it was one of two expeditions. The other expedition failed. Robert Scott and his colleagues died at the South Pole. And when you look at the difference between those two expeditions, you can analyze what went wrong with one and what went right with the other, what went right with the Amundsen expedition. There's a litany of differences that I won't go through except for one, and that is that this expedition used dogs. And I'm not trying to equate dogs with robots because I'm a dog lover and we have a 17-year-old dog, but dogs are non-human companions to our exploration that have capabilities that we do not have and yet are fully dependent on us in terms of being able to implement what's needed from them, from those special skills. And that's very much what a kind of a human-robotic synergy might be like in the future. Scott's expedition had animals, they had ponies, and they brought dogs, but they brought the wrong food. So all the animals died. They brought tractors. One of the tractors fell through the ice when they were unloading it, and the other two broke down very quickly. They brought the wrong equipment. Amundsen's expedition was much lighter. It was much leaner. It was in some ways riskier in terms of what you look at. The infrastructure was smaller, but it actually succeeded. And so I'm not suggesting that we bring robots that look like dogs to Mars. This is a metaphor for, this is only a metaphor for the synergies in human robotic exploration. And in the Pathways report, in the introduction, we pointed out that by the time humans are ready to actually get into a vehicle and go to Mars, the capabilities of robots may be very, very different from what we imagine them to be today. And so we have to have a flexibility in the way that we create an infrastructure that includes robotic exploration both for its own sake and robotic human interactions so that we can really maximize the capabilities of both. And looking at a picture like this inspires me to think about not human exploration or robotic exploration, but something that's really and truly intimately coupled. And so with that, I'll turn it over to David.
Thanks, Jonathan, for those really interesting opening comments. And let me now turn to Vint for his thoughts.
Well, thank you very much, David. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here. I feel like I'm sort of a fish out of water because I'm this communications networking guy, and everybody else here knows a lot more than I do about space. But Jonathan, just with response to the dog bit, Google acquired Boston Dynamics, and we have Big Dog and Little Dog. So, and by the way, if somebody wants to buy Boston Dynamics to put the, we're ready to negotiate. So I want to also take something else from Jonathan's earlier discussion about infrastructure and argue that this is probably the most vital and the most timely opportunity for NASA, and that's to create new infrastructure that will support both manned and robotic space exploration. Things are clearly changing. The first panel's discussion about the entry of civil and private sector entities into at least near-Earth space exploration or a space lift capability is pretty exciting. A bunch of billionaires are willing to spend their personal fortunes. SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, Orbital Sciences are all relatively new in this space, no pun intended. And they have been in some ways supported by NASA, which I think was a good thing. So with this new dynamic that's showing up, I think we have an interesting opportunity to reparse some of what NASA focuses on. Now, I want to remind you about one particular infrastructure investment that was made in 1964 by NASA, and that's the Deep Space Network. And that has been in operation ever since, and it has supported many, many missions. And the reason that I wanted to emphasize this is precisely the many missions notion. The idea that the infrastructure is there not for a specific mission, but for any mission that needs communications seems to me a really important idea, and it's plainly worked out well. On the other hand, those things were built a long time ago, and we have some work to do to, I would say, refurbish our capability. In 2004, when the Spirit and Opportunity landers arrived, they were supposed to communicate directly from the surface of Mars to Earth. And my recollection, and John, you may be able to help me with this, but my recollection is that the radios overheated or something happened that caused them to need to reduce the duty cycle to avoid damaging either the radios or the equipment on board. Moreover, the direct-to-Earth path was only delivering 28 kilobits a second. And the scientists, of course, were probably upset about that. And then when we said we're backing off the duty cycle, they're even more upset. But the X-band radios that were on board the spacecraft, the rovers, were also on board the orbiters that had been sent to map the surface of Mars prior to the arrival of the rovers. And both the rovers and the orbiters were reprogrammed to use a store and forward CFDP file delivery protocol to squirt data up from the rover to an orbiter. The orbiter held on to the data until it got to the right spot in its orbit to transmit data back to the Deep Space Network. Because the orbiters and the rovers were closer together, we could get 128 kilobits a second. And because the orbiters were out of the atmosphere and I guess had bigger solar panels, they were able to transmit data back to the Deep Space Net to the big 70-meter dishes at 128 kilobits a second. So the point here is that a store and forward network has been used to deliver 99% of all the data coming back from Mars. Well, those of you who use the internet will probably know that it's a store and forward network. And in fact, the protocols that were designed to support both the original Spirit and Opportunity rovers and the Mars Science Laboratory and the Phoenix lander on the North Pole are all based on store and forward packet switching. So I'd like to make the argument that we should be seriously considering adopting these kinds of protocols and making use of spacecraft that have completed their primary scientific missions that are still functional, still have memory, still have power, still have communications, and literally accrete an interplanetary backbone store and forward network over time. At this stage of the game in 2017, those protocols, which are now go by the name Bundle Protocol, have been standardized in the Consultative Committee on Space Data Systems. They are on board the International Space Station. We're using their prototypes still to deliver data back from Mars. There's absolutely no reason why we couldn't initiate a program to expand the communications capacity across the solar system, not building a giant network and hoping somebody will come. That's not the idea. It's to take advantage of the missions that we are going to launch, especially to the outer planets, and make use of that as a store and forward backbone network for both manned and robotic space exploration. So it captures Jonathan's point about this cooperative activity. Now, there is an analogy I wanted to draw your attention to. The internet was originally a Defense Department project, but it was motivated by an academic need to link about a dozen universities together so they could share their work on artificial intelligence and computer science. And instead of buying new computers for every one of the departments every year, DARPA basically said, you're going to share, and we're going to build a network so you can do that. Eventually, the rest of the academic community, the Department of Energy, NASA, and NSF, invested in that technology and grew an internet backbone. It propagated into the rest of the world in the academic area. And then, in 1989, the private sector recognized that there was a business to be had providing internet service. So 3 commercial internet service providers got started in 1989, 2 of them here in Virginia, or well, this is Washington, but in the DC area, and 1 of them out in Southern California. Every one of you knows today that we have a substantial and global system, which is largely operated by the private sector. What you probably also know is that only half of the world is online right now. So in spite of the fact that from my point of view, this has been a 40-year effort starting in 1973, we're only half done. The point I want to make there is it takes time for these things to happen. So an investment in infrastructure may take decades, but that's okay, just as it has in the case of the internet. So now we have this possible opportunity to take advantage of private sector interest in space exploration and space communication and space transportation to transform the way NASA does its business in the future. So I'll stop there, David, but thank you for the time.
Thanks. John?
Okay, I guess I'll go in a somewhat different direction back towards David and Jonathan with bringing up a different mission of discovery, which was that of the Beagle, featuring Charles Darwin. And many are familiar with the story, but I want to pick up one part that people may not be so familiar with, and that is, as Darwin's ideas were consolidating in his mind, he appreciated that the antiquity of life on Earth, involving a fossil record, at the same time that William Smith was creating the first geological map of England to guide the Industrial Revolution and exploitation of mineral resources, Darwin recognized that the oldest fossils were very complex and that there must be antecedents. And this was a hypothesis. And he predicted that someday science would discover this missing interval where you would go back to even simpler organisms. And he called it the Lappalian interval. He wrote about it, and it effectively took 100 years to find these microscopic organisms that filled in the gap. And there were 2 reasons for that. One is it required technology to be able to make those discoveries, and the invention of something that seems primitive in retrospect called the polarizing microscope. And the other one was having the right rocks. And so I want to pick on one part of the Mars problem, which is the part that Curiosity passes on to its next generation, Mars 2020 and beyond. And I think for me, this is what motivates humans to go to Mars, and I'd like to get on with it sooner rather than later, because there is a need to sample many, many rocks. My colleagues that study Earth science say, why do you guys just have one rover every 10 years? You know, how are you going to find anything of interest? And of course, we do our best jobs to spin this up and make the public think that there's really a good chance we're going to find something. But in reality, we didn't find something on Earth even after the polarizing microscope was discovered for 50 years because we didn't have a hypothesis. And that hypothesis is having the right rock. Turned out it was discovered by an economic geologist, an ore geologist, and who was at the University of Minnesota, Duluth, who went to the north shore of Lake Superior and found the magic mineral there, silica, SiO2. Turns out that you have microorganisms living in the ocean, and this mineral precipitates out of the ocean pretty much while they're alive, and so they get buried alive. And when that discovery was made, you can look at the publication history on this. After the initial paper was published in 1958, there are dozens and dozens. It's an exponential increase in the rate of discovery about the early history of life on Earth because everybody's running around the planet now looking for chert. And so if you don't have the right kind of rock, you've got nothing. And so we think we have some ideas about Mars, and 2020 is going to go to some place where the Mars community will think this is the perfect place. You know, you'll go along with it because you have to, because you only get one mission every 10 years. But for me, I would much rather have humans in a geochemical laboratory, build it on the ground or put it in orbit, then you don't have to worry about planetary protection so much. So just take the ISS, push it to Mars, and then have all the robots and rovers working in synergy with this system, sending samples from dozens and hundreds of places over Mars. That's the way the public and the National Academy of Sciences membership will be convinced that you do have a chance of actually finding life on ancient Mars. You just don't know what the right rock is yet. But once we figure out just one example, then you know what to go after. So it is kind of like looking for a needle in a haystack, but you have to find the right clues, and then that leads you off in that direction. So I'll sort of leave you to think about that one. There is definitely a role for humans on Mars, but it's operating mass spectrometers in a laboratory. The other one is, I want to come back a little bit to the business about millennials. I'm a huge fan of millennials. I watch them in part build curiosity. I also watch the senior citizens rescue curiosity in its darkest moments. And, you know, you do need both. But there's an interesting thing that's happening as a result of SpaceX and Google. Hate to say it, but, you know, as soon as these guys have their first victory as a young engineer, there's a big incentive to go leave for a bigger paycheck. And there are other opportunities now besides NASA. And NASA used to be sort of the Roach Motel. You show up there early on in your career and you stay forever. And the problem is now there are other career pathways. And what I worry about is that you don't have the brain trust accumulating all the experience in a single culture of building a spacecraft from beginning to end and working through the problems that it will encounter and then passing that on to the next mission and the next mission. And so I have a concern about that and what NASA will do to incentivize retaining some of these people.
I'm sorry, I have to respond to this. I just want to point out something, John. I was 62 when I was hired at Google, and I've been there for 12 years now.
All right. Well, I'd like to start out with a broad observation from the last 4 years spent at DARPA about technology development and what those implications are, especially for NASA. What we are seeing is there's a massive change underway in the way technology development is occurring. There's a model that has been used for, well, essentially since post-World War II, where the government makes major investments and develops a lot of the systems that we've actually been talking about today. The internet, Vint gave a great background on that. But what's happening is the ratio of the amount of money that the government is putting into R&D compared to private industry is radically dropping. So what does that mean? It means that NASA is unlikely to be able to afford all of the technology development that is needed to go to Mars. So how do you make decisions about what you are going to do because no one else will do it if you don't, and which technologies you are going to partner with industry and help influence and direct that technology development. And especially, how do you make those decisions when technology is changing so fast? So the pace is increasing. So you could make a serious decision today and then 5 years later discover that industry decided to make an investment in that technology and has completely overcome what you've done. So I think there are some huge challenges ahead for NASA in that area. I think in particular the areas of biology, robotics and autonomy, and machine learning and AI are all areas that NASA really needs to think very seriously about how much they invest and how much they try to influence commercial investment. But I'd like to talk for a minute about robotics. You are going to be treated this afternoon to some really wonderful lightning talks on a lot of different technologies. But I did notice that robotics was not among them, so I decided that I would like to talk a little bit about that. Space, as we've heard, is logistics intensive, and it's also needs to be sustainable, right? So if we want to send people and do real research on the surface of Mars, we have to have a regular supply train showing up. So I think this is a tremendous opportunity to partner with commercial. The theme you've heard from several people today is about infrastructure. And I think robotics infrastructure has the potential to be very helpful. Because of the nature of rocket science, there's requirements for staging that make a lot of sense, where you expend energy to get to a certain point, and then you can either change your orbit or depart orbit and so forth. And so I think the idea of robotics infrastructure in space that enables that transportation and logistics train is something that we really need to be looking at. And the truth is, humans are not actually very healthy in microgravity. We can do a lot of great microgravity research in low Earth orbit where you're protected largely from radiation, and you're also a very short trip home. But doing microgravity research further out with humans on board doesn't actually make a lot of sense. So my assertion is that people belong where there's gravity, and all of the caches and the infrastructure that's needed, whether it's for refueling and repair and those way stations, need to be fully automated, and they need to be staffed with robotics capability. And what's happening in ground robotics is a revolution in the manufacturing and industrial sector. But a lot of the sophisticated technologies, such as adaptive compliance control for safety and machine vision that's incorporated for fully autonomous path planning, is taking a lot longer to trickle out into space robotics. And this is an area that I think is really important to try to direct some of the robotics development that is happening on the ground to push towards some of these space applications to allow us to develop a robotic infrastructure, whether it's cislunar, geo, Lagrange point, and so forth. I think that that is going to be a necessary part of the infrastructure to enable the scientists who are working on Mars to get regular supplies from home. I do actually think that Big Dog, I'd like to defend Big Dog and LS3 that Boston Dynamics developed. I think they have a role on the surface of Mars. Robotics can help us solve this massive problem of how much you have to cover to explore. And so if you have highly mobile systems that are legged systems that can go out and seek interesting geological forms on the surface of Mars, you can use machine learning to provide the capability to trigger when a human needs to get involved and maybe go out to that place and take samples and figure out what's really going on. I think that that kind of support system could be very important. But I do agree that right now those legged systems are kind of expensive. We need to Roomba-ize them, you know, make them rugged, low cost, and have tons of them. But think about what I just said. Isn't that what commercial industry is really good at? So the partnership, I think the potential to partner with commercial industry who will also benefit from that robotic infrastructure to provide new business models for providing the transportation and the services to deliver equipment and supplies. I think there's real potential there. And I guess that's it. Just wanted to bring that up.
So now we have commentary from NASA. Bill, do you want to start? Oh, Thomas will start. Okay.
He says, let the dog go first, right? That's what he's thinking right there. First of all, I thought, thanks so much for all the comments and everything. I thought I'm going to learn a lot about exploration. I'll learn a lot about history, which is, of course, a good teacher for the future in so many cases. And what I wanted to talk to you about is really that interaction, that collaborative interconnection that we have doing science. And kind of for me, one way I think about this with a simple example, which is NICER. It's an instrument that's currently in the trunk of SpaceX 11, kind of getting ready to be launched to the space station. And that's kind of a story that tells us how science can be done in that kind of paradigm. It's using an entity, a commercial entity, to go to a place that was built for entirely different reasons, namely for human explorations. And I think it's that kind of model that we will see a lot more of in the future if we do this right. The way this collaboration works is what we're learning is between us, Bill and I, and also Chers and I, is by sticking to our values, but locking arms where we can. So, for example, going to Mars is something that robotically will be faster than before than we can be to go there making footprints, which we want to do. But robotically, we can learn and test out a lot of these technologies that we're going to need going forward. And so we're really committed to that. At the same time, we're willing to really employ and utilize any and all opportunities to get more science per dollars that really allow us to get science that otherwise we could not get. For example, landing, hopefully in the future sometime, on a moon out there in, Europe or otherwise. So I'm really excited about this and really something that we're spending a lot of time on, and I'm glad for the comments here. I want to talk about talent and technology. And so going back to what you talked about. See, I think often we think about technology and talent as two separate things. I don't think we should be doing that. I think in many ways, what we can do today, the ability of building a system, the ability of trying out that system, deploying that system relates to the talent that's there. That talent walks out the door, so does the technology. And so for me, technology is not something we read in a book. It's something that is, really something that we need to acknowledge to be an important resource as we go forward. So the space program of the future is going to be limited or determined by the quality, by the skill set, by the practice of the talent that we educate today across this nation and elsewhere, and the talent that's basically making it their life's work, whether it's entirely at NASA or through a series of interactions with companies and NASA and otherwise to kind of get to these worlds that we all want to go to. So I think this is a really important point that you brought up as well. Bill, over to you.
Thanks, Thomas. A couple things I heard that I think are really interesting, and we're trying to do some of these. One is infrastructure. What is the right infrastructure for NASA to put in place? We talked about Deep Space Network. I would argue that even Space Station is maybe a piece of infrastructure. It's supporting Earth observation for the Science Mission Directorate. We're doing delay-tolerant networking to look at Internet protocols. It actually helped us reinvent the launch market by essentially allowing us to disrupt launch, by allowing us to put cargo on a launch vehicle that might or might not make it to space. That's a different way of doing business. That opened up a new competitive range that occurred. So that piece of infrastructure is really important. So as we look forward, I think we need to think strategically about where that infrastructure is and where we put it in place. The other thing I heard also that was really important is resilience. We need to not just put things in space and then forget about them and see them as not being used. You know, Vince's discussion about using spacecraft and their comm systems as relay points is fascinating. So how can we repurpose pieces? We carry a lot of upper stages with us to space. How the heck can we use those upper stages? There's material there, there's metal there, there's avionics there, there's other components. How can we repurpose and use some of that? So that's a piece of this resilience thing that we need to go work on. And then I think also underpinning all that are standards. And if we can establish some standards for things like optical communications, which we're doing now, that's really going to be critical. Because if we can put those basic standards in place, then we can open them up. They don't need to be formalized standards. They can be very much like Spectrum came about, with voluntary standards being put together. Pick the right standards, pick the right infrastructure, then step back. Then that enables this private sector to really run fast and to do what they can go do quickly. Those are some key things, but they're very different than what we talk about typically. Typically, we talk about big missions. We talk about NASA's big role and what's our vision. I think we need to come back a little bit more and look at this resilience piece, look at this infrastructure piece, look at the standards piece, and figure out a way that we create an environment that allows this new entrepreneurial millennial generation to just run fast and do exciting things in the future. So, thanks.
Thank you both for those comments. Now let's open this up for questions.
You allow the panel.
You want to respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you think I'm sitting here? So actually, I wanted to bring up the resilience thing, because what has completely stunned me is watching the Spirit and Opportunity go on for 10 years or whatever the number is, maybe more, when it was originally a 90-day mission plan. So every time I think about robots, especially the ones that are being used for manufacturing today, like the Tesla has 160 robots assembling things, but they're here, and so when they break, somebody can fix them. And it's a little harder to do that when you're 235 million miles away. So one of the interesting things about the NASA efforts is this astonishing resilience of the robotic systems that they have launched and delivered. So I wondered how to balance this, because when I think about Big Dog, for example, and Little Dog and all the other, Atlas and so on, and I imagine that if we sent them off somewhere and something broke, it would be really hard to fix. So how should we balance it's really hard to maintain these things against the demonstrated amazing resilience of some of the robotics that are already there, but they're not quite like Big Dog and Atlas. And I don't know whether John or Pam wants to respond to that.
Well, I'll just make a comment that is actually a whole very robust area of research on the ground, is how to make composable robotics, modular robotics, the robotic open source software that is now, largely used by all universities and is beginning to be used by industry, allows you to have some of that capability, the resilience, because you're absolutely right. Atlas and Big Dog are exquisite systems today and require a lot of intervention. They're not ready they're not even ready to go into your home, much less to go to Mars, right? But they show a path, and the research is being done to try to make those systems more robust and also upgradable.
So what I think is so fascinating about this is that the autonomy, the ability to operate independently, is one thing. The ability to stay functional is a different thing. And I think there's been a lot of focus on autonomy, certainly at Google with the cars and so on, and somewhat less a focus on how do I keep it actually running. So, John, do you have a reaction to that?
I would just share, what was our darkest moment in the Curiosity mission, where we were building actuators to enable the spacecraft to go to higher latitudes if the scientists wanted to pick a landing site there. And the dry lubricant didn't work. It was just a failed design. And the decision was made, Jim will remember this well, to postpone the mission for 2 years, which does not come at a trivial cost. But the point was, we went back to a wet lubricant, which requires then more energy to heat up these actuators in order to get things to move. So it came at a hit to our thermal budget, our energy budget daily, and but in the end, it worked well enough, and we've had no issues with it. Other things have cropped up, but I think the wisdom there is that NASA is incredibly good at a process that I got to see kind of personally of admitting. And this is where the seniority and the leadership really comes in, that you've got a problem, and our advice is to take it in the neck by postponing it in order to achieve greater success later on. The dividend, remarkably, that came out of that is that for 2 years the science team had nothing to do, so we stared at the landing site, and we realized that after we landed that there was a place that we could go to that might meet full mission success. And even though the vehicle was built to last 2 years, we accomplished all of our goals at a site that was 500 meters away from where we landed. And so the dividend is, I think, the lesson here is admit when you've got a mistake and do the right thing and correct it. And I think that's probably where our international competitors don't do that so well.
Other thoughts from the panel? If not, let me open this up to questions and comments from the audience. In the back? Toss it.
Don't toss it.
Just throw it.
Just make sure you speak into it. Thank you for seeing me in the back. I'm Athena Kustanis. I'm the president of the European Science Foundation, ESSE. I just wanted to come back to 2 points. I think one important aspect, if you're talking about exploration and discovery, is sharing of knowledge, which is something the scientists know how to do very well. But at the same time, we're not naive enough not to recognize that there are restrictions and rules. And I think in any kind of infrastructure, we should try to incorporate a better way of handling the sharing of knowledge, information, technology, advancement, which would bring us closer to making more discoveries and being successful in the exploration. For instance, the exoplanetary community knows very well how the exoplanet discoveries were made after a combination of the people from the Swiss team and the American team coming together, and that was what brought the field forward. The other thing is coming back to what Jonathan was saying before, and it has to do with flexibility. Because today we're moving very fast. I'm not going to say this to people from Google or from Facebook or from Twitter. We're moving very fast. So how are we going to cope with the fact that we're getting new discoveries and we have to come back and make them more understandable, make them more knowledgeable? How are we going to react quickly to all of these things, the technology advancement and the discoveries? And this is something that also needs to go, I think, into the infrastructure. So flexibility and sharing of knowledge.
Yep, thank you. I think that's a really important point. This sharing is the way we make progress in just taking advantage of other people's exploration of not only in the physical sense but in the conceptual sense, exploring spaces and sharing those results. I wanted to draw attention though to a consequence of that concern of sharing, and that's preservation. One of the things that I'm most concerned about now is the ability to preserve digital information. Everyone seems to have the belief that because it's bits, they'll last forever. And so we take bazillions of photographs with our mobiles. And of course, we have enormous quantities of scientific information coming back from our telescopes and our other space missions. And that's all stored in digital media. Everyone here understands that digital media are not infinitely they're not going to last forever. The bits sometimes do disappear. And well, of course, you can copy from one medium to another. And in fact, you may have to because the readers for some of the older media may not be available anymore, even if the bits are still there in the medium. So those of you who recently bought an Apple laptop discovered it didn't have a DVD reader in it. And we all know stories about 7-track tapes and so on. So I draw attention to that because it's incredibly important for us to plan an infrastructure that will preserve that digital information so we can use it as new theories come along, we can take advantage of what we have learned and what we have measured. If we don't do that, then we will have this sort of digital dark age coming, where all of our scientific investments become useless because the bits have gone away. And so I'd like to include that in the list of things that we worry about in infrastructure.
Yeah, let me make a point about the flexibility issue, and then I actually want to do a go back to this question of longevity, which is related. So right now, flexibility, at least in space science missions, seems to come with a cost. The missions that are the most flexible are really the ones that are the most costly. And a good example of that is Cassini, which is a flagship mission where Cassini not only made certain discoveries, but had a scientific payload of such breadth and capability that it was actually able to follow up on those discoveries and make new discoveries. So we got 2 generations of discoveries out of Cassini. I gave the Enceladus example. Another is Titan. Cassini radar discovered the large seas in the North Polar region of Titan. If this had been the Mariner days, that would have been it. There would have been nice pictures, and that would have been the end of it. Cassini's radar was used to go back and do bathymetric mapping using an altimetry mode that not only got the depth profile in these seas, but because it was possible to detect the bottom signature and the signal strength difference between the top reflection and the bottom, we got the composition too. So, but this, you know, the way we do space science, there seems to be a direct correlation between that kind of flexibility and cost. And if we could just break that relationship somehow, and I don't know how to do it, we could really blow open all sorts of areas of space science. You know, we think of simple missions, lower cost missions, as being less flexible. They're designed to do their thing and they do it and that's it. But somehow we have to break that paradigm. One quickie comment on longevity. These spacecraft that have lasted a long time have done so because they're over-engineered. If you then ask that they actually last that long, then you will get something more expensive because the engineers will actually require that they last that long, and then they'll last 3 times longer than that. So that's another paradigm that we somehow have to break as well, because again, it comes with a cost.
Jonathan, if I could just elaborate a little bit on the issue of generations of discovery. I think this is another challenge for NASA to think about going forward, because certainly in the case of Mars, we're out of the era, what I call the Star Trek era, where you observe and seek to explain. That's the inductive way of doing science. We're much more in a deductive sort of Sherlock Holmes mode now, where we have very particular hypotheses. We need to make very specific measurements, and I would advocate we need Earth-like laboratories closer to the planet. But I think that's a big difference. And what's happened is now the outer solar system, Europa and Titan, they sort of strike me as the new Mars. And, you know, Mars is like the new early Earth. While Mars was getting discovered, the rock record that was billions of years old was something that people didn't understand well. And now we hear about snowball Earth, and a big fraction of the community really accept that as a legitimate hypothesis. What a weird planet that is. So the notion that you're going to land on Mars and something weird is going to be discovered, well, that's just what the Earth taught us happens. So the problem is you discover that these planetary bodies are very heterogeneous, and you need a system of modes of exploration that allow you to cover it remotely, and hopefully a level of detail that allows you to understand that geologic complexity, which is why I love the robotics. I think you've got to have that, because it's just not possible. I just don't think we get by anymore by sending one rover, one lander, one flyby. It has to be a system of capabilities.
Well, I'd like to jump on with the idea, because Jonathan, you're absolutely right about these incredibly complex systems that have this tremendous capability. And I think there are a lot of discussions happening in other types of technology about composability and distributed architectures and lower cost systems that are in greater quantity. So one of the things that I'm excited about is actually, NASA's effort to try to send some CubeSats to deep space because they're cheap. And if a couple of them fail, that's okay. And maybe you have a lot of them that have different kinds of systems so that you can very quickly follow up one discovery made by one particular sensor type with a different sensor type because you have a lot of these things and that they're fairly low cost. Now, the biggest issue, of course, is the distance involved, right? So following one CubeSat with another one 2.5 years later, really, that's not fast. So I think we have to think about that. But that may be a part of the solution is a more distributed architecture, more simple. It's okay if, just as Gers pointed out about launch vehicles, it's okay if occasionally they fail. And I think that may be very important. But I'd like to also add one of the concerns that I have is whether science decadal surveys are moving fast enough with what we're learning. So do we need to cut that to half a decade? And I know how much work goes into all of those, so I'm not proposing that. But I think we have to think about what are the mechanisms that allow the big muscle movements through a decadal and then allow a certain level of flexibility, which does occur. But I think really thinking about how you can repurpose and focus your science on a new discovery faster is going to be important.
I would just, this flexibility and repurposing made me think of something that we've started to do at Google. Some of you know that we've invested heavily in recursive neural networks. These are essentially machine learning systems that are quite efficient. And what surprised me is the range of tasks that these neural networks can learn. But the other thing that really surprised me is that once you've trained one neural network, you can copy the training so that you can replicate the capability. So you can imagine if you could field systems, whether they're literally robotics or something closer to the Mars Science Laboratory, that includes neural network capability. You can imagine doing Earth-based training and then uploading that training to the spacecraft and teach it to be looking, for example, for chert or whatever else it is that turns out to be important. So this is another example of an infrastructure which imbues the system with more flexibility than we had in the past when we were just writing conventional code.
Question front. We wait for the mic.
John Logston from George Washington University. First, a reaction to a comment that Vince made a few minutes ago about how long will digital information be available. As someone that writes history and writes footnotes, what is going to be there 100 years, 1,000 years from now? I write both links to paper archives and I write links to URLs. Which is the better footnote? Just a comment.
Well, the domain name system is unstable. URLs are not guaranteed to last. And so if you rely on URLs right now, you're in real trouble. I think 100 years from now, our 22nd century, for what are the people that they're not ancestors, or the other way around, descendants, thank you, duh. Those descendants may wonder what went on in the early parts of the 20th century or 21st century, but they won't have our emails and our blogs and our tweets and our digital docs and all the other stuff because it will have evaporated unless somebody goes to a huge amount of trouble to preserve that. So when people say, what should I do with all my valuable photographs? My answer today is get some really high quality photographic paper and print them.
I'm currently writing history during the Reagan administration where there was still lots of paper. I don't think I want to write history where everything's on emails. The comment more general that I wanted to make is this theme is new technology enabling a new era. How do you build a political constituency for technology? And I go back to 2009. Obama administration announces a new strategy for NASA, which meant reallocating resources away from system engineering development programs to different people doing different things, mainly in research communities, mainly in universities. And that became a political non-starter. Is it enough to hide the technology under missions? Or, can there be a political understanding of the importance of investment, not in basic research? I think that one's more or less understood, but technology development that would enable future capabilities, independent of those capabilities.
I don't know about the rest of you, but looking at the fact that we don't have an OSTP science advisor director, and the most recent budget propositions look like they were going to be severely impairing basic research. I think your question is quite valid. How do we create a political constituency for this? And the answer is, it looks like it's harder than we thought.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that it's a little linked to the comment that I made earlier about the pace of technology changing. If you have to show progress within one political cycle, but at the same time, you're also very worried about technology moving forward so quickly that it's overtaking the work that you're investing in. It argues for a tighter project-based approach with the goal of putting a sustained investment, very targeted, with the idea that you'll be able to solve a specific problem, or maybe 2 or 3 problems, and that's it, in this very defined time frame, and then take a breath and step back and say, okay, where is the rest of the world gone? And, what would be our next set of projects that are not going to be done by industry if we don't either influence them or fund it? Anyway, it's a possibility. I don't know.
I almost took somebody's head off. Nick Cummings, hi. So I actually wanted to follow up on John's question a little bit with the Senate Commerce Committee staff. You probably knew that, but so the question is related to John's question, and we've been talking a lot about new technology, and we've also been talking about infrastructure and laying groundwork for future missions and taking advantage of everything that we send to space to the maximum advantage we have. Upper stages, spacecraft that are beyond their science life. The question is, if we look back to the science missions of the past couple of decades, we've had some really, really good examples where we had a really good nexus of new technology, not just on the instrument side, but on the spacecraft side as well. A really good nexus of new technology and really good scientific goals. I don't know that I would say, though, that has been the norm, right? And so the question is, when you look at the mission selection process, from everywhere from flagship all the way down the chain, astrophysics, planetary, earth science, you name it, do we have the right policy in place that incentivizes mission selections that consider how not just instrument technologies, but spacecraft technologies, robotic technologies, how those technologies are going to play forward for lots of other purposes? And also that leaves behind infrastructure that can be used for other things. Do we have the right policy that leads to the right selection process that actually values those things, other than we like this mission because it aligns with the decadal goals and we happen to get some of this other stuff for free?
I think right now we probably don't. In that right now I think we tend to focus on risk minimization. And you see this with technology choices on missions. And it's not just even the selection committee, right? This is, you're working at your NASA center, and no system engineer wants to look at something and say, that's something that's high risk and new, even though that you don't want your mission to be the one taking the risks, because there's always going to be more costs and more overruns. And I think for some of these long or sustained things, there's always sort of budgetary pressure that says, you know, it's hard to, you want to control your mission costs, and that means you tend to de-emphasize things that have those longer term returns.
So,
And,
so there's a way. There might be a way to deal with this. Is called conflict of aspiration. Basically, either you want something which is highly flexible and can be adapted to do other things, but you don't want to take the risk. But it occurs to me, what about using low-cost missions in order to test new technology and demonstrate it, and then apply it to a more expensive mission? Why can't we do that?
Yeah, indeed, this is quite a conundrum. And so one approach that we've taken, particularly in our competitive calls, is to partner with our Space Technology Mission Directorate and Human Exploration, where technologies are being developed that need to be tested in space, and therefore offer them as tech demos. And we just selected a mission called Psyche, which is going to take next generation optical communication several astronomical units away, and it will be a huge step for us in communication if that works out. And so we're going to continue to do that. But indeed, the main mission has that paradigm that we talked about in terms of reducing risks, ensuring you can stay on cost, on schedule, you know, a certain level of maturity. So we have to guarantee at least an element of that for mission success. But we need an opportunity to leverage that to test some new technologies to bring in the next paradigm as fast as we can.
Can I add something to that? So that, you know, that certainly does work. There was a program called New Millennium, which was conceived as a set of relatively low-cost missions that were planetary-like missions, but would be designed to test new technologies and would accept a higher risk. And it was partly successful, but you know, I'm struck by the fact that even though launch rates seem very high and we're doing incredible numbers of things in space these days, if you really want to test all the kinds of new technologies that we're going to need in the future, the launch rate has to go up for relatively inexpensive, relatively high-risk missions that you can test some distance from the Earth, but you haven't invested an enormous amount of scientific goals and objectives into that particular mission.
Well, so it's not just launch rate, but it's launch cost.
And therefore it's launch cost.
Launch rate goes up, launch cost has to go down.
As soon as you want a higher launch rate, you've got a lower launch vehicle cost. That's right.
I think this is also an area where, to bring up a quote we heard earlier about culture eating strategy, that NASA does not have a high-risk culture. And you know, I think it's terrific that we're pushing these technology development missions, but I think technology development as part of science missions, part of other robotic missions. But this is an area where I think there's a real NASA leadership needs to continue to push the people out in the field that to take the risk that you associate with technology development, because there certainly is a tendency to not reward risk taking. That's not in the culture.
In talking about taking risk, just an observation. I think you're actually being too pessimistic on it. Curiosity. If you look at Curiosity, in order to land Curiosity on Mars, you really had to implement an entry-land descent capability that boggled the mind. And so, I mean, it's hard to imagine a program that took more risk looking for the enormous return. So I don't think we should over-criticize ourselves that we don't take risk.
Tom, I would further add to that in terms of the science experiments and other engineering capabilities, Curiosity's got all kinds of stuff that hadn't been flown before. So I think it hit the balance just about right.
Yeah, I agree.
Take the risk.
So it might have an
Okay, this is Steve Batali, ASEB, and I have really two questions, but I'll try to consolidate them into one. And that is that, first, I look at the word future, and I think 25 to 50 years. So I'm not thinking what we can do now, but looking at the extensible situation. And first of all, none of you have talked about simulation. And the fact that, you know, the changes in simulation as a technology are going far faster actually than the technology developments in real hardware. And so that's one part of it. The second part of it, if you think 25 to 50 years, is that you haven't considered the education component, the fact whether our education capabilities as part of the system, you know, as a symbiotic part of the system, are growing and changing in ways that would be able to serve the needs of the community.
So let me ask the panelists for their comments on 25 to 50 years out, and then we'll close with that.
You know, people ask me that question about the internet, and I look back 25 years and say, you know, 25 years ago, we didn't really have a clear understanding of what the impact of that technology was going to be. So I'm not comfortable trying to make predictions that far away, except for one thing. I'll be dead by then, so you can't laugh at me when if I get it wrong.
The education part?
Yeah.
So in terms of education, are you referring to STEM type education, or in 25 years who are right now in great right? Well, I think that falls into your simulation comment in the sense that the engineers 25 years from now are somewhere in elementary school or in a crib somewhere, or they haven't been born yet. But you know, the simulation capabilities now to be able to visualize being on the Martian surface, for example, or being able to actually visualize a spacecraft that's sitting on the surface, you can move around and look at it. Those kinds of stimuli are so different from what we were used to when we were growing up as kids, which were these sort of black and white NASA newsletters that they would send to schools. That has to have an impact on the way the next generation is going to imagine designing things and integrating different kinds of technologies into both robotic and human spaceflight. I mean, I can only say that those things have to be even further disseminated to a greater extent than they are now, even though they are disseminated to a huge extent. But that has got to have an impact on how the next generation is going to design things.
I think this is another area where we're going to need to be more flexible. I think and this is a criticism partially of NASA, but actually mostly of the university community, right? In industry, people move from company to company. They have career paths where they learn new things and bring them back in to other industries. NASA has the flexibility with its centers to move towards a mode in which, you know, you don't check in for life, right? You come in, you have a career path that maybe you go to Google and then go to SpaceX and then find yourself at Goddard or Ames. Universities are terrible at this, right? Once you leave the academic path and, you know, you're gone, right? We do not have people who, there's some rare exceptions, who have gone out, worked in industry, gone back to university, gone back and forth. And I think we're losing a lot in the way of ideas and flexibility because we don't allow that. I think it discourages people from universities to take career risks because once you leave, you don't go back. And I think if we're going to have the flexibility to take advantage of these new ideas coming from areas like, you know, robotics and AI, where a lot of the best research in things like, you know, recursive algorithms are happening in industry, not in academia. And if we're going to move back and forth, we're going to need to open up the way we do things.
I used to be on the faculty at Stanford, and I did leave in 1976 and moved here, and I never went back. On the other hand, I know a number of faculty at Stanford who have started companies, and they haven't left. You know, they sort of managed to split their time, and often these companies, you know, spin off and do well. So I'm not sure, at least in that one case, there's a very entrepreneurial atmosphere at Stanford University. Maybe that's true of some of the others.
I'd like to address the modeling piece for a moment. Famous quote, all models are wrong, some models are useful. So I think the challenge with the advances in modeling is that we still need data to anchor those models. So we're still going to be forced to actually go out and do the exploration to get the data. But from the simulation front, I do think that something is happening in the area of big data visualization. So with the virtual reality tools like Oculus Rift, one of the things that is sort of at the cutting edge right now is the ability to immerse yourself in a very large data set that allows you to simulate. So we're getting all this data from all of our exploration. So imagine the idea that you can try to put that data into different ways of looking at it, and then physically immerse yourself in it and get insights from that. So this is, sort of almost like a topological visualization of huge data sets. So I actually think that there's some potential for that to be a big change in 25 years.
Any final comments from other members of the panel? If not, we'll take a break for lunch, and thank you all for
Thanks to the panels. It's funny, we ended up talking about big data and visualization. We actually had a session at Space Science Week on the impact of those techniques on space sciences, and one of the science talks this afternoon is related to that with understanding the sun. So we're taking a break for lunch. We'll be restarting at 1:15. All of you received a lunch ticket in the back of your conference badge. Please sign the lunch ticket before you go upstairs, because they will make you sign it. So there are pens outside the front where you checked in for signing. Also, when you pick up your lunch, if there's a line at the register, you don't actually need to stand in line. You can go straight to the register and reach over the people who are in line and hand them the lunch ticket. Seems a little rude, but it'll get you out much quicker. So don't worry about that. We'll be restarting again at 1:15, so thanks. Oh, lunch is on the 3rd floor. You can take the stairs or the elevators. And Mary-Lynn Dittmar is going to moderate this session. So, Mary-Lynn.
So welcome back from lunch, everyone. It's our job to keep you awake in the post-lunch dip, so we'll see how we do here. This panel is on public-private partnerships, which are a pretty hot topic, having to do with the future of civil space, but they're not a new one. They can be found at all levels of government, municipal, state, regional, federal, particularly but not solely with regard to infrastructure, which we've already had some discussion about today. Public-private partnerships have been in use in this country almost since its founding, and they've emerged as a key means to advance government goals and private interests in civil space. Sure, that's better? Okay. A vibrant future in human space exploration and space science will absolutely rest on all nature of partnerships. Coming in many flavors, public-private partnerships offer possibilities to inject innovation into existing or new programs, to lower costs, to commoditize goods and services for profit, to remake or open markets, and of course to support the advancement of technology, sometimes driving entire industries forward. That said, they're not a panacea. Their success relies in part on a thorough understanding of balance between government and industry roles, between discretion and risk. Since the nature of balance also evolves, management approaches that capitalize on and sometimes must mediate between varied public and private interests are critical to their success. So this is all easy, right? The purpose of this panel is to explore some of these issues, and we have a great range of expertise here to help us do that. So I'm not going to read the bios in order to save time. They're all in your booklet, but I am going to start by introducing Roger Lanius. Roger, if you'd open with some remarks, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, all right. Can I do that from here?
Very good. Can everybody hear me? Well, my task today is to talk a little bit about the history of this. And of course, I'm a historian by training, inclination, avocation, however you wish to explain it. And I've been involved in the history of spaceflight since I moved to NASA a long time ago in 1990, and I've moved on from there. A couple of years ago, I published, or NASA published, a study that I did on historical analogs for space commercialization. That's available online if anybody wants to read it. It's got half a dozen or so case studies. I'm going to walk through a few of those in a very short presentation today to talk about some of those in the past. The first one, it shouldn't be too hard to see the connection between the Transcontinental Railroad and space transportation. In 1965, NASA sponsored a scholarly study called The Railroads in the Space Program. And Bruce Maslish, who is a professor at MIT, brought together a group of scholars, some of whom would go on to great careers, one of whom would be a Nobel Prize in economics later on, Robert Fogel, to look at how the railroads had emerged in the 19th century and how that lessons from those efforts might be transferred into space activities in the 20th century. I read that book when I was in graduate school, and I learned a lot about railroads. I learned nothing about how they might be able to be useful in the context of an analogy for space flight. But maybe there's some other ways to look at this. There are lots of various stories about the railroads and how they came to be. And obviously the Transcontinental Railroad is a big piece of this. It's not the only piece. The first railroads were constructed in the 1830s. And they ran the gamut of things that were 100% funded by government, usually state or local government, to things that were a public-private partnership, to things that were 100% private, or some version thereof. The Transcontinental Railroad, completed in 1869, is one that's the most famous, obviously, linking the east and the west coast of the United States. They are the result of the Pacific Railroad Act in 1862. There had been numerous efforts before that time to try to develop a transcontinental railroad. They could never do so. The sectional conflict of the 1840s and 50s prohibited the passage of legislation that would enable such an activity to take place. With the secession of the South in 1860 and 61 and the rise of the Civil War, the only people left in the Congress were those from the North, and they were quite happy to pursue this Pacific Railroad Act. There's a lot of famous things associated with this. One is the grant of sections of land on each side of the railroad tracks that would be the property then of the railroad. They could use it however they might wish. Then there's a lot of stories about how pioneers could go out to these regions in Nebraska, Kansas, wherever it happened to be, and buy some of this land for a very small amount of money and develop it as farmland or ranch land. All that's true, but that was not really the way in which most money was made for the railroads. There was some accrual that came to it. It was certainly an inducement in the context of getting the railroads to sign up to undertake this activity. But most importantly, it was significant because it enabled them to secure funding, loans from outside entities who saw this as a ready source of something down the road that they could have a return on their investment. So that collateral for private loans was a big part of this. There was bonds that were subsidizing this, sort of mortgages that they took, and funds that came to the railroad firms as a result of that. A lot of those loans were repaid. In some cases, they were not repaid. The companies went under. There was a lot of discombobulation in this transportation sector in the aftermath of the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad. There's no question about that. And the builders of the roads usually did fairly well. They were able to sell off to somebody else who, at a profit, sort of the IPA approach, and now I'm going to move it on to somebody else. And that somebody else might or might not take a bath in the process. Often they did. It wasn't helped when you had people like Jay Gould, who was the quintessential robber baron, who was famous for basically destroying whatever company he owned, selling off pieces of it, pocketing the proceeds, and moving on to the next one. In the process, they would go into receivership and have to be restructured in some other way. But the government did receive non-monetary benefits from this process that made it important even beyond the efforts to try to connect east to west in these transcontinental railroads. So, and they involved a variety of things. They involved things like, how do we move military to various places where they're needed? If you're trying to get into the Black Hills because there's a Native American uprising that's taking place there, what's the most expeditious way to do that? Those sorts of things were significant. A core question that lots of people have asked for a long period of time in history is, how did these railroads enhance the GDP of the United States? And there are econometricians who have tried to answer that question. And what they found was, approximately, based upon the best evidence that they found, if you take a counterfactual and you remove the railroads from the mix in terms of the economic activity of the United States, say in 1870 or 75 or 80, the railroads contributed, the Transcontinental Railroad contributed approximately 2% to the GDP. Now, that's not a lot of money, but it's not insignificant either. And it's probably worth more than that over the long haul. So that's sort of the history of the transcontinental railroads. Messy, a public-private partnership that sort of worked a lot of times, but not other times. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and some people made great fortunes, and others lost their shirts. It sounds like a lot of new industry sort of things. So the question I think that we have to ask is there a privately developed lunar transportation corridor that's possible, or maybe it's a low Earth orbit transportation corridor? Choose what you wish. Is there a way to stimulate private financing, which would be supplemented by government loans or maybe direct government subsidies? Are there property and patent rights that could be granted to participating firms in some particular way that would make it attractive to undertake these sorts of investments on the private side? Are there guarantees of revenues with potential for government contracts down the road? I mean, that's one of the things that we have found in the context of low Earth orbit today, is that there has been some entrepreneurial activity on the part of SpaceX and a variety of other companies that are engaged in developing new rocket systems and capabilities. But there's also a promise. In some cases, it's more than a promise. It's direct contracts that enable them to assure a revenue stream down the road. There's challenges to this approach, of course. Is there a possibility of changing the laws associated with the Outer Space Treaty and the Moon Treaty, which the United States is not a signatory to, and other agreements that exist, to make lunar land grants a possibility? Would that stimulate some investment along these lines? The problem, of course, is we have not found anything on the moon as yet that we want bad enough to go there and expend resources to get. If we had, if the astronauts who were there during the Apollo program had found something we wanted, it would have been a new gold rush. We would have been there in a heartbeat, but we didn't find that. Doesn't mean it's not there, it just means we haven't found it. Maybe it does mean it's not there, but we don't know. And are the value of various other types of things, such as patents and so forth, sufficient to spur investments today? Those are open questions. I don't think anybody in this room's got the answer to those. If you do, I'd very much like to talk to you about that. Let me move on to a second analogy, and that is commercial aviation. A lot of us know a lot about this particular area. And what we're maybe less certain of is is how this thing unfolded. We tend to take lessons from certain pieces of it, and we sort of sometimes forget the totality of it. The Wright brothers invented the airplane in 1903. There's no doubt about that. Is there anybody in this room from Brazil? I know that Santos Dumont is a major pretender to this particular concept. The people who advocate that are wrong. And I could name others in the same category. But the Wright brothers invented the airplane. They were unable to commercialize it in any real sense. They were really incapable and stopped innovation associated with the airplane for a number of years through patent infringement lawsuits and so forth. And it wasn't until the second decade of the era of flight that those got resolved. And by the time that World War I broke out in 1914, the United States was very much at the tail end of this technology development. And there was a lot of pointing from Europe to the American backwater that was aviation at the time. There were efforts to try to recover from that, and fundamentally, those were focused on government activities. So there are, and there were a number of things that did take place. So commercial aviation began in the context of a series of national priorities, and they were national priorities. They remain so to today. National security was a big piece of this. And so what investment did exist was really focused on national security. The NACA, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, established in 1915, NASA's predecessor agency, was really fundamentally built around how do we catch up to what's taking place in Europe. Mostly they're looking at Europe. And how does that affect our national security? It's really about military operations. And so that's been a big piece of this. It is right up to the present. Economic competitiveness was also a big part of this. If you can't sell an airplane somewhere else because somebody wants to buy one built in France or Germany or England or Brazil or you name it, that's not good for the United States as a nation state. And then there is a pride and prestige factor. There's no question about that. The Americans invented the airplane, and now look what's happened. And that's still, all of those are still at play at some level. And so the drivers for pursuing those kinds of technology are very real. I already mentioned the establishment of the NACA in 1915. There were efforts at the state and local levels to establish authorities that could build airports, and the New York, New Jersey Port Authority was a good example of that early on, issuing bonds to build an airfield just outside of New York. Very significant development, and one that was replicated literally around the U.S. But one of the things that we don't necessarily think of is that all of the commercial activities associated with flight from World War I until the mid-1920s was government. The Airmail Act in 1925 changed that, the Kelly Act. Before that, the Postal Service employed as civil servants the pilots who flew the mail. The airplanes were government equipment. And those pilots, by the way, included people like Charles Lindbergh. And it was not run as a commercial activity. It was run as a public service. There's something to be said for public service, but the Congress had a different plan. How do we transform this government activity into something that is commercial, is broader than just serving the needs as defined by some federal agency or several federal agencies? And the Airmail Act forced the post office to get rid of their airplanes, to contract out for the services of airmail. The Air Commerce Act the next year established a oversight group to see how airways were constructed, navigation aids were created, licensed pilots were certified, airplanes were approved for flight, all of those sorts of things, as well as investigating accidents, and of course, there were regularly accidents. The Civil Aeronautics Authority in 1938 expanded this. It's the modern predecessor of the FAA. And Congress was the one who pushed this very, very significantly. But I should add, until 1966, every airline in the United States received a direct subsidy from the federal government for flying routes. A direct subsidy. Every month they got a check. And that was about ensuring, the rationale behind it was, name the small town of your choice. They need to have an air service capability there. So you can fly a route between Chicago and New York and make tons of money, but you can't fly a route from New York to the middle of nowhere and make a ton of money. But that route was important as well. Now, I need to move on because my time is up. But so I think we have to ask the question, is there a spaceline industry that is possible? Is there a way in which we might seek to use some of the lessons from the aviation industry to do the same? Then finally, I'll talk about this in just very, very briefly, the National Park Service. One of the best ideas that anyone in America ever had. And of course, we all know that Teddy Roosevelt was responsible for the creation of the first national parks. And mostly he and people who were associated with that wanted to preserve the wilderness. So John Muir could care less whether or not you as a tourist got to visit Yellowstone National Park. What he cared about was Yellowstone National Park was preserved in a pristine condition. Very quickly, the Park Service figured out a way to create tourism, to induce private sector entities to build railroad spurs, accommodations, facilities for people to visit, and concessionaires to engage in activities associated with these places at private expense under the auspices of what became the Park Service. And it was an enormously successful activity. Now, the balance of private versus public activities in our national parks is still very much an issue. And there's lots of fights that go on, and whether or not you should let airplanes fly through the Grand Canyon, all this other kind of stuff. But it was a unique, interesting, and quite effective way to try to make nice use, without destruction of much, of these pristine areas in the United States. With that, I'm going to close. Could we develop something like that for, say, the moon or low Earth orbit? I'll quit. All of this is about lunar transportation, space transportation industry, tourism, and so forth. Hopefully they're thoughtful in some way.
Thank you, Roger. I'm going to turn this over to Jack Donahue, but I just want to read off a list of things that I just pulled out of your talk. With regard to funding, private loans, private collateral, government collateral, bonds, subsidies, property IP, property or IP rights, government loans, and use of government assets, in other words, leverage. So those are 7 or 8 models right there, okay, in whole or in part or in combination that can all go into public-private partnership. So, Jack?
Thanks. Let me offer just a very broad generic definition of a public-private partnership. A public-private partnership is a construct of rules, procedures, and incentives meant to induce private actors to advance public goals. And as Mary Lynn indicated when we started off, this goes way back. You can go back farther than the Railroad Act, actually. The Lewis and Clark Voyage of Discovery was a classic public-private partnership. Those guys were not public government employees. They were private players, actually answering directly to Thomas Jefferson, not as president, but as a guy who was interested in making this happen. But even if it's not the earliest, the railroad expansion is high up there in my personal hall of fame for public-private partnerships. It was not cheap. By one authoritative reckoning, the price was 9% of the land mass of the continental United States. It was not perfect. For several of the lines, we clearly overpaid, although for about half of them, we got it about right. It set in motion an industrial trajectory that, had the people who set it up been omniscient geniuses instead of just really good, they might have been able to spot and head off a world of hurt a couple generations down the road. But it was really, really good. It vastly accelerated the development of the North American continent. I don't like to argue with historians, but Roger, my read of that econometric literature is that the delta was 2% change in the growth rate, a 2 percentage point change in the growth rate. That kind of adds up. I mean, that's like the difference between where we are and where we need to be for the Trump tax plan to work, for example. So it's a big number. So this was up there with the National Park Service as one of America's great ideas. It doesn't always work that way. We did that in the 19th century. In the 20th century, we decided to build a construct of rules, procedures, and incentives to induce private actors to advance the public goal of promoting owner-occupied housing. Okay? And we built that construct in a way that, in retrospect, is obviously dumb, though nobody saw it at the time. And it broke down in the 80s in the savings and loan crisis that cost $160 billion, which might seem like a quaintly small catastrophe these days, but it was real money. We then reconstructed the system of procedures, rules, and incentives in a different way that was also dumb, but in a way that everybody sees in retrospect but didn't see at the time. And that, in this century, pretty much tanked the global economy. So it doesn't always work well. I will observe that it often, getting it to work well is really, really hard. And one dramatic illustration of that is one of my favorite examples of public-private partnership, the charter school movement, which is an absolute classic. And we've been running that experiment for a long time. There's a lot of data. It's somewhat contradictory. If you are a fan of charters, as I am, you can tell this story where the average performance of charters is a little bit better than the average performance of regular public schools. If you are an opponent of charters, you can tell an honest story where the average performance is a little bit worse than regular public schools. But the average is almost certainly very close to zero. That doesn't mean that charters are the same as regular public schools. What that means is that the best are magnificent and the worst are disastrous. And that is because we're not always very good at building that construct of rules, procedures, and incentives. In states and localities and jurisdictions where they deploy their A-team to charter governance, they get fantastic results. And where not. So if we are talking about building a construct of rules, procedures, and incentives to induce private actors to advance the public goal of exploring space, which I think might be a great idea, my one recommendation is let's make sure we staff up with our A-team.
Thanks, Jack. Dan?
Well, I don't know how I follow that 18 part right now. To switch over to and maybe focus in a little bit more on some work we've done on public-private partnerships in a space transportation arena. If we've had the successes these days with the commercial cargo, commercial crew activities over the last few years, particularly with the success of SpaceX, Blue, and Orbital and those kind, and where all that's headed from a crew and cargo perspective. But there's also a history that we had to work through to get us to where we were able to make COTS and those things work. And I'm here, I guess, to maybe remind us of that history a little bit and some of the lessons we learned, some good lessons and some hard lessons. It goes way back in the agency, but from my perspective, it really started we really ramped it up with the DCXA X-33 reusable launch vehicle arena back in the early and mid-90s. Back then, we called them cooperative agreements. We didn't call them funded space acts, although they are basically the same. We had to work through how do we deal with the incentives, how do we negotiate those, how do we put these in place. We were operating outside of the typical federal acquisition regulations back in those days. And interestingly enough, we learned some things in DCXA where the regs weren't established yet, thankfully. We had guidance, but we did not have regs. And so we were allowed to set things up, and we had to make some decisions. And then we moved into X-33 where the regs were in place.
And the big difference between those two was that under the original approach, under the guidance model, we were able to add content or requirements or scope if the associate balance between the government and private investment was made or was kept constant. So that turned out to be, and we had flexibility and we were able to do that. The program was successful ultimately. But then when we moved into the X-33 arena, it became frankly more of a fixed price contract kind of a mentality, in that we couldn't add requirements, we couldn't add scope, and if we did, all of that was borne by the private industry investment or the private industry side. So in that case, Lockheed Martin had to make some decisions. Interestingly enough, is as we went through these negotiations and we worked through this, we were always working to understand what was the value for the government, what was the value for private industry, and also a risk balance that we had to work through. We had implementation questions that we had to learn how to deal with. How do we deal with the funding, and how do we make sure that private industry, the partner, is willing to continue to work, at the same time allowing the government to have some ability of insight or oversight, whatever phraseology you'd like to use, and I'll stay out of that debate. But we ended up learning things like milestone payments, which got used on COTS and other things, was a good way to go about it, but don't make it based on paper products, make it based on hardware product. Make it based on tangible program success, because we learned that there were ways, as we worked our way through it, that there were ways to maybe monkey around the rules a little bit. But ultimately, what we did do, and it led into things like the original Kistler in the early 2000s. We put a thing together with Kistler where we ended up out of a NASA NRA. We ended up buying data, or that was going to be the plan if they were successful. And we had to work through that. Ultimately, that one didn't quite play out. But we have this range of experience that all fed into what became the COTS experience, et cetera, for what we now have for station and crew. And to Jack's point, we were learning along the way and just had to get in there and deal with it and work it out. And we found some interesting discussions we got into with data rights and things of that nature, where we actually gave industry data rights. We put a time limit on it of 5 years or something like that, but we put time limits on it so that there was value from an industry perspective to be able to make the investment. And that investment from an industry side was allowed to be cash or in-kind contribution, whatever it may be. So a lot of these mechanics that we learned along the way, we did these on some experimental programs leading towards space transportation, and we can see, I think in my view, you can see how we have learned and we have evolved, and now that the whole idea is growing into a larger conversation, which should lead us to an interesting future. So I'd just like to remind us all of the work and personally the people back in the early and mid 90s that were making a lot of these hard decisions and trying to just find our way through the forest, and we ultimately made it. So with that, I don't know if we were the A team. Some people in this room probably think we were not, but that's okay. We gave it our best shot. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Alan?
So I'm the odd man out here for a couple of reasons. One is I'm industry, but perhaps more importantly, I was asked to talk about the lessons on the aeronautics side, that little A in NASA. It's literally the rounding error on the NASA budget, but represents a business that's the largest manufacturing export of the United States, just so you know where I sort of feel about this. The partnership, as we heard, goes back a long time. If we go back in history, at NACA days, it was ambivalent back then. So after World War II, the Army, the Navy, and industry made a run at NACA. in congressional hearings and tried to get it abolished. And they basically said, give us the money, we can do better. So as an industry guy, of course, I always have to say, give me the money and I'll do something with it. So this ambivalence isn't new. Even now there's ambivalence in the sense of you have the WTO actions, the United States against Europe, and there are people who say, is the contribution NASA makes worth the legal entanglements? Now, of course, the people who say that are lawyers, not technologists. So if you look at what's happened, historically, both NACA, now NASA, and industry evolved together. So now it's a very symbiotic relationship for the traditional aerospace industries. We have the same stately pace of programs. We're perfectly used to spending 18 months having lawyers negotiate clauses which don't seem to mean anything. We understand how each other think. We come to a consensus on where the technology opportunities lie, and we go ahead. And the role, and in aviation, the investment that industry makes vastly outstrips that of NASA, and nor is NASA a customer or an operator in any sense of the word, unlike on the space side. The value that NASA provides has been pushing new ideas, and in particular ideas whose gestation period is longer than the attention span of industry investors, which isn't very long. And so I look at the advancement made since the 707, which is about 80% reduction in fuel burn, and a lot of those ideas are traceable to NASA programs. In some cases, the industry started with an idea, it didn't work, they got out of it, NASA kept at it, and I remember going to a meeting where I asked the industry, why are you even talking about this? It looks so great. And the answer is, well, we canceled it, we took money from NASA, and now we have to tell everybody about it. Certainly in my engine business, some of the engines in the 1990s came out of the earlier NASA EQ program in the late 70s, early 80s. What we now call unducted rotors came out of NASA programs. Our latest product has gestation and NASA thinking. So we've worked well together over time. But in aeronautics as in space, it's an exciting time. You have new players coming in. You have players coming in who don't think 18 months is a fine time to negotiate a contract. That's their period by which they come out with a new product. It's obsolete, and they come out with yet another new product. Having all regulations done to a T, everybody understands everything, everybody speaks the same language. Not the same. And so my NASA colleagues tell me they're learning how to work with these new entrants. I think the entrants have the technological possibility of perhaps transforming the country as in the sense of personal air mobility. We'll see if it works out economically and financially, but it's steady progress. NASA is the spark plug for new ideas in our industry, and whether the ideas come from a university or come from a little company, NASA has a big role in pushing them forward. And so the current NASA X airplane program is probably the most exciting thing to happen in aeronautics for the last several decades. And it may be the only way to get an airplane that doesn't look like a lineal descendant of a 707 is to burn down the risk with investments on the government level. Let me say that other countries get it, and they match NASA's investment in aeronautics because they realize the role it has in the economic well-being of not just countries, but continents.
So we have a respondent, Bill Gerstenmaier.
So again, this is an interesting discussion. I think what I learned from this is public-private partnerships are extremely hard to do correctly. They're easy to mess up and not do well. But I would also say I learned that they're absolutely required. in what we're doing going forward. If we stay with the same model of where government does everything and we don't leverage the best out of public-private partnership activities, I think we're doomed to failure. So I think we need to figure out a way to make this work. We need to not be petrified by the fact that they're difficult and they require the A-team, as you described. But I think we just need to be ready to try to move forward, and that's what we're trying to do within the agency. So we're trying to move forward in that general direction, but it's not easy internal to the agency because it also changes, as we discussed earlier, the cultural view of the agency. You know, we've typically have been the agency that did all the innovation, and now to recognize that someone else can do innovation is very difficult for the agency internally, culturally. But I think there is a real advantage of going out to the public-private partnerships and figuring out ways, as you described, through incentives to use a private entity to serve the public good. And that's the ultimate of what you're trying to do. So you gave some good thoughts. Now look for some definitive how-tos so we can go execute to your plan. So that's your challenge here in the question and answer.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions from the audience? Who's got the throw mic? No throw mic? People weren't throwing, so you just went to handheld?
Don't get the box.
I know.
This thing turned on. Test. Okay. So about the government involvement in infrastructure, the summary on the railroad thing was really fascinating. But if you go back and look at some of the other major infrastructure, it turned out the government had a role to play, but it's never the same. They've invented different ways to do it. So the Electrical Power and Telephone Act offered private partnerships with or subsidies and things like that. And the road system, of course, with the 1954 whatever it was, Interstate Highway Act, was a military action, although we never had missiles flying around on the freeways, so except for the cars in California. That's a different problem. So I'm wondering now whether, given these different kinds of ways in which the government found to stimulate private sector interest, that maybe is our challenge here, is to figure out how do we craft another one of these things that gives incentives to the private sector. And I think that's what I hope we get out of this panel.
Does anybody want to take that? Sure.
I wonder that. As was said earlier today, business is about solving people's problems and making a profit. So from a company point of view, show me the money. I'm happy to work with the government, but how do I make money in the endeavor? How do I make money on Mars? How do I make money on the moon? Real estate. But I don't have to get there. I can just sell it over the web. Indeed. Yes, and that didn't end well. So success can be as dangerous as failure is the lesson there. So NASA, and in fact the world, has worked hard to find the value proposition in space, and we have in telecommunications, and we have in Earth observation, and we'll put aside the military uses. And so it's the innovator who figures out how to make a buck out of it and then comes to NASA to work on a joint deal, I think is the progress. The other thing I didn't say about the new entrants is their risk aversion profile is much different than the traditional large industries, which are very well matched with NASA's, which is essentially none. Right? We don't want to take any risk. Fail fast and fail frequently is not an option because we're going to go slowly and we're not going to fail. And so the culture at NASA and some of these endeavors may have to change about being willing to fail on some of these joint ventures. And as you pointed out, many of them worked and many of them didn't work so well. And so there's a flexibility on the model, and hopefully they have the legislative cover to be able to apply that flexibility.
And if I may, from my own personal perspective, is it's also a moving target, because one of the reasons X-33 was started to lead to Venture Star, et cetera, down the road from a space transportation and get that cost of access to space down by factors of tens and hundreds and all that good stuff, was because flight rate was going to be driven by this
satellite telephone and all kinds of satellites up in orbit marketplace that got beat to the market by terrestrial cell phones. And so that changed the business case analysis almost overnight, while at the same time we're working with some real hard single stage to orbit technology and all these kinds of things we're trying to do. The market changed on us and moved out. So you have to be aware of all that as you're going forward, so that that's part of the risk management discussion. But it's an issue you have to deal with.
I'd just like to agree that you look through history, and my guess is Roger could name example after example, and we've seen over and over again, really smart people figuring out ways to harness the private sector to the public interest. And it's a different, as you point out, it's a different puzzle every time, and it involves a different solution every time. Sometimes you figure it out by evolution. You sort of try and fail until you've exhausted all the alternatives, and then what's left must be a success. So evolution has a role in doing this kind of work. But let me suggest there is also a role for intelligent design, because the costs can be, and stakes can be high, and if you can think through what might work rather than just trying everything, you have a lot better odds of success.
Absolutely true, and it has to evolve over time. I sort of blanch at the concept of intelligent design because of other connotations, but I get the point on this. And one of the things that's happened throughout all of these various settings, and the railroads is a great example since they've been around for a long time, is modification that takes place in various settings because of various circumstances. Most of us don't realize, but in World War I, they nationalized all the railroads. They became government entities for a period of a couple of years, and were operated by the federal government for those purposes, and those purposes only. That's one model, obviously. You can make that work, maybe not very well, but Amtrak's sort of in that model. But there are a variety of ways this can be done. They do change over time. It's important to understand that the circumstances that might be applied in one setting might not work in another setting, and might not work 30 years later or 40 years later. Anyway.
Other questions? We got one there, one there. You got the throw mic. Yay.
Thank you. I really love what you said, sir, on the end about how do you find the value proposition? That's what the private sector is really good at. Okay? That's not something that the government organizations arguably can be good at. So let's stop expecting NASA to find the value proposition in things. Obviously, they're public servants. Obviously, they're patriots. Obviously, they're trying to deliver value to the taxpayers who are funding their efforts. But they're not good at finding the greatest value proposition of things. That's what the private sector does. The thing I love about this panel, and obviously Roger's, I could have listened to Roger for hours, but and I have many times, but your comments, Jack, if I can, the reason why, and not to put any pressure on us, but and I work in this field, so it's on me too. This isn't just about how does NASA get what it needs to get done, okay? This is not just about efficiency, or as some people like to call it dismissively, another form of procurement, okay? The reason why public-private partnerships were used so often throughout American history, especially in the West, and should be used in space, is because that's how we're going to actually expand civilization there. Okay, if it's just about the government doing space for the American people to watch, there's a capacity for that, there's a level of support for that, but it's not as much as the level of support for people getting to go themselves, or their children being able to get to go, or their children being able to get jobs participating in it in some way, whether as a college undergraduate science student who flies their own CubeSat, there's a way that they can participate in space themselves personally. And public-private partnerships are all about that. And so it's in the NASA Act. NASA shall promote to the fullest extent the commercial uses of space. So this is arguably a big part of what the program is about. It's not just a means, it's an end in and of itself. And so it is really important that we have our A team. And maybe culturally at NASA, to the extent that NASA can learn that this is a goal, this is an end, this isn't just a means, the culture can begin to see that, wow, it's just as heroic to partner with a company that goes off and creates something, and yes, the entrepreneur becomes a billionaire and they become famous and they're on the cover of Wired and I'm not, but it's still glorious, just as Apollo was glorious. And somehow we have to manage that cultural transition to make NASA heroes for being partners. So.
As the former NASA guy sitting here, totally. Let's not take it too far, Jim. In terms of what I did in the 90s, after that I was off the rails. Okay. Your point's well taken, because this morning, if harken back to the discussion about what sustainability is and what's needed, and the way we're going to get there is going to be through public-private partnerships figuring out what the value proposition is. And I totally agree, and I think most of the government employees would agree too, that the best experts to figure out what the value proposition is in private industry. So I think a lot of people are thinking that way. The culture, I see the culture changing in that direction as you describe it. Not all the way there to where everybody would like it, but it's moving in that direction. And particularly those that have been involved in this public-private partnership activity along the road are helping make this happen, and we're building a case and a culture. We just have to grow it. I think your point's well taken.
I think your point is half well taken. I think that the private sector, I mean, mostly, by the way, I like what you said, especially about NASA folks considering themselves space heroes if they make happen things, even if they do it indirectly. The private sector is really good at identifying the private value proposition. That's only half of public-private partnership. I mean, there was for a long time, there was a private value proposition in, selling junky securitized debt obligations. People made a lot of money with that. Doesn't mean it was a good idea. And the public half was missing in, blowing the whistle on that and saying that is actually not creating public value. And that's the hard part.
Other questions?
Yeah, Valerie Manning from Airbus and the ASEB. So the session theme is about, industry. So I understand you're focusing mostly on bringing products to fruition, but I was curious about the more upstream research approach to it, the public-private partnership there, about, NASA, national labs, then you have the FFRDCs, and you have private universities, and you have private industry. You touched a little bit on it, Alan, about attention span, but otherwise I was just wondering what you think about the public-private partnership or split in terms of the upstream research, like Mark's 1G constant acceleration, for example. Who should be working on that?
If we start talking about public-private partnership outside of NASA, I think it's so different by the charter, and FFRDCs, in my mind, are places started for very good reasons by the government and are now looking for stuff to do as their original charter they were successful at. For NASA, NASA, in my mind, has stewardship of the national aeronautical future. And part of that stewardship is facilities, which were once world-class and are now still kind of world-class but pretty old. And one of the reasons for working with NASA is they have the big wind tunnels, they have test facilities, they have first-class engineers who are willing to help with narrow expertise, but that's very deep, and they're all willing to move in. So in research, it's again the partnership. If we use the DoD model, where NASA funds the 6-1 basic research in universities for the large part, that's very useful. That stimulates people to go into aerospace. Some, that's very useful. NASA is well equipped and staffed to do 6-2 sorts of applied research, early stage applied research, and then partner with companies for the larger demonstrations, or in some cases the companies have better facilities. So it's a true partnership. Part of that partnership comes from years of working together. It's you know your counterparts both in the technical side, but also the lawyers know how to work together. And that's where Skype and stuff maybe isn't so helpful. You're less willing to compromise with somebody by email than you are if you're locked in a room for a while. So I think there's lots of role. The challenge in my mind on the space side for the partnership is identifying where you need the boost to get going. You don't expect the government to be in there in the steady state, because if there is no steady state, then it's just a straight subsidy. But it's where does a little bit of help, whatever a little bit means in the space business, get you going towards a path to be a self-sustaining enterprise.
John Olson, ASEB. The piggyback to that is once you have that stimulant, which was largely what we did with commercial space and the national space policy, the question is when does that self-sustaining, when's the terminus of the stimulant, and where's that inflection point in between? What are your thoughts on, are there specific for our space enterprise, are there specific drivers or metrics or criteria for that?
I'd almost say that's a question that's going to be answered on the Hill rather than this endeavor. It's how long do you continue to subsidize airlines to fly into remote locations? We're still doing it. We've tried to cancel it for a long time. As General Lyle said, the BRACs are an ongoing ambition for the military. It's really hard to shut things down. That's why you'd like them to take off and not need the subsidy anymore. And so let's see, we don't subsidize telecommunication satellites. We no longer, in a sense, subsidize Earth observation to the degree that the government buys their services, but there's some commercial stuff. It takes a long time to establish a new business. I will point out that the first transatlantic cable, which took a long time and killed many people to get established, had a big secret. And the big secret was that the data rate was a tiny fraction of what they told the investors it would be. And so the revenues were tiny. And the solution to that was to give Lord Raleigh stock. And he figured out the electromagnetic equations and the compensation to let you do it. So it's not, I think the answer to your question is plan on doing it not quite in the DARPA model, but some hybrid, right, where you plan on being in only for a short time, and then to some degree it's sink or swim.
I'd like to add to that one just briefly, if I may, which we just had hearing up on Capitol Hill, and your comment about Congress, very cogent one, having to do with the space station. And if you think about it, every commercial payload that flies on board the space station is itself a public-private partnership. It's leveraging government assets. In some cases, it's leveraging government funding. And every single one of those represents an attempt to develop some product line or research line that would eventually go to profit. I mean, that's the point of it. Yet station is limited in time. It won't last forever. And so part of the discussion there has to do with how do we know if we're making progress in the economic development of low Earth orbit. And it's an extremely difficult question to answer, because the fact is we're only going to know when it starts to happen. And don't have a crystal ball. So that applies, I think, to many public-private partnerships.
Sorry, John, you want to go?
I start by going back to the first panel this morning, asking what has changed since 2009 was the data point. And I would say one of the things that has changed is this phrase, public-private partnership, has become a religion. Now I go back to what Mary Lynn just said. Every payload to the station is a public-private partnership. What does the concept mean? What are the limits of a meaningful definition of public-private partnerships in the context of where we want the relationship between government and the private sector in space to go? If everything is a partnership, then nothing is. So, you know, are we talking about co-investing, risk sharing? I mean, what is the definition that you can say, yeah, that's a partnership, and this is contractual relationships. This is just the natural order of things. And does the concept really have any meaning, or has it become this decade's slogan?
To answer real quickly, the point of the, I'm going to kick it right back to Jack. The point of this panel was actually to raise those questions, John, so thank you. You're a great straight man. It is not a panacea. It is not an ideology. It is a approach which has a whole lot of different flavors, right? So I'm going to kick it back to Jack, because Jack had a great, I think, definition at the beginning.
Well, it's I actually did have a definition which I kind of made up for purposes of this, but I'll confess that 10 years ago I started on a sabbatical to write a book about public-private partnership, and before I left, I had my assistant gather, you know, bushels of material for me to read while I was abroad. And the first thing I read on the stack when I got settled in was about a contract to pick up the garbage, and the second thing I read was about a compact to end global poverty. And I decided if the same term applied to both of those things, it was not a very useful term. And so I actually, except when I'm obliged to be on a panel, I don't even use the term anymore. I actually came up with a term called collaborative governance, which didn't mean anything before, but I get to say what it means. And what it means is sort of the middle ground between contracting, where the government holds all the discretion, and voluntarism, where the private side holds all the discretion. It's that messy middle ground where both parties have some control. But yeah, I kind of agree that it's a term that's gone from obscurity to meaninglessness without passing through an interval of coherence.
And on that note, I think I'm going to end the panel. I'm not sure we could. Tom, did you want to get one question in? Because I'm not sure we're going to be able to top that.
No, maybe just as a follow-up to that, Jack, recognizing it's a messy, and that's, I think, something we've realized the last 8 years more, is it's not a one-size-fits-all. There's a divergent set of actors out there, from high wealth net individuals to people in their garage with great ideas looking to be unleashed, to big companies who are looking at potentially having markets. And to Jim Muncie's point, I understand that that shouldn't be the only gauge is the due diligence. But what is your sense of the due diligence side of this? I mean, that's something we're starting to pay more attention to, is how do you bin some of these things so you can at least say, where's that national value part? Is there a mission value? Is it an aspirational value? And then you can tie that to factors of risk or factors of how much you want to commit to something, or potentially have the time horizon wrong, where you're willing to subsidize it more because the mission upside, or the national, depending on how you define what the upside is that you're trying to get after, that you've defined that well in this kind of muddy middle ground you described.
Now, this is a little like pornography, you know, when you see it. What does it matter? Anything NASA does and puts its resources on, people at NASA have decided it's in the national interest. If you give me a contract to do something, that's not a partnership. If I pay you to use your facilities, that's not a partnership. If we have a contract and I got to put up half the money and you put up half the money, It depends upon the language in the contract as to whether it's a partnership. But what does it matter in the sense that we've all decided it's in the best interest of the groups that we represent, the community represented by the private entity and the nation represented by NASA to move ahead. You want the flexibility to define the value, and you may say that the value is a function. How much you're willing to invest of your resources versus the partners is a function of what you think the value proposition is.
I apologize because I think we're out of time. Do we have until 2:15, right? Is that right? Moderator, I should know these things. I think that's what it is. Yeah, so I think the next panel starts in just a few minutes. So Henry, I see your question and take it up offline. 2:30? We haven't 2:35? 2:25? I'm sorry, I take it back. Henry.
It's real quick. It's more a comment than a question, and that is, seems to be an underlying part of this discussion. There's an impression it's really a contract between NASA for the government and private industry, where you mentioned Congress and others, but even independent of that, you've in the railroad example, you have the Interstate Commerce Commission. They had a pricing scheme that encouraged people to move to the west and resources to come east for many, many years. Airlines, the CAB was a pricing scheme too. And it's not just one part of the government. There has to be some sort of overall value set for the government and for industry. And it's not just a contractual or other arrangement between one agency and the private sector. And also keeping in mind the private sector knows how to work the government with other agencies too. And you need some sort of higher level thinking if you want to have an intelligent, well thought out type of arrangement, and that's very, very difficult to do, and particularly over time.
Thank you. Steve Battelle, ASEB. The problem I'm having right now is I'm struggling with the risk calculus of this. You know, it's predicated on success, and oftentimes NASA does partnerships where they prop up the loser, you know, basically a losing strategy as opposed to having the best strategy. And so I'm trying to understand how the filter is done in order to, in business it happens oftentimes by accident, but oftentimes also companies fail. If you don't allow a company to fail, even when they're in a partnership with you with a bad idea, it seems to me that that's not a viable, you know, strategy. And so I'm trying to interpret the execution of the selection and the general way on which you do this so that you, in fact, are gaining value, but you also have a risk component, you know, where there's large gains to be had. And I haven't heard that talked about, so I'm hoping you might be able to talk about that a little bit.
When I talk about the sort of the architecture of these constructs, that's, you know, that's where the detailed craft comes in, and you know, it's very tricky. What you want to do is select your partners and structure the incentives in ways that motivate them to reveal as much as they know about risk. One great example of this that I know a little bit about is the Energy Department, which, by the way, is nothing but a nexus of contracts. I mean, there's basically nobody works there. It's all just outsourced. They spent a long time failing to clean up nuclear sites, and then I think this was 80s, early 90s. I can't remember when, but Rocky Flats was just a complete disaster of a cleanup. And they decided to try a different approach, and they brought in a contractor and structured, structured the relationship so that it would be crazy for the contractor to accept it if they didn't really believe they had some, you know, innovative approaches that could do better. It was a very, you know, different in detail. It would take like, you know, a long time to explain what it was, but it was a very carefully structured relationship, and it did the job. I mean, they came in, you know, under budget and about a decade ahead of schedule. but it was thinking in a very granular, very systematic way about the private incentives and how to shape them.
And the question I would ask in that context is it transportable to another setting? Can you use it at another place in exactly the same way, or does it have to be modified every time, and how much is that modification? Is there a universal set of principles? Is really sort of, I think, one of the things you're trying to get to, too.
There's a universal set of principles, and think about what your partner is going to do on their own behalf and their own interest. Think about how you can affect them, and then apply your leverage you have to get them closer to a public purpose. But it's not a cookie cutter.
Yeah.
It's Vince Cerf again. This is a really interesting discussion, and I'm going back in my mind thinking about all of the other instances where major infrastructure has been created by government intervention. And as we said earlier, the way in which the government intervened varied quite dramatically, depending on what it was that it offered, what incentives it put in place. But in every single case, there was a business that was nascent in the proposition, and it needed some incentive to demonstrate that before the private sector could fully engage. And in the case of the internet, it started out as a purely government thing, and then the router companies figured out they could sell routers to the universities instead of wrapping a graduate student around a computer to make a router. And they ran out of graduate students anyway. So, and then came services after that. So the question must be not just whether it's a public-private partnership or some other intervention. Just look at all of them. What is the business that is of interest to the private sector? Right now, launch to space is clearly a business proposition, and we're seeing the private sector engaging. So I guess we would have to start looking at what are the other things that NASA now does to get into space and to get people into space. And there are things besides launch that would be of interest outside of NASA for the private sector to offer. And I don't have a particular idea of what that would be, but it seems to me that's what we have to discover if we're going to have a successful proposition, regardless of the nature of the intervention.
Hi, I'm Celinda Marsh. Until recently, I was with OMB Science and Space Branch. And I think one of the issues we've really been struggling with on this is how much is it one of NASA's purposes to grow the economic development of space? Because there is the purpose that NASA can engage in a partnership for only for accomplishing specific missions that are accepted as part of the nation's goals, or is something that has some generic economic development benefit part of NASA's purpose as a public interest simply because it has the social good of growing the economy? And I think there are some very strong opinions on this issue that go both ways. And it's also a question of, is NASA the right agency to take on that public interest? Are there any other agencies that are capable of taking on that public interest? Yeah, it's just a really complex question, but I think that's the core of how we go forward with these private-public partnerships, is where we fall on that, answering that question.
One possibility is this, in light of its culture and history and structure, NASA isn't the entity to orchestrate that. Maybe you need a different organization altogether. I'll nominate the Department of the Exterior for the name of it, but somebody can do this. Somebody can figure this out, and I've got to think that NASA is going to be a part of it.
We've got one more question back here in the back.
You know, I think one of the other examples that has recently come up is Jeff Bezos' schemes. You know, his plan for Blue Origin is eventually have millions of people living and working in space. He's not creating the jobs, he's creating the infrastructure to allow people to get to space. He gave the example of the internet. When he created AOL, the internet was already there. And he just used that as a venue then to create his business of Amazon. So maybe that's another potential example where the government really isn't involved directly, but through some of the technologies that we've developed over the years and launched and so forth that has enabled Bezos to come up with this idea.
Let me say that there is another agency involved in civil space, and that's the FAA, right? And since every activity to space is an export by legal definition, right? There's another play, but fundamentally, right, space is really hard, and most of the civil competence in space regarding in the U.S. government is within NASA, and where you could decide to give it to Commerce or the Small Business Administration, right? If there were small businesses, somehow I feel a little better having it in the hands of people who actually know what they're doing. And if it starts to take off in economic directions, then we revisit that periodically.
Okay, now I'm going to call her. I just really want to thank everybody for being on the panel, and thank you for the audience for the great questions. And I hope this has been a thought-provoking session. That was the intention. So thanks, Fern.
So thanks to the panelists. We're going to continue now into a session of lightning talks. For those of you on the organizing committee, this is the time you're supposed to go caucus with the board chairs to come up with some of the themes to fill out at the end of the summary session. But I'm delighted to ask Ray Colliday to come up. Ray is a former ASEB chair and also chaired our prioritization of technology roadmaps recently. And Ray is going to moderate the next session.
Railroads are worth 2%.
Well, I think I actually think that some kind of.
So we will have a break in about 45 minutes. So I'd ask everybody to maybe take your seats again so that we can get started.
Good luck.
That would be great.
Yeah, and I think
so that we don't lose our good track record of staying on time.
Because we still have an international partnership that we have to work through. I would like to have.
Okay, Ray, over to you.
International
All right, can I have everybody's attention, please?
Across the world are.
Hello? So we're about to embark on two panels that are called lightning talks. This panel is lightning talks on technology, tall poles. Lightning in the sense that we've got to make quick strikes on very important subjects. And technology tall poles have been around. These have been around for a long time, and we've been trying to whittle the length of these poles down so they don't stand out as barriers. And you can appreciate the fact that these three panelists are exceptionally well qualified to address these subjects, although an apology needs to be given. I think that we give them so little time to address such an important subject. But Sarah Scholl will talk about environmental control and life support or planetary systems. Bobby Braun, entry, descent, and landing in and Dave Murrow will talk about radiation mitigation technologies. These are extremely important subjects, as you will obviously recognize, but maybe more so in pushing human exploration out in space, in deep space. And then Steve Jurczyk is going to do the NASA commentary at the end. Although the time slots have been given to us individually, I would like to hold the questions until the three panelists have addressed their subjects and Steve does the commentary, and then we'll have more uninterrupted time to address all three subjects. So I would like to turn it over to you, Sarah, to begin.
Okay. So as was mentioned, I have 10 minutes to give a talk on what I took an entire graduate level course on at MIT. So best of luck. I'm Sarah Schall from NASA Johnson Space Center. And as was mentioned, I'll be talking about environmental control and life support systems. My control. Okay. So first slide, we at NASA like to use this figure just to illustrate ECLS is complicated. I'm sure everyone in the room understands and appreciates that. When I talk to school groups, I like to say, I have the very glamorous job of turning pee back into drinking water and CO2 back into breathable oxygen. I think for this group, we'll go a little deeper than that, but the kids can relate to that. So I'm actually going to talk to the next figure. The way my brain works, I need a more lines and left to right, top to bottom flow. So we'll talk to this figure. So I think this crowd is intimately familiar with this, but starting with the human on the left, the human outputs urine, humidity and breathing and sweat, and CO2. And so this chart is titled ISS State of the Art. It is the state of the art with a few liberties of things coming soon to the station. So on the station, we do urine processing. We process, on the best day, up to 90% of the water is recovered from the urine, consistently or not quite hitting that 90% mark. I'll talk in a minute about why that's not adequate for deep space exploration. We are soon to add a brine processor. This does not exist today on the space station, and the goal of which is to get us to a 98% water loop closure. The processed from the urine processor is then fed into the water processor, but needs further processing, polishing before it is potable water. The potable water then obviously goes back to the crew for their usage and then is fed also into the oxygen generator, which takes the water, splits it out to the oxygen hydrogen. The oxygen is then fed back into the cabin. The hydrogen is combined with the CO2 removed from the atmosphere by the CO2 removal system and then goes through a reduction state. This chart actually says we take it to acetylene. That's not true today. On station, it goes to methane. We are looking at adding additional capability to take it to acetylene, or ideally all the way to the carbon. Today, we are only closing the air loop at about 42%. Again, that's not adequate for deep space exploration. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Then the remaining piece is trace contaminant control. So that's the air on station is dirty. Things, your skin cells that fall off here on Earth do not fall to the ground in space. They float about. And so we need ability to clean the air and purify the air. And then there are suites of monitors. So if you think, your standard analytical chemistry lab at universities and NASA centers and industry on the ground, we have some capability on orbit today, but are highly dependent still on ground processing and analysis. So we've got a suite of monitors today. They are not adequate for when you leave low Earth orbit and do not have that return sample capability. So I've touched on some of these points, but Mars is harder for ECLS. So today on the station, as I mentioned, we enjoy a regular resupply of consumables and spare parts, closing the air loop at about 42%, the water loop 90% on the best of days. We have about 6 months of spares on board, and we rely heavily on return for sample analysis. We also have, as you're familiar with, emergency crew return capability and ample trash disposal. On Mars, there is no or limited resupply. And so again, the goal is to get the air loop closure to 75% or higher, the water loop to 98 or higher, and we need to bring with us, especially for like a Mars Transit standalone mission, a full 3 years of spares. And today that is a lot of equipment for ECLSS. We also need on-orbit monitoring because you cannot depend on ground analysis. And as we're all familiar with, there's no emergency crew return. This says no trash disposal. I don't know that it's limited or at least reduced. So within NASA, we have an ECLSS system maturation team. And so these are our top, I think it's 15, identified ECLSS capability gaps for exploration. Also noted is whether they apply for a long duration microgravity HAB or planetary surface. With the exception of surface dust, they all apply to both. So in the area of CO2 removal, this is one of our highest priority areas. The system we have on station does control it to about 3 millimeters of mercury. For exploration, we are looking to get to at or below 2. This is a significant capability gap and an area that NASA's investing in several competing technologies. Trace contaminant control, we have issues with absorbent obsolescence. We're always looking for higher capacity. We've also had issues on station with siloxanes. Our trace contaminant system is not good at removing siloxanes. We didn't realize that would be a problem. Filtration, again, is surface dust. Once you start to get into a planetary surface mission, there's big concerns with mitigating the dust from getting into the crew volume. In the condensing heat exchanger, we're looking at more chemically inert hydrophilic surfaces with antimicrobial properties. Oxygen recovery, again, we're looking to get that above 75% of O2 recovery from CO2. O2 generation says smaller, reduced complexity. That applies across the board. The oxygen generation system we have on station is probably perfectly adequate for exploration missions, but can it be smaller? I'm not talking 5 pounds or 5%. We're looking for the game-changing changes, and then obviously reducing complexity to reduce your number of spares. High-pressure oxygen right now on station, we bring all the high-pressure oxygen that we need for EVA. That will not be a good plan for especially a surface mission where you're doing EVAs daily, every other day, high frequency. So we need a capability to generate in the vehicle the high pressure oxygen we need. This also then provides a medical capability of medical oxygen should that be needed. Microbial control right now on the station, we use iodine and the Russians use silver. The silver is not dosed on orbit. We believe that silver is the way to go in the future and everyone should use silver, but we need a capability to dose it on orbit. In the area of wastewater processing, again, we're looking to get that water recovery above today's numbers up to the 98th percentile, always looking for reliability and expendables and consumables improvements. I'll talk about dormancy in the last slide, but one thing, if you look at NASA's plans for cislunar, as was mentioned earlier, there will be periods where there's a crew there for a few months and then the system is non-crew tended for the majority of the year. That's not the way the ECLSS systems today on the space station operate. That will cause issues with today's systems. And so we're looking at what modifications need to be made to be able to tolerate long extended periods of dormancy. The monitoring are kind of all the same. Again, it's taking a piece of lab equipment that today is maybe size of a mini fridge, and can we get that down to a shoebox? Can we do all this identification and quantification of air and water species on orbit versus depending on the ground today? And so just a few minutes left, but this is just a kind of generic. So I presented, we have all these capability gaps. We're looking at various competing technologies in all these areas. ISS is and will remain our best test bed. Some of these systems involve 2- and 3-phase flow. We need the microgravity testing. You can do a lot of lab testing, and you have to, and a lot of these systems get the microgravity testing. And so we're looking at testing systems for cislunar and beyond on the station. But if you back that up from a possible 2024 end of life or even 2028, that means within the next few years you need to be down selecting so you can build the systems to then fly and test on the space station. And so then the validation of these systems becomes in the cislunar, the phase 2 at the Deep Space Gateway. I will also say, because I don't want people to think that we are not on the lookout for the game changers, the revolutionary technologies. So yes, today in the CO2 world, we may be looking at 4 different technologies. If tomorrow an industry, a corporate partner, or another nation comes in with the 10x improvement, we are always open to that, and we're always on the lookout for those. I'm not interested again in the 5% improvement. I need the drastic improvement to merit the investment. And I think I'm not going to get into this. This just proves that there are a lot more details behind that previous chart. A lot of plans to fly hardware to the space station. And I'll just close with this chart. And so a lot of these topics came up this morning. So we are looking at standards. You know, so people think standards, I think they think at a vehicle level. It also applies at every subsystem level. And so the biocide example I gave is a good one. Can we encourage people to use a standard in that area? We do collaborate with our international partners, our commercial partners, to look for where there's synergy, where there's overlap, and maybe that's okay for redundancy purposes, and where there's possible collaborations. We are also looking at, my time is up, so last statement. We're also looking at improvements in autonomy. This also came up earlier today, is that the ecosystems today are not highly autonomous. They are heavily dependent on ground control and ground intervention. And so improvements in autonomy is very important to us as well. That's it.
Thank you, Sarah. Next is the subject of EDL, Bobby Braun, the Dean of Engineering at University of Colorado.
Thank you, Ray. And it's great to be here. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here today representing actually hundreds of people across the United States that have dedicated their lives, their professional lives, to entry, descent, and landing. And I'm honored to be here on their behalf. EDL is an area that has come a long way in the last couple decades. I can tell you that 25 years ago, when we were talking about EDL, most of us couldn't spell it. And I know that because I was one of the people who couldn't get the spelling right back in the 90s. If you just think about the landings that we have achieved on Mars, in these last few decades, and you think about the payload capability of these robotic systems, as shown in this image, you must, immediately know, whether you're a connoisseur of EDL or not, that we've improved our EDL capabilities to land these larger systems, actually at more challenging, more scientifically interesting, which means from an engineering perspective, more challenging, landing locations, and landing them more accurately. This is truly a unique NASA capability. There is nowhere else in the United States, no other agency that is going to focus on EDL. And in 2010, when NASA put out a set of technology roadmaps, one of the domains, one of the 14 domains that they did a technology roadmap about was EDL. And this was really the first time that EDL came to the forefront of NASA's technology portfolios. As I mentioned today, there are over 100 engineers and scientists spread across the NASA centers, in various companies, in academia, that are devoted to this area. There are several hundred more who actually support those activities, and there are also a broad set of facilities, some of which are challenged for funding every year in this domain. Now, if you think about Mars EDL for just a minute, what makes landing on Mars challenging is this one slide here. So what's shown in the different colors are the qualification boxes that our various subsystems are proven to operate in. So whether you're talking about a parachute, supersonic parachute, a subsonic parachute, or propulsion, every system that we send to land a vehicle on Mars with has to fly through these boxes to deploy those systems or to operate those subsystems in an area that's qualified. And what I want you to notice on this slide is that those boxes are much higher in altitude at the Earth, where we have a thick atmosphere, than they are at Mars. And so what that basically means is that the time remaining to do all the other things associated with landing, to divert to the right site, to find the ground, to steer clear of any hazards, to get rid of your aeroshell or your other systems and prepare to land, The timing to do that is much, much less on Mars, and you have to be prepared, to do this autonomous sequence of events just right, well in a well choreographed manner. In fact, all of the systems that we've sent to Mars, all 7 of the successful landings, have flown through those boxes, which are shown on this slide right here. So they come in at different entry velocities, they come in at different entry angles, but they all fly through that, they all have flown through that supersonic parachute deployment region, that subsonic region where if we wanted to, we could throw out another parachute, and into that last box where we use subsonic propulsion. Now these technologies, these capabilities have been around since the 1960s. They were actually developed in a very significant program in length and expenditure, getting ready for the Viking missions, the Viking missions of 1976. And these subsystems, the shape of the aeroshell, a 70-degree sphere cone, the thermal protection system that we tend to generally use, SLA 561V, V stands for Viking, the supersonic disk gap band parachute, and our use of subsonic propulsion have been used on all the landings ever since, with the one exception being that MSL, for a variety of reasons, switched to a more robust thermal protection system on the most recent landing. MSL had to do that because it was the largest system that we had ever attempted to land, and MSL really pushed the envelope of our existing capabilities. This is a list here of all the innovative and evolved capabilities that MSL utilized in landing the Curiosity rover. We still used a 70-degree sphere cone, but it was the biggest ever. We still used a supersonic disk gap band parachute, also the biggest ever deployed at the highest Mach number. We did have to switch the thermal protection system, but everything else in here really evolved from Viking. And my hypothesis is that MSL was really near the limit of this Viking evolved capability. And so when we want to go to larger systems in the future, and remember MSL landed, a nice car on the surface, and to land humans, we're talking about potentially landing a 2-story house right next to another 2-story house that was pre-positioned ahead of time. We're going to have to go in a different approach. We're going to have to use different systems. Because if we use the same systems as the vehicles get bigger, what happens is we miss those qualification boxes. And so we're waiting to deploy that supersonic parachute, but we're going to be waiting, frankly, until we're on the ground. And so for that reason, over the past 5 or 10 years, NASA has been investing in a wide range of technologies to allow larger and larger entry systems to successfully land on the surface. And some of those technologies are displayed on this slide. I'm going to talk about 3 or 4 of them with the rest of my time in a little more detail. One of them is called a supersonic inflatable aerodynamic decelerator. And it's a device shown in the middle of this slide that would deploy from the aeroshell either around the forebody or in a trailing sense like a parachute does. But because it's a closed volume using different types of materials, it can be made much stronger than a parachute. And as a result, instead of deploying it like Mach 2, we can deploy them around Mach 4, maybe even Mach 5. And what you buy in that case is timeline. You buy altitude, you buy the capability to carry more mass to the surface if you couple it with a parachute designed specifically for subsonic flight. And so you can perhaps improve your accuracy by carrying more propellant to do so. You can land at a higher elevation site, or you can deliver more landed mass to the surface with such a system. NASA had a project that was focused on these inflatable aerodynamic decelerators, also additional supersonic parachutes. I'm sure you're aware of the LDSD project over the last few years. Many people have focused on the parachutes and the challenges that those parachutes had in flight. What I like to point out is that in each of those test flights, high altitude test flights done here at Earth in Mars relevant conditions, there were 2 inflatable aerodynamic decelerators, one an attached one at the forebody and another trailing volute that both performed marvelously in those flight tests. And what LDSD really did was 2 things. It proved that these SIADs were viable for potential missions in the future, while also teaching us that we had a lot more to learn about supersonic parachutes. And by the way, sometimes you do technology development so that you realize you have much more to learn. That's also a good thing if you have a big mission in the queue coming up ahead. Another technology area that has gotten a lot of attention recently is supersonic retropropulsion. Now, I mentioned that all the landers to date have landed subsonically on the Mars surface. The idea of supersonic retropropulsion is to start the propulsion earlier, when you're still traveling supersonically. It sounds like a pretty straightforward idea until you think about what it might take to fire a rocket into an opposing supersonic free stream and the turbulence and instability issues that may be associated with that. SRP is something that was also looked at prior to Viking, but when Viking homed in on the supersonic disk gap band parachute, all work in supersonic retropropulsion ended until about 10 years ago when systems analysis showed that it might be the way that we should send humans to Mars. But still, by 2013, nobody had ever built a rocket and flown it in an opposing supersonic free stream. Enter SpaceX. SpaceX, believe it or not, has done supersonic retropropulsion dozens of times successfully, and in each case, they've done it in Mars-relevant conditions. Every time that they bring a first stage back down, that first stage starts at a very high altitude at hypersonic speeds, and of course it lands on the ground at sea level at 0 speed, and so it transitions supersonic flight, and it happens to do so at an altitude regime that is very similar to low altitudes on Mars. The first time SpaceX did this successfully was September of 2013. They've now done it dozens of times, and from 2014 to 2016, SpaceX, NASA, and Georgia Tech worked together on these data sets to extract some unique data and lessons learned that would be directly applicable to Mars. And there'll be a number of papers on that topic in an upcoming conference later this year. Last two examples I want to hit on really quickly. The first is landing accuracy. Now, you probably know if you've been following our Mars missions that early our Mars missions landed and it took hundreds of kilometers for them to land. And then most recently, MSL shrunk that down to about tens, 10 or 20 kilometer landing footprint. Well, we now want to shrink that even further, and we'd like to land on a football field. In fact, we'd like to land in one of several football fields that might be safe, surrounded by scientifically interesting terrain. And with advances in navigation added into our parachute deployment algorithm and with some onboard propulsion, the Mars 2020 mission is going to do just that for the first time on Mars. But I also want to point out that that technology is directly applicable to other planets. It's applicable to landings on Europa. It's applicable to landings on our own moon, on Venus, and so on. And my last example is one from the thermal protection system community. And this is actually my favorite example, to be honest, because back in early 2011, NASA was giving out these very small seed grants called CIF proposals, Center Investment Fund, and they were tens of K in award, and many of the centers were getting them. Well, one of the groups that got one was the Thermal Protection Group at NASA Ames Research Center, and they proposed a radically new thermal protection material that was going to be made of woven materials, much like your clothing is, frankly, except out of carbon ablators. And this woven TPS looked really good with that initial investment, and so then they transitioned to a game-changing technology program that's currently in the Space Technology Mission Directorate, starting in 2012. And that project advanced this technology so far that it was adapted both for a component of Orion, our next deep space human spaceflight system, and potentially for extreme environment heat shields that will be of use at Saturn or at Venus or at many destinations across the solar system. This is a remarkable technology advance and points to how just a few tens of K invested early with some later investments as the technology matures can really lead to some dramatic changes both in our human spaceflight missions and in our robotic missions. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Next, Dave Murrow is going to talk to us about radiation mitigation technologies and address that subject.
Great. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Ray, and thanks, Bobby. So it's a great pleasure to be here. I want to talk to you a little bit about radiation. What I thought I'd put up on this first slide is just a little bit of background for why we want to think about radiation, and that's a human spacecraft in cislunar space. What we're showing there is one of the best collaborations of human and robotic missions that we might imagine. There's Orion on the right-hand side, a crewed spacecraft, which will come up and visit a robotically controlled habitat. Which I guess we call a gateway now, Deep Space Gateway. And that gateway will be uncrewed for 11 months, which from a human spacecraft's point of view means that it's not a spacecraft that's really doing much. But from a robotic spacecraft point of view, it's got 11 months to do a lot. And we're trying to work right now at Lockheed to try to make those two things work as well together as possible. So that's kind of the need statement. Basically, for just as an introduction, in deep space, obviously radiation is greater than they've seen before. This will be longer missions than we had on Apollo, and obviously beyond the Earth's magnetic field, we suffer the dosage from both solar storms and also from galactic cosmic rays. The current designs that we have, which we've been working on and building into the Orion spacecraft from the beginning, really use a combination of vehicle shielding, aluminum and other materials, plus a storm shelter for huddling up in the case of a storm, hence the name. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. And then, really there's just a ton of research that's going on both in the HRP, and then I'll also finish my talk here with a little product that we at Lockheed have been working on with an entrepreneurial company from another country that offers some hope, we think. So, and then that's the same picture again, just a smaller picture. So really just a little bit of a primer here on space radiation. Just recall that it's really high energy ions. It's really unlike Earth-bound radiation, really here on Earth, you get sort of photon-based gammas or X-rays. That's actually really good in a way, because the bad part is we don't know as much about it, but the good part about it is that you don't need lead to shield against this kind of radiation. So what really is the best kind of shielding material is low Z, which is a fancy way of saying a lot of hydrogen. So water's a very good shield, polyethylenes are a very good shield, hydrogen itself, if you happen to have fuel on your spacecraft that's hydrogen, that's a very good shield as well. So there's really two kinds of radiation, the SPEs, and they come from these episodic eruptions. They're very high energy. And then the galactic cosmic radiation, which is really sort of a background dose. They have much higher energy than SPEs. And it's very hard to shield against them. So it's really the long-term dose of the GCRs that's a real problem. I'll talk more about how we're going to work with that in a bit. One of the interesting things, though, is that it varies inversely with the solar cycle. The more the sun is pushing out every 11 years, the fewer galactic cosmic rays can come in. And I mentioned the ongoing research. Obviously the Human Research Program has a lot going with biological responses. The missions like Discover and the Solar Probe mission and things like that are on timing of SPEs, and the whole space weather environment. Enterprise is helping us to be able to model that. And then, of course, transport modeling. I mentioned on Orion, we've been working with various different models for years to predict what it's like actually where the astronaut is, which is inside the vehicle. And what we're showing there is Orion EFT is on the right-hand side. EFT-1 was in 2014, and although it didn't actually go all the way to the moon, and we can't predict these solar storms like I mentioned, it did have two peaks there where it passed through the Van Allen belts, and so we got sort of a solar storm equivalent kind of dosage. So that was very useful for our modeling to be able to prove. And then on the bottom is a couple of other things. I believe these charts will be available if anybody really wants to read the numbers on the charts. So what do we do? Well, we design it and we build it into the vehicles. We put aluminum shells around it, and then we model it to make sure that everything is properly placed. We do, as you know, when you build a spacecraft, we do dynamic modeling, we do loads modeling, we do all kinds of modeling. Now radiation transport modeling is just a part and parcel of our design process. We basically eliminate acute effects because they're through early warning and operational measures. I mentioned reducing the uncertainty by biological and physics models. We try to use water and recycled plastics as much as we can to reduce the mass. And then I'll talk a minute about this personal protection equipment, and that's obviously got to be ergonomic. We hear stories about astronauts that didn't actually wear what they were supposed to wear in the Apollo missions. It's apocryphal, but we're trying to make it as comfortable as possible. And then, of course, the crew characteristics matter. It turns out the cancer risk is dependent largely on the amount of time a person still has to live. So believe it or not, an older astronaut is actually less risk of developing cancer because they have a smaller amount of integral time. So crew characteristics obviously matter. And I'll volunteer. As you can see from my hairline, I'm not one of the youngsters anymore. And then ALARA is just as low as reasonably acceptable. So I mentioned most of this. This is Orion with the crew in it. And then that picture on the right-hand side is the storm shelter after we've reconfigured so that astronauts kind of huddle up in a locker and put a lot of consumables and plastics over them for the storm shelter. Unfortunately, the storm shelter is pretty tight. It's pretty cramped, even in zero G. So one of the things that we'd like to do is find an alternative to that. In the future, we'll obviously configure it for crew protection. Like I mentioned, hydrogen on the outside using the recycled materials, and then water is the savior of a lot of these things. And there on the bottom, I'm just showing that we have basically 10 to 15 grams per centimeter squared of aluminum. It's a thicker shell than we normally have on Orion, but that blocks a fair amount of the high energy particles. So this is the personal protective equipment. This is courtesy of our friends in the company named STEMRAD. It's a startup company in Israel, and thanks to a grant, what Bobby mentioned, just a few K can get us going. We won a grant with a Florida-Israel innovation project where the state of Florida funds them and the state of Israel funds them and the state of Florida funds us. It's been a very small amount, but it's turned into something. I saw a link. It's actually in Newsweek this week, this piece of personal protection equipment. And it's basically all built around differentially protecting stem cells. Stem cells, you may know, is the body's way of using sort of building blocks to repair things. So bone marrow transplants, the reason they work is because they're replenishing stem cells. So by protecting them selectively, we can hopefully ward off cancer risk in the future. It complements the storm shelter because we're trying to be as low as possible on the dosage. We're not going to ever eliminate the need for a storm shelter, but hopefully we can complement it so the astronauts can get out and do something during a storm, which can be days to maybe a week long. I have 2 minutes left, so I'll just say it's designed for comfort. Future applications. I mentioned also that, so we got this little grant going, and then we have a guy, I swear he must have a PhD in marketing because he's done a really good job of getting the word out there. And we now have a potential experiment on Orion EM1. We call it MARE. It looks like it's spelled mare, but because we're going to the moon, it's called MARE. That stands for Matryoshka Astro Rad Radiation Experiment, and you see there on the bottom left the two Matryoshkas. Matryoshka is an experiment. Basically, it's a tissue equivalent, human torso, human tissue equivalent that the Germans, DLR, have flown on the International Space Station a couple of times. So we're going to fly a couple of those. One of them, the red one, will be naked, and the green one will have a vest on it. They'll both be populated with both passive and active dosimetry. So, and again, because we're going through the Van Allen belts, we'll be able to have a solar storm proxy. We'll be able to measure the efficiency of whether or not these various organs are protected as well as we think they should be. So cislunar and Mars missions will go a little further. we sort of a use case there for the future. The one we'll fly on EM1 will be fully built, but in the future, in that habitat I showed you, one of the things we'd like to fly is, 3D printer is some sort of standard issue these days. We'd like to be able to take that the plastic bags and recycle those, so you could see there the 1, 2, 3 sequences. Basically, we launch with the little skeleton of the vest. We print these little discs and we stick them in the vest as the astronauts are flying. So that gives them a lower cancer risk overall and protects them against solar particle events. We're also hoping to fly it on the ISS. We've just started discussions with the CASIS and the ISS technology program, so we're hoping to fly it there. That one would primarily test ergonomics because, as I mentioned, if it's not comfortable, they won't wear it. I see it's in my end of time. Let me just summarize with a picture showing Orion coming back from Mars. We've shown that Orion has a great heat shield. It's not quite the EDL of going into Mars. We do have more altitude to work with. But we'll come back from Mars and with astronauts safe and sound, and that's our goal. And we'll do that by designing the vehicles for radiation protection. Hopefully the research that's being done will reduce uncertainties. Believe it or not, one of the biggest problems with radiation effects is the uncertainty. We can measure the dose, but what's the uncertainty around that that's going to cause health problems? So that's one of the things that the HRP is really trying to drive out. And also space weather forecasting also, I mentioned that. And then just the generic, we're going to keep doing work and we're going to fly this and we're going to reduce crew risk and go to Mars safely, hopefully before my career ends. So thank you for your attention and take questions, I guess, Ray, if we have time.
Well, these are 3 tall poles that are going to enable us to do what we want to do. The panel, I think the panel for touching on subjects that we didn't give you enough time to do adequately, but you did a remarkable job. Now we can open it up to questions for Steve. Oh, Steve, right. Sorry about that, Steve.
No worries. So yes, these are definitely 3 tall poles. There's no doubt about it. We do not have technological solutions for these right now, but we are working on them. I think ECLIS and EDL are very similar in nature, in that it's kind of binary, right? I think for ECLIS you need system availability of 1, or it's a bad day, right? There's no fuzz there, right? And on Mars, you either soft land or you hard land. And I think we want a soft land. So you see that based on assumptions on architecture and assumptions on systems, we have metrics. We have capabilities with metrics. We call them quantifiable capabilities. So the long list of improvements we need to make over what we have on station in ECLIS if we're going to push out of low Earth orbit, right? And in the case of ECLIS, its station is an incredible resource, right? We're learning so much about the systems that are operating now on station. And like we talked about yesterday with the ASEB, we have 4 racks dedicated, 4 racks of equipment racks on station dedicated to offline ECLIS equipment testing. So we can, and it's really important. We can test in chambers on the Earth, but we got to get in the microgravity environment and we have to get in the cabin environment. Because I know we find things on station with the atmospheric constituents, say, that we can't necessarily reproduce on the ground, that equipment doesn't work the way we think it's going to work until we get on station. There's also urgency, right? Regardless of when we're going to the moon, when we're going to do the 42-day, mission at the moon, or the 300-day shakedown cruise in cislunar space, or we push out and do to Mars. 2024 is their deadline right now on station, right? It could be 28, but right now it's 2024. So like Sarah said, we have to kind of stop the basic tech development here pretty soon, develop the systems, get them on station, get a few years of runtime on station, learn from that, probably have to do some modification to meet those metrics that Sarah had on there. So that is critical. So there is, regardless of, we can argue about when we're going to go, but there's urgency because we need station. Station is a very valuable resource in a test bed. EDL on Mars is the test bed. There's no laboratory, right? In fact, we talked about simulation before. Bobby started the EDL simulation capability for Pathfinder. It was Bobby and a computer head from Hampton, Virginia to Pasadena, California, right? And we've evolved it significantly since then. But the modeling and simulation capability is really key. And we have an entry systems modeling program that that uses universities, small businesses, the centers, et cetera. And I think Mike Wright at Ames does an excellent job in advancing those tools and capabilities, and they're going to be critical moving forward. We also had entry descent landing instrumentation on Curiosity on MSL. We're going to have the pressures and temperature measurements both on the heat shield and the back shell for 2020. So that's a case where we have added a little bit of risk to a mission to get data that's going to feed into models that'll feed forward into missions, not only for science, but also for human exploration. And then I don't think I could, the technologies Bobby hit on, and the challenge is, Mars has a poor excuse for an atmosphere. It's really hard to land on Mars, but enough of an atmosphere that you have a lot of aero heating, you have dynamics, you have dust storms, which change the atmospheric density profile, and it is very challenging. And we have, I think, the only country that's successfully soft land something on the surface. So I mean, it's hard. It's hard stuff. I think we're doing the right things in EDL, but we have some more work to do there. And the other thing on this is that as we develop technologies and learn, we need to feed that back into the architectures and systems, right? And see because some of the benefit of technology not only just accrues at the system level, it also has benefits back into the architecture. ECLSS, it's logistics and the logistics chain. EDL, it's how we get to the surface and the systems that we need to launch to get there, and how they package in the launch vehicle. So we constantly need to be close to that loop between technology, systems, and architectures, and to try to improve safety, improve reliability, reduce cost, et cetera. And then radiation is a little bit different because it really is about driving down the risk. It really is, and it's near-term risk and longer-term risk, both for the health of the crew, and is a really hard problem. There's no doubt about it. Galactic cosmic rays, it's really hard. It's very difficult to shield. Most materials is kind of knee in the curve. The thicker you make the material, you get an advantage in protection, and then secondary radiation takes over, and then it's useless. Right, then you're just back to the same problem. I think there may be materials where the knee in the curve is lower and secondary radiation kicks in, and you maybe get more shielding. It's really hard. And then then we've looked at active shielding concepts, not only us but others. Way too massive, way too much power. I mean, we'd have to. It's not fundamental research is required as well as technology development to come up with an active shielding concept, which would just essentially mimic or sort of mimic what the Earth's magnetic field does for us on Earth, right? It's a really tough problem. That's one we're going to continue to beat down to the point where, we're willing to accept the risk. And I think if you ask crew, they're probably willing to accept more risk than we'll let them take. But that'll be a continued debate as we improve and learn, and then there's a collaboration between science and well, first of all, there's a collaboration between HEUSTM and science on all of this. Okay, I will tell you that, particularly EDL and radiation. But there's the prediction part of it, which science has a huge role in. Heliophysics and science has a huge role in the prediction part if the storm shelter is going to be effective. So, but yeah, I am not an expert. But these guys did a great job, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Steve. So we got the cube somewhere, Marcia?
There are the provocateurs that Marion Blakey referred to this morning, the Elon Musks, who think that they're going to get to Mars a lot sooner than some of this would suggest. So, building on what Steve just said, and when is the risk acceptable? Is it simply a matter that they are willing to take much more risk than a government agency is willing to take, or do they know something that we all don't know?
That's a great question, Marcia. Thank you. So I actually think that they are willing to take on risk. Right? I actually think that is the answer to the question. basic physics is basic physics. Folks all around the country in all different organizations have a strong understanding of physics. No organization is going to change that. But some of the new entrants in the field are much more willing to take risk, I would say, and are planning on success. They have a very success-based strategy. You brought up SpaceX. SpaceX, of course, has a plan to send a modified Dragon capsule to the Mars surface in 2020, I believe, is the current date. I'm pretty sure 2020 is the date. To me, so there's two things that make that possible. Let me just be clear, in my view, from a technical standpoint. One is their plans for the Falcon Heavy, right? The Falcon Heavy hasn't flown yet. It's going to fly soon, I am told. When it flies, they will have the capability to send masses of that size all the way to Mars. The other part is supersonic retropropulsion, which I talked about, in the presentation, and that is a big part of their architecture. They were on that train perhaps first. NASA was looking at lots of options. SpaceX just picked supersonic retropropulsion, and through their flight component, bringing back the first stage, they've proven that they know how to do that, although it's on a different shaped system. But they have the skill and the capability to do that, I believe.
Yes, if I could add just a little bit to that, I think at Lockheed Martin we do work for NASA mostly, and so our risk profile is what it is. I think the new entrants are able to, and they are encouraged by their management to perhaps take more risk. There was a time, I think, when the space industry was split into new space and old space, or new entrants and dinosaurs, depending on your point of view. I think the reality is that just as in we're getting towards retirement age, maybe I'm thinking more about investments, but just as in an investment portfolio, you'd have a balance of risk. You'd have some high risk things and some low risk things. There's some things that can't fail. The United States astronauts are heroes, and they're well trained and they're well followed, and we understand, and they're cancer risk is understood because they're followed and measured for the rest of their lives. So in a way, that's something that we're not going to maybe mess with. But a private enterprise with a different risk posture can do some different things, and that's a great thing. Is what as we've seen. We could have spent a lot of time thinking about whether it's SRP or something else. They just went and did it, and so we learned. And so it's the balanced portfolio is, I think, very good for all of us as an industry, but you can't get away from the fact that they are, in fact, taking more risk.
Robbie?
Robbie Sponteroy, ASEB. So those are clearly three very critical technologies largely for human spaceflight. Just getting back to a very well-worn technology issue still, I'm just curious of the panel's reaction to this, or Ray, and all your previous experience. So we still have the issue of basically the launch vehicle. And I was having interesting conversation over lunch, which is, look, in the computing world, how we've taken advantage of, these exponential increases following Moore's law, and how, our computational power has increased. But that's because from a physics perspective, you can still continue to, increase the number of transistors per unit to area, of course, and we're reaching ultimately a limit soon. But on the other hand, when it comes to launch vehicles, at the fundamental materials level, right, and at the fundamental energetic materials level for propellants, unless we come up with some, anti-gravity device, we're really constrained now against those fundamental physical limits. And so at the end of the day, I think, aside from looking at some air-launched or other side of concepts, from a technology perspective, are we saying that, traditional chemical propulsion, maybe playing around with, reusability, is that where we're kind of for the foreseeable future stuck with on the launch vehicle technology side?
It's kind of a sad commentary. We're still doing it the way the Chinese did it 5,000 years ago with controlled explosions, but that in the foreseeable future, the only thing that perturbs that track we're on is reusability. I've been proven wrong on reusability. I didn't believe for a long time that would actually save money because of the difficulty of doing it. But like SpaceX has done for a lot of things, they've proven skeptics wrong. I think there's a lot more gold to be mined on reusability. Someday we will get the single stage to orbit and get a second generation shuttle type vehicle going all the way to single stage, but we're not smart enough to do that now. And we are definitely on an evolutionary path and have been for a long time. But I think one of the dynamics that has changed with SpaceX is when they started out, it was new and it was all right to fail. They didn't have the constraint that Lockheed Martin and Boeing had on assured access for national security payloads. They've proven their way into that market, thankfully, and they're upsetting the market, which is good. It's going to change launch vehicles, but it's still on an evolutionary path.
Yeah, if I could just add just one thing to that, I agree with everything you said, Ray. The only thing I would add is that we're talking about missions of taking cargo to space when we make that statement. If we're talking about smaller, operationally responsive or flexible kind of alternatives, I still think hypersonics potential. I wouldn't leave that out of the conversation entirely.
And if I could add just one point, I think, certainly getting off the surface of the Earth is the hard part, and that was actually your question. But in space, electric propulsion has a lot to offer, but electric propulsion is fundamentally, it's a power problem. I remember a statement that we could get to Mars in 39 days, and I thought that was a pretty cool thing. I went back, calculated that it'd take 200 megawatts or something like that. So it's about power. And so there's a propulsion power continuum that we need to explore. And I know that NASA's doing work on that, and we're looking forward to the results. But propulsion and access are things that we need to continue to think about. Good question.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. When we set up these lightning talks, we knew that we could never do any of these topics justice. It was really designed to give all of you who are participating here and online sort of a snapshot of some of the key issues that both in science and technology, with science in the next session, that our two boards are talking about constantly at their meetings, and the kinds of things that we deal with in our studies, and also the kinds of challenges that our civil space program is facing, and the great work that's being done by the community. So we've had obviously a touch of that today, and we'll look at the science during the next session. And again, I'm sure we'll have to cut off the discussion because we'll be dealing with a bunch of very interesting topics. So we'll break for coffee now. We will restart on time at 3:45. The next session will be the science lightning talks, and then we'll go immediately into the summary session when our board chairs will come back with some summary thoughts for the day. So thank you. We'll see you in about 20 minutes or so. I know we had to cut short coffee just a little bit, but that was for the good reason for your discussions earlier. So now we're going to have some science lightning talks. We're joined by some great set of speakers today. I just mentioned that Natalia was unable to actually travel here for today, but she is joining us remotely, so we will have the full set of talks. And I'm going to hand over to former chair of the Space Studies Board, Claude Canizares, who's very kindly agreed to moderate this session. So thank you, Claude.
Thank you. So we're going to move from tall poles to frontiers. This is I think you'll find very interesting session of a sampling of some of the exciting frontiers that are potentially going to be explored from space in the next few decades. In the interest of saving time, I won't give introductions. They're in your book. As you heard, Natalia Batalha is going to speak to us virtually, thanks to Vinsurf. But we'll start with Monica Bobra from Stanford University, Machine Learning and Understanding Our Sun.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. And I thought I would start by showing an image of our sun. So this is what the sun looks like right now. I just downloaded this image into my presentation during the coffee breaks. It's just a few minutes old. And we're looking at the solar atmosphere at about 1 million degrees. And the first thing that you notice is that the sun has a lot of structure. There are bright areas that we call active regions and dark areas and magnetic loops. And in fact, these structures are changing all the time. So this is a movie of the sun over the course of 2 weeks. And as you can see, it's a really dynamic object. And so you can also see it's flaring all the time. So flares are not rare events. Flares happen commonly as rainstorms here on Earth. And because flares release energy and particles that can head towards Earth and damage our power grids and avionics and satellites, we'd like to be able to predict them. And one way to predict them is by use of machine learning. So what is machine learning? Machine learning is using statistical models to make decisions. And in particular, the more data you have, the better these models work. And that's an extremely valuable attribute because we in space science are taking a vast amount of data. So this is a plot that shows the lifetime data volume for various different solar observatories. And over there on the left, you can see that the Yoko mission took about 1 terabyte of data throughout its entire life at a rate of 200 megabytes per day. 2010 saw the launch of the Solar Dynamics Observatory, which is expected to take 10 petabytes of data throughout its lifetime at a rate of 1.5 terabytes a day. That is the highest data rate of any NASA mission in history. But soon, even SDO will be eclipsed in data rate. DKIST, a ground-based solar telescope, which will go online in 2019, will take 12 terabytes of data a day for a lifetime data volume of 100 petabytes. And this trend doesn't just apply to solar physics, it applies throughout space science. The LSST is going to have a comparable data rate to DKIST. So the question is, how can we use all these data? How can we get anything out of all of this vast amount of information? And my question is, how can we use all of these data to predict flares in real time? Just like we want to know whether or not it's going to rain tomorrow, we'd like to know, is this active region going to flare tomorrow? Yes or no? And so far, we don't have a really good way to answer that question. We know the basic physics of how flares work. The magnetic field in the solar atmosphere gets twisted and reconnects and releases energy and mass and momentum. But we don't have any physical models of flares that we can use for real-time prediction. So in the absence of a definitive physical theory, we can use machine learning to predict solar flares. So I'm going to talk about one example of what we have done, and then things that we can do in the future. So this is a map of the solar magnetic field at the solar surface. And the Solar Dynamics Observatory has been making these maps every 12 minutes continuously since it launched in 2010. Now, we know that flares occur from these concentrated patches of magnetic field. So what we can do is we take our magnetic field data, apply Maxwell's equations, and calculate a bunch of quantities, like the energy contained in this active region, or the current contained in this active region, or the flux going through this active region. And we can calculate these quantities, not just for this active region, but over time. So this is the total energy in this active region over its lifetime. And if we calculate these physical features every 12 minutes, if we calculate 25 of these physical features every 12 minutes for all 5,000 active regions that the Solar Dynamics Observatory has observed, we end up with 500 million unique parameters to describe solar active regions. And and one way to analyze all of that data is by use of a machine learning algorithm. So our task is, if a flare happened at this time, to predict it 24 hours in advance at this time. And we used a machine learning algorithm called the support vector machine to accomplish this task. So how did we do? Okay, I'm going to plot our results. So on the x-axis is the number of features. So I was talking about the energy, the current, the flux, with number 1 being the most useful feature and number 25 being the least useful feature. On the y-axis is our algorithm performance, with -1 meaning we got everything wrong, +1 meaning we got everything right, and 0 representing a random prediction. So if I create an algorithm using just one feature, this is what we get, which is already pretty good because, remember, predicting randomly will give you a score of 0. So if I create the algorithm using our top 2 features, this is what we get, and so on. So what have we learned? 1, we've learned that we can use machine learning to predict solar flares. Machine learning works as well or even better than any other method to predict solar flares. Number 2, the machine learning algorithms can tell us which features in our data have the greatest predictive capacity. So in this case, our number 1 most useful feature is the magnetic helicity, which is a proxy for how twisted the magnetic field is, followed by the Lorentz force and the free energy. And the third thing that we learned, or that we can see here from this plot, is our algorithm performance doesn't increase significantly beyond 4 features, which means that there's probably a lot of redundant information in the remaining features. But that is okay, because we have so many other data sets and so many other algorithms that we have yet to explore. So now I want to talk about some things that we can do in the future to improve upon this model. So one machine learning algorithm that has shown a lot of promise lately is called a convolutional neural network. And the benefit of this model is that it can detect features in image data automatically by passing the image data through a set of learned filters. So, for example, self-driving cars use this algorithm to automatically detect stop signs in image data. Neuroscientists use this algorithm to automatically detect disease in fMRI data. And we can use this algorithm to automatically detect features not only in our surface magnetic field data, but also in our data of various layers of the solar atmosphere. And once we detect the relevant features in these image data, we can incorporate other metadata like the physical features I was talking about before, or the flaring history of active regions, and we can use all of this information together to predict flares. So one benefit of this approach is that we can combine multiple disparate data sets without any significant reprocessing. And we can extend this method to other problems as well. We can use all of the data taken by all of the NASA heliophysics observatories and use them to predict whether or not a flare would be geo-effective. So not just predicting whether or not there is a flare, but predicting what is happening between there being a flare and it coming in and impinging upon Earth. So that means using solar wind data, solar image data, magnetospheric data, and just like we want to predict whether it'll rain in various cities like San Francisco or London, we can also predict space weather in different parts of our solar system, like at the moon or at Mars. And we can extend this analysis to even predicting astrophysical phenomena. This is a synthetic image that shows a small part of the field of view for the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, which is slated to go online in 2023 and survey the entire night sky every 3 nights. So we can use photometric and spectroscopic data taken by LSST to predict when a star will go supernova. We can use the position and movement of near-Earth objects as measured by LSST to predict whether or not they're heading our way. So there are a lot of applications from machine learning in this phase of space science where we're taking a vast amount of data, and they can help with more than just prediction. We can look at the features that these models identify and use them to begin our research. We can ask, why are these features correlated with flaring activity or with a supernova? In this way, machine learning models help us generate hypotheses. By unearthing subtle statistical correlations in our data, we can start to ask questions that we may never have thought to ask before. And that will help drive science forward.
Thank you very much. I think we agreed we'll follow Ray's excellent example and have all of the lightning strikes first and then open up for questions afterwards. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Natalie Battaglia at NASA Ames, who should be with us virtually.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm dialed into a cell phone, but I do also have a landline active. If the audio is not good, just let me know, and I'll switch, and we'll try that. I should apologize right up front for not being there in person. Just so you know, how committed I was to being there. I actually drove to the airport before realizing I had a broken bone in my left foot. Realizing I couldn't walk to the gate, I had to give up and turn around and come home, but thank goodness for virtual technology. I'm happy to be here to share this exoplanet science with you. I thought I would, if you want to switch to the first slide, I thought I would start in 2009 showing you a scatter plot of planet radius versus orbital period on the x-axis. And this is a snapshot in time of the exoplanet discoveries as of 2009, when this group last released its report on America's future in space. So this is what our current state of knowledge looked like in 2009. Every dot you see on this scatter plot is an exoplanet discovery. They're colored by the detection or the discovery method. In blue, we have radial velocity or Doppler detections. In pink, we have transit detections. These are discoveries that are gleaned by measuring minute diminutions in the light level from a star due to the eclipse of a planet when it happens to pass directly between the disk of the star and the telescope. That's called the transit method. So in 2009, we had 326 confirmed planets, 95% of which were larger than Neptune, as indicated there by that horizontal line. But also in 2009, in March, NASA put a new piece of technology in space, a photometer, a space telescope or photometer called Kepler. Next slide. The Kepler spacecraft opened our eyes to the large number of small planets that populate the galaxy. Here in the same scatter plot, they're added as yellow points. We went from 326 confirmed planets to almost 3,500. So an order of magnitude increase in the number of discoveries. But what's remarkable about this diagram is that now approximately 85% of the discoveries are smaller than Neptune. So we really have quite a dramatic change in the population of planets that are known to us. Kepler's objective was to determine the fraction of stars in the galaxy that harbor potentially habitable Earth-sized planets. With an eye toward the future of one day knowing if life exists in the galaxy, we first want to know if the galaxy or if nature makes planets like Earth efficiently or not. Next slide. But what we found by way of these first discoveries is that the diversity of exoplanets was quite remarkable, much greater than what we expected. Kepler, in its search for Earth-like planets, has uncovered exotic worlds. Going from the upper left and then down over to the right in these artist impressions, we have planets orbiting dead stars like pulsars and white dwarfs. We have lava worlds. These are rocky worlds that have an entire hemisphere covered in an ocean, not of water, but of molten rock. We have disintegrating planets, planets that are literally breaking up as we observe them. We have ocean worlds or steamy worlds with hydrogen-helium envelopes that are otherwise very similar in size to the Earth. We have planets that are orbiting not one but two stars in multi-star systems and doing so in a stable configuration. We have planets that are orbiting stars in star clusters. If you were to look up in the sky, you would see a bejeweled sky because you are living in an environment that has a much higher star density. We also see planets that are as old as the galaxy itself, and planets orbiting stars that will live for trillions of years into the future, enabling a really a lot of potential for evolution. Next slide. This discovery histogram in terms of, it's just a bar graph in terms of planet size of Kepler's discoveries, really illustrates this diversity. You've got the brown bars that are more or less commensurate with the terrestrial-sized planets in our galaxy. You've got the blue bars, which are commensurate with the gas giants. But the most common type of planet known to humanity right now, or maybe I should say the most numerous in terms of our discoveries, is a planet that we don't have in our own solar system, literally the gray area in between, which we have no representative example of, and we're loosely calling these the super-Earths or sub-Neptunes, illustrating the lack of knowledge that we have about their composition and their structure. Next slide. As I said, Kepler is a statistical mission. We're taking a poll, if you will, of stars in our galaxy, a narrow slice of our galaxy representing about 1/400th of the sky, stretching out about 3,000 light years. And we can turn our discovery sample into a measure of the intrinsic population of planets that exist in the galaxy. And when you make that transformation, you get a bar graph that looks something like what you're seeing here. This shows the occurrence rate of planets in the galaxies as a function of their size. And you can see quite clearly that the small planets, the terrestrial-sized planets, outnumber the gas giants by about an order of magnitude. And keep in mind, however, that this is for planets orbiting within about 1 astronomical unit, or an Earth-like orbit inward. Next slide. When you look at this population in more detail and you do follow-up observations that help to pin down the star properties with higher accuracy, you see structure that begins to emerge in these distributions. For example, here I have the same exact bar graph of the occurrence rate of planets as a function of size, but now you see it bifurcating. You see a valley starting to develop at about 1.8 times the size of the radius of Earth. On the left, we imagine those are the rocky cores similar to the terrestrial planets we have in our own solar system. And to the right, we imagine planets more like Neptune, scaled down, brought into closer distances to its host star, where the hydrogen-helium envelope might actually manifest itself as an ocean or a steamy atmosphere. We're not really sure what happens when you take a planet like Neptune and you move it into an orbit like planet Earth. So it's very interesting. Those planets are going to be very interesting in their own right. So in the next slide, here we go back to our radius versus orbital period diagram. And I just want to make the point that there is a lot of structure in this diagram, actual physics here, because we have a statistically significant sample of exoplanets that are quite broad in their diversity and in their properties. We can start to see patterns that are indicative of various physical processes. For example, you see two diagonal green hatched lines, and inside they kind of form a triangle. And inside that triangle, there are relatively few planets, which means that stars or planets that try to enter that domain are bombarded by stellar radiation that either causes their radii to increase or decrease, thereby clearing out that region. And which scenario occurs depends on what the surface gravity of that planet is. On the right-hand side with the cyan hatched line, you see another similar, that's the valley that I showed in the previous radius diagram. Planets below that line are going to be predominantly rocky cores, but planets that are more massive will become more efficient at accreting on these hydrogen-helium envelopes and will jump the gap and move up in radius. So the point is that with a statistically significant sample, you can start to see patterns that help with our understanding of planet formation and evolution scenarios. Next slide. What I'm showing here is Kepler's habitable zone planets. These are the Goldilocks worlds that really what was our primary goal. The reason for the existence of the Kepler spacecraft was to find these blue circles in this plot. The green region is the Goldilocks zone. This is where liquid water could potentially pool on the surface of a planet. On the y-axis is the surface temperature of the host star that it's orbiting, and on the x-axis is the energy received by the planet from that star at its current orbit. You see with orange circles the solar system planets labeled V, E, and M for Venus, Earth, and Mars, forming a horizontal line at the temperature of the sun. And the blue habitable zone circled planets are scaled in proportion to the size of the Earth symbol. So you get a feel for the range of the sizes, ranging from about Earth size, a little bit smaller in some cases, up to about twice the size of Earth. This is a very high reliability sample for which we can do statistical analyses and determine how far out we need to search in order to find the nearest potentially habitable world. Next slide. When we do that calculation, we find a couple of things that I wanted to point out. One is that on average, every sun-like star has at least one planet. That is, when I integrate over all of these occurrence rate calculations, I get a number greater than 1. So when you look up into the sky, it's likely that every pinpointed light that you see, if it's a sun-like star, it actually has a planetary system. It's not just a star. Moreover, we find that the nearest potentially habitable Earth-sized planet is likely orbiting an M-dwarf within about 3.5 parsecs. That's very close. That's only about 10 light years. So we don't have to go out very far before happening upon a potentially habitable world like Earth. And I think that that's been tremendously exciting and has really catalyzed partnerships like the philanthropic partnership with the Breakthrough Foundation to pursue this area of research more vigorously. And so in the next slide, this actually happened. Using the Doppler method, we found a terrestrial-sized, potentially habitable planet orbiting the very nearest star, Proxima Centauri. And so I said in the previous slide that we would expect to find such a planet within 10 light years. On the left-hand side, you see a schematic of what that 10 light year star sample looks like. Now, within these 10 light years, there are small numbers of M-dwarf stars. You've got about 7 or so to choose from. So we were pretty much roll of the dice lucky when we found a potentially habitable world orbiting the very closest star, Proxima Centauri. So the point here is that we are now moving from a statistical survey, which Kepler did, to a mode of operation where we are finding the planets orbiting the very nearest stars. Next slide. So the next step is now, instead of finding planets in the habitable zone, we want to find truly habitable environments. To do so, we want to probe their atmospheres through, indirect methods or remote sensing. We are not resolving these planets. What we're doing is we're catching light that is carrying the chemical fingerprint of the atmosphere so that we can detect the presence of potentially greenhouse gases, for example, or to understand the diversity of planets. And there are 2 ways we can do this. With the transiting planets, those that are producing eclipses, we can actually catch the light that is filtering through the atmosphere as that planet transits across the disk. Or we can take a direct image of a planet, isolate the light that's bouncing off the surface of that planet, or reflecting off of the surface, the light that's coming from the star. And in both cases, we want to take that light, spread it out into a spectrum, and look for these chemical fingerprints of the atmosphere. Next slide shows some of the prospects in the future for doing this. We have the James Webb Space Telescope that's launching in October 2018 and will start science operations in about April of 2019. It's a 6.5-meter space telescope. But we also have, from the ground, we've got very large, more like 25 to 30 meter class telescopes that are being built on the ground. Both of these will be doing this transmission spectroscopy of these transiting stars that are transiting planets that are both Earth-like and in the habitable zone. Now, the planet that I just spoke about, Proxima b, unfortunately does not seem to be transiting. But fortunately, the next slide shows a very exciting system that was announced first in 2016 and then updated very recently over the last couple of weeks. There was news about the TRAPPIST-1 system. You've got a system of not 1 but 7 planets orbiting an ultra-cool dwarf at a distance of about 12 parsecs from the solar system. And what's remarkable, well, there are many things remarkable about this system, but one is that you have 3 planets that are in the Goldilocks zone, E, F, and G. And all of these planets are about Mars-sized to about Earth-sized. So this is a very interesting target that was discovered by partnerships between ESO, the European Southern Observatory, telescopes in Chile, the Spitzer spacecraft from NASA, and the Kepler spacecraft from NASA as well. All gave information leading to the discovery and characterization of these 7 planets. Next slide. Just to touch briefly upon the 30-year horizon. With James Webb and some of these ELTs, we will be characterizing planets using transmission spectroscopy. But that requires, keep in mind, that the planet must be in the transiting geometry. That is, it must be eclipsing. And it turns out that only about 0.5% to maybe 10% of the stars are going to have planets in that geometry. So that means that for every one that we find that's transiting, there's like 30 to 200 others out there that are not transiting. So what we would really like to be able to do is to capture light that's reflecting off the surface of the planets themselves. And to do this, we must develop technology for suppressing the glaring light of the star, of the host star itself, which is something like 10 billion times the brightness of the reflected light that's bouncing off the surface of the planet. And so we call this star suppression technology, and it's very vigorously under development right now for these future missions. So finally, one more technical slide. This plot in the next slide shows that contrast that I just spoke of. Is it, 10 billion to 1? What is the ratio of the brightness of the host star to the planet itself that you're trying to detect? That's on the y-axis. And then on the x-axis is how separated the planet is from its star in the sky. When you point a telescope at it, what is the angular separation between the planet and the star? So in this diagram, the planets that are easy to detect are in the upper right-hand corner, and the planets that are hardest to detect are in the lower left-hand corner. And the points that are on this diagram, the red, yellow, green points that you see, those are hypothetical planets that are Earth-sized in the habitable zone, that is like an Earth analog, orbiting an actual star that's in the solar neighborhood that we know of. So these are all the stars within 20 parsecs. And you can see that those hypothetical planets would all lie in this lower left-hand corner. So that's what we're working towards. Either with coronagraphs, the star suppression technology in space, that's marked by the blue shaded region, or with the 30-meter telescopes on the ground, which are captured by the green shaded region. With both of those technologies, we will be working towards doing direct imaging of planets so that we can find not just habitable environments or Goldilocks planets, but truly living worlds by detecting indications of biosignatures from life that has taken hold of a planet in a global sense, life that has really seeded itself globally on a planet and is putting metabolic products out into the atmosphere that can be remotely detected. That's what we're working towards over the next 30 years. In the next slide, I've put a quote from a 30-year roadmap that was put together for NASA astrophysics that says, "Is there life on other worlds?" The answer is, for the first time in human history, we have finally been able to embark on the systematic scientific pursuit of an answer. That is, we know how to do this. We just need the resources to make it happen, and we are carrying out a very balanced portfolio within NASA of both solar system and beyond the solar system exploration. It's just a matter of time before we get there, and I believe that this can happen within the next few decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Natalia, for that excellent talk. We're going to move right along to the next talk and hopefully still have some time for questions at the end. So I'm going to turn it over to Molly Brown from the University of Maryland, Earth Observation and Mobile Software, Transforming Farming.
So when we go back to the Earth, a few facts to consider. There are about 570 million smallholder farmers in the world. These farmers, about 90% of them are family farms, and I come from a farming family, and I'm every day grateful to be a scientist and not a farmer, I would like you to know, because it's darn hard and tedious, I would say. And of those farmers, 80% of the world's food that is consumed every day is grown on a small farm. So your conception of Iowa feeding the world is quite misdirected, because the reality is people in Pakistan and in China and in Chile and even in the United States, we eat the food that's grown within 100 miles of our house, right? The food, the corn and the chickens that we grow here in the United States are consumed by the urban people who are super rich. But 80% of the world is not rich, right? So we need to be paying attention to those farmers. And the question is, how can we use satellite data to help them? Clearly, the launch of Landsat, I was a civil servant at Goddard, and I was surrounded by folks who were around at the launch of Landsat at Goddard, and they spent a lot of time telling me that the whole point of Landsat was to look at the ground and look at agriculture, right? We've been looking at how are we going to use satellite data to study farming systems, because needless to say, we all need food, the demand is steady, there are more and more people, we're getting richer and richer, so we really do need more food, and we're going to need good ways of doing it without totally trashing the environment, right? Satellites can have significant contribution to design target interventions to improve services, to take those small farmers and make them more productive, to make them richer, to make them, a lot of people don't eat enough. most of the world's poorest people are also farmers, alas, because they're really far from services. They don't get enough schooling. They have issues, right? So what we need to do is to combine satellite data with information about how a field is changing through time. There's a huge area of science where we grow plants with models, right? And we show how much energy they use and what moisture they need, and you can show what problems they have, and you put in all the earth science variables coming from the satellites to know what's going to happen, right? So it sounds really fantastic. The problem is that we really know almost nothing about what farmers are doing day in and day out. Even here in Iowa, you would be amazed how little information we know about what a farmer is doing. A lot of our information is gotten from the USDA, who literally calls on the phone 50,000 farmers every year to get statistics, and that's how we know. Swear to God, right? I was shocked at this. So the reality is that each farmer has a different resource-based management strategy, and we know almost nothing about it. And the reason why satellite data has not really transformed the agriculture sector, as was, I would like you to know, advertised in 1975 when they put up the second Landsat sensor, is because we still do not know what the farmer is doing, right? So each farmer decides, what am I going to plant? What variety? Am I going to put on fertilizer or not? And are you going to invest in equipment? Farming is darn complicated. Remember, point number one, glad not to be a farmer, right? So the question is, what are those farmers doing? And how can we learn more about what farmers are doing in ways that is not going to break the bank? Because farming is a very low margin business. You would be amazed at the economics of it, right? So what we need to do is to leverage digital agriculture. Digital agriculture combines large data sources and advanced crop and environmental models to provide actionable on-farm decisions. To do this, we need to know what the farmer's doing all the time. We need to know what crop variety, when they go out, when they plant, when they're putting things on. And the good news is that everybody and their cousin now has one of these. We heard earlier today, 50% of the world has access to a cell phone. Even in Nigeria, I mean, I was in Zambia, and swear to God, everybody in Lusaka has a phone, and they're all looking at it while they're walking down the street trying to get killed, right? So we need to know, we can use that technology to understand. So here in the United States, there's been a wonderful development called farm logs, where this guy who's a farmer basically set up a great online digital notebook, and in 3 years, 30% of the U.S. farmers in the United States are using that now. They take out their phone, they're like, today I'm doing this, and today I'm doing that. And this now has hundreds of millions of data points, large data. So now Farm Logs has so many data points they can use machine learning combined with satellite data to provide really good, fantastically good models. So this is the way we're going to move forward in places like Africa to help our small farmers. And what we need to do is to have lots of data. Not only do we need to know what the farmer's doing, but we need to have diverse farm management strategies, diverse agro-ecosystems. As you all know, those of you in earth science knows that it's all about land cover. You can't just sample one spot. You have to have a good sampling across the land surface. And we can do this through cell phones. We can do SMS messaging. We can engage with social media, farm cooperative devices. I'm working with, for example, right now, a solar panel company that charges farmers in Rwanda and Kenya $5 a month for solar panels. They're now wanting to put satellite data into the hands of those farmers through SMS texts saying, what the weather is happening, what are they doing, to get information from them to provide services so they can raise their income. So how you can do this is through mobile technologies where we provide satellite data combined with household information up to the cloud, right? And through the cloud, we can do machine learning approaches to provide data analytics, visualization, which then can inform farmer farmer decision making. The objective is to change the behavior of each of these farmers to provide them information. And we're not talking super complicated here. What I want to do, for example, is to have the farmer who does exactly what his neighbors do, because that's what he knows, get him to plant 3 days earlier and harvest a week earlier, because then he can capture the harvest price at the peak instead of at the trough. And that can literally quadruple the guy's income, right? But he needs help. He can't just do it on his own. And the satellite data can have that bird's eye view to know what's going on in the next door county, right? Because I can see everywhere all the time with the satellite data. So it's only through this sort of integration across multiple regions to get information about what the farmer is doing, to use big data approaches, that we can serve the needs of these family farmers and increase the income of that 80% of the world's farmers. Because, needless to say, we're going to need to continue to eat. And I think that the trip to the other planet is going to take longer than my life cycle. So, yeah, sorry. Thanks very much.
The next speaker is Candace Hansen from the Planetary Science Institute, and she will tell us about the science frontiers of the outer solar system.
Thank you for inviting me here to talk about science frontiers in the outer solar system. On this slide, I've got pictured Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. We call these the gas giants. What I don't have on this slide are the literally dozens of their moons. But the moons are incredibly important. So I'm going to summarize today 2 lines of investigation, one that focuses on the gas giant planets and the other that focuses on their icy moons. And so with regards to Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, the types of frontier topics today have to do with the formation and the evolution of our solar system. And there is an exoplanet connection. Thankfully, Natalie set it up perfectly, so I won't have to say too much more other than what the connection is. And then the last half of my lightning talk will be about exploring ocean worlds, the icy moons, and looking for life in our own solar system. So looking first at what the gas giants tell us, we have more questions really than answers. We'd like to know when they formed, how long it took them to form. Did they start out where they are now, or did they drift in and out relative to the sun, as I show in the bottom there? And that's a very profound question, because there were all sorts of phenomena early in the solar system, like the late heavy bombardment and scattering of objects out into the Kuiper belt. And one of the things that we're pursuing today is looking at what is the water content of the gas giants, because that gives us a clue. In terms of the evolution of the solar system, just to give you a couple of examples, one thing that's very interesting is the composition of these gas giants and how similar or not that bulk composition is to the sun, and how what happened that caused the compositions to diverge along the way. Another interesting question has to do with the atmospheric circulation, and I'm showing 2 incredibly recent pictures here. Juno is in orbit around Jupiter, and the image on the left is a picture of the south pole of Jupiter. It's a perspective we've never had before. Lo and behold, it's quite different. The circulation patterns are quite different from what we see on at the pole of Saturn, being explored right now as we speak by Cassini. We've moved Cassini up into a high inclination orbit, and we're getting these incredible views now. Another interesting thing about the diversity of our solar system is the diversity of the magnetospheres. And these are just simple diagrams where you imagine a bar magnet inside these different bodies. And Saturn is weird because the dipole is perfectly aligned with the spin axis. Jupiter, it's offset a little bit like our Earth. Uranus and Neptune are weirder still because the bar magnet isn't even in the center. And why would this be? What has happened to cause all these differences? The connection to the exoplanets is, as Natalie was showing, that the bulk of those are in the Earth to mini Neptune size range. And our solar system is really rather the oddball by having not just one, but two large gas giants, Saturn and Jupiter. So the complementarity of the exoplanet science and the outer planet science is really quite easy to see. You've got lots and lots of examples. You've got the statistics of the exoplanets, whereas in our own solar system, we can go deep. We can look at things, not just the rudimentary physical parameters, but the structure, the atmospheres, and the more detailed properties and what the influence of these planets on their own environments. So Juno and Cassini are actively studying Jupiter and Saturn. The frontier is that we really need to go back to Uranus and Neptune. Each of those has been visited by one spacecraft, Voyager, back in the 80s. Okay, changing gears to talk about oceanography on other worlds. The top row shows some of these ocean worlds that we're interested in. Europa is one of Jupiter's moons. Titan and Enceladus are in orbit around Saturn. Triton orbits Neptune. And the schematic in the lower left shows what Jonathan was actually talking about this morning, which is that these worlds have layers, liquid mantles of water, liquid water, and beneath an icy crust. And so our goal is to explore these oceans and to look for life. So in the quest to find life, there are very scientifically rich steps along the way. First, you need to identify which moons have this liquid mantle layer. And so that goes to studying their interior structure and have they maintained their liquid mantle over the life of the solar system. Once we've figured out which oceans have, which satellites, which moons have oceans, then we want to characterize those oceans. We want to know, well, is it just, 32.1 degree liquid water, or are there hot spring, hydrothermal hotspots? Does the ocean touch the rocky core, or is it sandwiched in between layers of frozen ice? What are the currents like, and so on and so on and so on. All of the things that we explore in our own ocean, on our own ocean world, we can apply to these moons. The next step is to assess the habitability. Now we're talking geochemistry. Again, a very scientifically rich endeavor of looking at the pH. Are there organics? What are the trace constituents? Is there energy? Then we get to looking to see, is it actually inhabited? We've decided it's habitable. Is it inhabited? So this is a progress report, if you will, on how we're doing in this study. And it's really not enough to pick out one place, because the minute we have an answer on that one place, the very next question is, suppose we do find life. Is that the only place there's life? Or is it somewhere else? Is it anywhere else? Is it everywhere else? And so eventually, you manage, after all of this exploration, to be able to describe what conditions, under what conditions does life thrive. And so in our progress report here, the moon at the top is Enceladus. With Cassini, we've been able to just go down the list. Check, check, check. Energy source, check. Ocean signature, check. Solvents, check. An ocean in contact with the rocky core, check. And so in the case of Enceladus, and it's ever so helpfully spewing out its innards. So it's a really easy place to go and sample. And so in the case of Enceladus, we're ready to look. In the case of Europa, we are almost that close. A lot is known. Really what's left, the last thing before we can go and ask that same question at Europa, is to do the last bit of reconnaissance that will tell us where to go, where to land, or if there are plumes that are predictable enough, where to fly through a plume. So that one's close. Titan is an interesting case because I think it just needs more thought, more brainstorming. We need to figure out, are we going to go after the icy ocean or the liquid ocean mantle, or are we going to look for the kind of life that might thrive in a pool of liquid methane and ethane? And so there's different questions to be raised and then technologies to be applied. Ganymede and Callisto access is likely going to be a real challenge because they've likely got thick icy crusts. Triton's very interesting. Triton, we know, has plumes. But are those plumes accessing subsurface liquid, or are they solar driven? We also have very, very good circumstantial evidence that there's a liquid layer at Triton below its icy crust. But it's not 100%. It's not as clear as the others. So in the case of Triton, we've got more steps, but again, a lot of potential. So in the Michelin Guide to the Solar System, the Intergalactic Michelin Guide, the outer solar system gets 5 stars, definitely worth the journey.
Thank you very much, Candace. And the last of our speakers from the panel will be Rob Furl of the University of Florida, talking about human exploration and the science of adapting to spaceflight.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. The last science talk of the day is our opportunity to sort of circle the wagons a little bit intellectually and return our thought processes to what it takes to live, what it takes to take our biology successfully off the surface of the earth. Excuse me. And what does that teach us about life itself? What does it teach us about our limitations? And more importantly, for the grand scheme of today, what does that teach us about our ability to better enable human exploration of space, the actual transit of humans into space, their livelihoods, their lives, their sustainability? What about biology allows us to even have the hubris of suggesting that our terrestrial biology is capable of living away from the one surface, the one place, the one unit where it has spent all of its evolutionary time? I find this as a biologist a really intriguing question. We all have toolboxes that are built based on our experience, and for us as biology, our toolboxes are built on the evolutionary experience of living here. The most obvious difference, of course, being here and being up in space is microgravity, and that will be the biggest thing that we look at here even today. But I want to remind you that's not the only thing. There are thousands of other inputs that we integrate every day as biological organisms. The light, the lunar cycle, whether or not there are contaminants in the air. All these things, by the way, are affected by every organism and every person that has ridden in a space vehicle since the time we built them. We have taken our people and also the biology that goes along with those people on some interesting voyages, and it's about time that we understood what happened to biology when we took it away from the surface of the earth. All too often we think mostly and only about the astronauts, and we talk about the biological effects as being what happens to our physiology, the shift of fluids that are no longer gravity driven down, the buildup of pressure in the ocular surfaces that now cause pressure and vision differences that were basically unexplored until we had enough time in space. These are all things that have to do with what our biology reacts to in the spaceflight environment. So when we think about our opportunities, and boy, I was thinking about all the talks that happened today, tugging on Darwin and Beagle and all the other things, and, you know, and rewriting textbooks and the space station and it being there as an active lab, which I'm going to get to in a little bit. How can we as biologists begin to understand the impact of spaceflight on organisms, on ourselves and the other things that we take with us? What does that teach us about biological reactions, and how can we use that information to progress in our exploration endeavors? One of the things that's happened collinearly with the development of the space station is the development of the genomics era here on Earth. The amount of information available to you as a person on your medical history is amazing. The number of genomes that have been sequenced, the number of organisms for which we know all of their genes is now an astounding data set. And for the things that we send into orbit, we are now capable, because of the space station, to understand all of the genes that are being expressed as those organisms adapt to spaceflight. So I want to take you on a little bit of a journey today, is to ask what happens to some organisms that you wouldn't think about necessarily when they go into space, and what does that teach us about these fundamental concepts of evolution and adaptability. If you could start the video here. One of the reasons that I wanted to show this little video, again, to harken back to the discussion about the space station and where do you put your scientists in relation to the science that they're doing. I had to throw this one in there because this is Jeff Williams doing science on the space station. This is not a one-off experiment. This is not something that was just one time. And he's doing it with things. Look at that. That's a Petri plate just the same way you would do it here on Earth. So what we have very realistically in the International Space Station is a very active laboratory that is well equipped with instrumentation that is similar to what we use on Earth and allows us to compare what happens to organisms in space to what happens to organisms on the ground. Again, some of these are dealing with medical issues like the twin study, for example, which is one of the most celebrated kinds of things that you can do. Sampling an individual person compared to a person on the ground and understand what those differences tell you with regard to the process of adapting to living in space. What we have in the space station also is a way to not only do those experiments, I put this in here because we can freeze them and bring them back down and use those very same technologies that are used on the ground to understand not only for humans but for all the other organisms that we send into space to really address this question of adaptability and limits. For us as biologists, the basic equivalent of the Hubble Space Telescope is the sequencing of your genome and the sequencing of the genes that you express at any given time, under any given stress, under any medical relevant situation or any adaptation situation, so that we can understand that process. Our Hubble Space Telescope for the Space Life and Physical Sciences division at NASA is something called GeneLab, which is now populated again by terabytes worth of data on many, many organisms that have been flown in space and compared to how they live on the ground. We're building a huge database that includes information on humans, rodents, invertebrates, especially microbes, all the microbes that we take with us in our gut and along with us on our bodies, and also plants. I want to take a look briefly at plants as an organism you might not normally think of as a spacefaring organism, but one that we generally think about, especially if you think back in sort of science fiction time, of things that we would do in order to deeply colonize space. We would take plants with us much the way that all traveling civilizations have done in the past. So take your agriculture with us so that you can produce your food, and in this case, helping close the ecological loop by providing starch, by recycling CO2, by purifying your water, and by, again, providing not only the nutrients that are part of our staple diets, but also the micronutrients that are hard to package and stick away for 3 years at a time. Also, since we've been talking about radiation today, I want you to notice that this would put all the water associated with plants and all the plants that are basically water on the walls of your vehicle and give you a place to be that was a protected environment. And just to tie in together sort of with the twin studies and growing plants on orbit and things that you can learn, this is a picture that was taken from the International Space Station once the lettuce that was grown there was cleared to be clean enough for our astronauts to eat. This is actually celebrated on orbit, and it's really worth looking at. But I want to take you on a molecular biologist point of view of what adaptation to space looks like. For us as humans, for plants like the ones you see there, we have about 25,000 genes in our genome, and all of those are reacting to the environment. These bar graphs on the left and the right indicate genes that are upregulated or downregulated in space compared to the ground. And I want you to notice each of those things is sort of like at eye resolution. There's only a couple of hundred genes that it takes to adapt to spaceflight. That's the first lesson. Second lesson is that the different parts of the plant take different genes to adapt. So there's no single biological adaptation to spaceflight. It's very dependent upon where you are, which cell you are, and which cell you are within the plant that allows it to adapt to spaceflight. Imagine this, looking at 25,000 genes at a resolution that allows you to understand their differential expression between something sitting on the ground and something orbiting at 17,000 miles an hour. That is an incredible scientific feat that the space station gives us the ability to do. And I want to leave you with the following. This is another set of bar graphs that don't compare different tissues within a plant, but compare different plants. If you gauge, if you measure, if your metric of how difficult it is to adapt is the number of genes that are differentially expressed, look at those graphs. The one in the middle has a bunch of lines. The one on the left only has a few. Those are two different versions of the same species of plant. And the one in the middle compared to the one on the right, the one that says Phi-D up the top, that is a single gene mutation that has taken that center line of plants and made it more adaptable to the spaceflight environment. That tells you what a lot of the medical people will tell you, that there is a genotype dependent adaptability to spaceflight. Some people react differently than others. Some plants react differently than others. And we have the ability now, at least within some organisms, to select which genotypes we would send to orbit so that they can be the most productive that they can be when they go there. So there are incredible lessons to be learned from the space station. There are incredible lessons to be learned from the genes and the genotypes of the people and the organisms that we send. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Thomas, you now have a chance for rebuttal.
Look, I'm really glad to have listened to all these talks, whether the microphone is on or not. You know, kind of whenever you try to sell something or try to convince somebody of something, there's really two questions you want to answer. The first one is why, and the second one is why now. And so the first to the why is really clear, right? There's research that we do here that improves and safeguards life on Earth. You talked about it in space weather, you talked about it here. It's absolutely great that some of the data that we have here and the data that are coming down every day can be used to make our life better and safer and kind of empower some that otherwise would not be empowered because of that. Second why, of course, is one that relates to research. We learn about things we don't know, and by doing so, sometimes we change the way we think as a society as a whole. And I think what is happening right now is really indicative of in some of the talks here. You know, what we're really doing is going from a n=1 understanding of our environment, our planetary system, our life, to an n=many understanding of this. And kind of what, I had the benefit to see, and because I was in grad school in 1995, is the crumbling of the planetary evolution models when we started observing planets around other stars. I mean, our models did not really work that much, and what happened is there's a whole new generation of models that is responsive to the kind of work that's happening now. So what's also in the why now category is really the availability of mobile computing of the type that you talked about, open data. I mean, one of the most revolutionary, transformative ideas that really transformed how the data are available right now. So you can do these calculations that are out there. The kind of emergence of intelligent systems, kind of deep learning and systems like that allow us to kind of take advantage of Moore's law in multiple ways, because we can carry it around in our pockets, or because we can do calculations that, any 1,000 of us could not do otherwise. And so for me, the why now is really compelling as well in some of these questions. As you said, in some of these planetary or exoplanet questions, it's not only about the fact that we're doing this research now, it's that 20 years ago we didn't do any of it, and so it's really a kind of a transformative thing. The one thing I want to point out, and Natalie gave a talk online, is that what they have really revolutionized, I want to just point that out, is the way they do research is through interaction, kind of collaboration methodologies that are really different, kind of using kind of social interaction, social media in a totally new way, kind of getting the data out and working together in ways that many other teams have not. So we just see emergence of that kind of why now. Where does that leave us? What I'm sitting here is I'm trying to guess what departments you guys are sitting in if you're at universities. And kind of another way of saying that, it drives a convergence of capability and technique and approach that's very interdisciplinary, that goes far beyond the kind of buckets we used to live in when things were easy. The kind of biology that you're talking about, super compelling, with the also revolution of data that's around there, with the entire genomics, it's also starting to interface with some of these questions that are out there of not the organisms that we bring up, but organisms that we try to derive or we think about should be out there. Again, getting from n equals 1 to n equals many. So I'm excited to be where I'm at, and I just can't wait to hear your questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Now we can open the floor to questions, and including Natalie and all the members of the panel here.
Yeah, let's see. So one quick thing I wanted to note, and kind of an interesting coincidence, right when we heard that amazing, right almost at the exact same moment we heard that amazing talk on machine learning and solar physics, Senator Peters was down on the Senate floor asking for unanimous passage of the Space Weather Research and Forecasting Act, which passed by unanimous consent, and some of the people in the room were very helpful in getting that done. So we'll need a little help getting it through the House. Oh no, I wasn't looking at you, Dick. Anyway, but thanks to everybody's help with that. My question is on the exoplanets chart. There was a feature on the chart of period versus radius that I didn't quite catch the explanation of, and that's essentially you see what I kind of think of as a shelf, kind of a diagonal shelf on the bottom lower right-hand quadrant as you're looking at the graph, in terms of a lack of discovered planets that match essentially kind of the Earth radius at the Earth in the Earth orbital period. And so the question was, is that a physical bias of the Kepler instrument suite, or is that actually a kind of physical phenomenon of the planetary population as we understand it now?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in the period radius diagram, the planets that are easiest to detect are the ones in the upper left-hand corner, whereas the planets that are hardest to detect are in the bottom right-hand corner. So So a sensitivity contour is going to be a diagonal that stretches from lower left to upper right. So what you're seeing by way of that shelf is a sensitivity contour. It's where the sensitivity of Kepler drops off after 4 years of observing the same field. So it does not mean that very small planets at long orbital periods don't exist. It's just that our sensitivity peters out. So it's an observational bias.
Thank you very much. And maybe, Monica, we should note that machine learning can affect legislation, which is very, very good news.
Other, Vince.
It's Vince Cerf again from Google. This is a question for Monica. I'm actually a little surprised that the machine learning mechanisms and the statistical methods are helping you make predictions about the solar flares and other solar phenomena. And the reason I'm a little surprised is that for weather prediction, we typically use calculated models that take actually substantial amounts of data and data points and run the model and allow it to evolve in order to see what events are likely to occur. And so I wasn't, have we ever tried to take the machine learning models that you're presently applying to the solar weather and apply it to Earth weather to see whether or not those models have enough fidelity to predict actual events? And I'm actually quite surprised that the statistical method works.
I don't know anything about predicting terrestrial weather, but I think that there's a problem using machine learning. You can't just use it brute force, right? You can give it a ton of data, and if all of that data is irrelevant, or if 90% of that data is irrelevant, you're just fitting to noise, and then you're not going to get a good result. So it's important to think about what are the data that you are putting into the model. So when I was talking about the more simple model that I developed, all of those physical parameters have been shown in the literature to be correlated with flaring activity. So we use those physical parameters that are based on research and put them into the model, and maybe that is why it's more successful. I can't really speak to why the terrestrial example doesn't work, but I think that if you choose relevant parameters, you should be able to get something out of it.
Krista.
Thank you. Krista Covillo at George Washington University. I have a couple of questions. One is I find it equally surprising that you have that kind of predictability. I was wondering, can you actually check your model with real data? In other words, can you predict what you would expect if you have solar weather? Whether you can predict the occurrence of a flare? That's my first question. And the second question is, when you talk about geo-effective flares, you refer only to directionality, or do you also fold in there the peak flux, or the intensity of the flare?
Maybe I wasn't clear in my talk. I haven't predicted whether or not flares could be geo-effective. I was just trying to talk about some of the things that we could do in the future. So maybe we can't do that. I don't know. I have only worked on predicting whether or not there is a flare. What happens in the 1 AU between the sun and the earth, I haven't looked at that problem. I was saying that maybe we could look at that problem because we have satellites that are measuring solar wind properties and magnetospheric properties. So that's one thing. And yes, I used only real data to do the study, and we used 70% of our data to train the model, and we used 30% of our data to test the model, and that's how I made that plot with the algorithm performance. So for every event or non-event, we predicted what would happen. So we have true positives, true negatives, false negatives, and that's what I used to test the algorithm performance. So yes, I did use real data, and the prediction only happened for a subset of the data. We didn't run it in real time, so I can't predict whether or not there'll be a flare tomorrow, but presumably this model could do that if you train it on enough data. But I can't claim to do that because I have not done that.
That was really the question. Thank you.
So I had a question about the icy worlds. It looked like there was the left-hand column. You only had blue on Enceladus for the amount of energy that was going into the moon to be able to develop life or develop the right conditions. I guess I always thought that all of those moons were sort of squeezed by tidal forces, and I'm wondering if I've got some misconception about what generates the energy, or maybe you could just say a little bit more about that.
They're all likely. It's just that for Enceladus, we're quite sure. That's the difference. But for all of those other ones, it's, theoretically, the energy is there.
Okay, so the blue versus the cross-hatching wasn't yes and no, it was really
Probably.
yes and maybe.
And probably.
And probably. Okay, good. Thank you.
Hi, Jeff Newmark from SMD. I just had a question on the farming. I'm from New York City now. I have no relationship at all to farmers. But so I can understand how you can gather all this data and you can run your models and really provide a tremendous tool to the farmers. What I wasn't sure and clear on is, will they use it and can they use it? Do they have the education and knowledge to use that? The last step I was kind of a little confused on.
Very good question. Excellent. You've detected the issue. No. So of course, people are very diverse in the world. So there's an enormous diversity. And the other thing to say is 80% of small farmers are in China. And another 80% of the remaining are in India, right? And both of those places have enormous investments in cell phone technology. And they are really good at educating their citizenry. So we have the Asia problem, and then we have sub-Saharan Africa, right? I personally have done all of my research in sub-Saharan Africa, where things are much more complicated. But since 80% of the problem is in Asia, if we could just convince the Chinese government that information is good, right? We're in really good shape. I can tell you that we would like that, particularly you, Vint, for example. Google in particular would like that. Yes, so I can tell you that it is just having farm logs, just having a notebook where you write down what you did last year. When you get to that point this year, you're like, oh, I need to do something, and I know I had some problem. What did I do? Most farmers go into their office and they have 37 little tiny Post-it notes that they have sprinkled over their desk, like your father, right? Or whomever it is, right? So instead of that, you get a text that's saying, last year you did X. Would you like to consider that? And here's the price of the thing you'd like to buy, right? Cell phones and, modern technology can totally transform farming. I'm absolutely sure. And satellites are a critical part of that. And I should also say, the thing I forgot to say, since I have the floor for one moment, is that having Landsat and Sentinel will have daily 30 or 10 meter observations on every part of the world every third day. Just that. Plants don't move very fast, but they do need to be monitored every other day and their clouds. So that is, keep up the good work, folks.
The gentleman by the door, please.
Hi, Harlan Spence, Space Studies Board. First of all, thanks for terrific presentations. That was very, very exciting and interesting. I want to pick up on something Thomas said, and something that I noted too. When each of you was making a presentation, it was very clear to me that you are doing really system science. It's not truly disciplinary. It's beyond that. And as we like to say in the university setting, the world has problems, universities have departments. Right, so there's the silos and stovepipes, and it's very difficult often to talk across those disciplines. And in thinking about America's future in civil space and the fact that we're really evolving well beyond the disciplinary sort of studies and even into social science, right, where we have to figure out land use and what farmers are doing. Can and should we be doing a better job in the university setting in developing that next generation of scientists that really is thinking beyond the discipline and thinking truly interdisciplinary?
Any comments from the panel?
Yeah, I'll take a whack at that. I think, well, to be real plain about it, all starts with money. University faculty are driven by money. And one of the things that has occurred in agencies is a direction of money towards group efforts, towards teamed efforts, towards efforts that bring even incredibly and increasingly diverse topic areas together. And I think if it is important for this community or any community to draw upon a broader intellectual base, the best way to do that is, quite honestly, to fund it in that way, to use that mechanism to not necessarily force people together, but allow them to get together in ways that are, quite honestly, sustainable for their laboratories and their scientific efforts.
Yeah, I can add to this a couple things. First of all, the study of planetary habitability is extremely multidisciplinary. We have to understand climate on Earth. We have to be able to apply that model to other planets in our solar system as calibrators and then extrapolate that to other planets. So we have to understand geology, atmospheric science, and astrophysics. So I see that the young people are doing this already. My own daughter, for example, is getting her PhD now in studying planetary habitability and has co-advisors in multiple departments in order to satisfy this. So we create these stovepipes, but there's ways to get around them, and it's very necessary. The Science Mission Directorate at NASA created something called Nexus, which is a research coordination network, which also helps to destroy these stovepipes. Money can't cross divisional boundaries. So, for example, Earth science, astrophysics, planetary science, and heliophysics. But you can institute programs that help to get people to talk to each other, and that's what this research coordination network is doing, and I think is doing very successfully.
Thank you. There's a question here in the middle, and then Dick Oberman will have the last word.
Thanks. Greg Vane from JPL. I'm a big fan of the ocean worlds, as many people in the room know, but my question really is for Rob. I've jokingly said to friends, I'd love to go to Europa as soon as I can get genetically modified so that the radiation environment will be my friend instead of an enemy. But it does raise the question that we've got GMO crops all over the place now, and we're approaching the point where we can start genetically modifying on a routine basis other more complex organisms. Would you speculate, Rob, on what that might possibly do for us in terms of human exploration, maybe 50 years, 100 years from now?
Probably the big speculation elephant in the room would be whether you would test people that would go to find out about their particular DNA repair mechanisms, their other capabilities, and along those lines. So astronaut selection is an interesting thing, and that's definitely in the future. I do think that tests will be available. For example, the vision problem, that's already known to be at least genotype dependent, in part because there are gender differences among the astronauts that suffer or do not suffer that particular syndrome. Yes, thank you. The other thing that I'll put in there is that we, with the tools that we have, we're fairly capable now of understanding whether there is a response that is a necessary response or an inappropriate response to signals that are going on. And one of the things that we can do besides engineer the individual organism, whatever that organism might be, is that we can, in a sense, pharmacologically, genetically modify them by interrupting the signals that are being inappropriately interpreted at the time. And again, that's a marriage of genomics, of gene expression, and medicine.
One final question then from Dick Oberman.
Thank you. For each of the panelists, I'd be interested in your thoughts on what technology development would do the most to make progress in your particular fields.
Okay, I'll ask for brief answers, maybe starting with Rob. Artificial gravity. Seriously, so much of what goes on in biological systems and problems that we have in spaceflight is because we don't have the capability for generating 1G during all of our adventures.
Instrumentation for looking for life. There are a couple existing already, couple types of investigations, but to be really sure that you have a positive result, you'd like to get it from more than one instrument.
Molly?
For me, it's a functional radar mapper, because we do not have one right now, and it's really difficult to see through clouds. So a radar, like, you know, a radar sensor that functions.
Monica?
I have a slightly different answer. I think for machine learning, we have a lot of good technology and we haven't explored it yet. So I would say that data is the answer, because we need large continuous data sets. So we need to constantly keep observing the sun and the magnetosphere and the heliosphere in general, and keep collecting data.
Natalie?
I'd like to see on-orbit assembly of large telescopes at L2. I'd also like to see photonics give us very high dispersion spectrographs. You know, we're very photon starved, and we want sensitive instruments that give us very high resolution so we can see these subtle features that are indications of life. In order to get that kind of dispersion, you need, you know, usually complicated gratings. They're usually very big. They're hard to put out into space. I think that photonics could make some headway in that area, and I think it would be tremendously valuable for astrophysics and what we want to do.
Thank you all. Let's send Natalie our best wishes for a speedy recovery, and please join me in thanking the panelists.
And I want to thank Natalie for joining us online, and that worked very well. So thank you, and also the other speakers. Again, just a small snippet of the many exciting scientific fields that our standing committees across all those scientific areas and our board constantly talk about with the agency. And as we prepare right now, we're in the middle of the Earth Science Decadal Survey with the committee meeting for its final meeting next week, for those of you involved with that, and also then looking forward to the Astronomy and Astrophysics Decadal Survey starting in about less than 18 months now, and Planetary about 18 months after that. We're really gearing up to be really looking very closely at all these scientific areas in the years ahead. So we're moving into the final session, the last 20, 25, maybe 30 minutes or so. While we've been having fun talking about science and technology, the organizing committee and the chairs of the boards have been trying to distill some of the key themes from today's discussion. And Alan Epstein had to step away, but John Olson from the ASEB is stepping in for Alan, and Fiona will be here for the Space Studies Board to give some summary thoughts. And if we have some time, we'll take a few minutes of discussion of the summary thoughts. But our goal is to finish in about no more than half an hour or so we can get you upstairs and give you a little bit of refreshment before you head home. John and Fiona?
Okay, wonderful. In true joint fashion, as a sign of collaboration between the ASEB and the Space Studies Board, we're going to do this in a tag team element. I can assure you, per Michael, that these are not consensus ideas of what we must do. They, as a faculty committee, they are indeed a distilled capture of today's phenomenal discussion and output. So without further ado, our purpose, our true mission statement for today is is to inform the new administration and Congress on our future activities in civil space. And in one single day, we hopefully have given you a focus on new opportunities in the areas of space in support of our national and international challenges, the future of exploration and discovery, as well as public-private partnerships in pursuit of our national space priorities. So we wanted to capture what has changed and reflect on how to harness new opportunities and finally decisively inform and compel bold and timely implementation.
Okay, so we divided this up in terms of the sessions that we heard and tried to cull from the sort of multifaceted and wide-ranging conversation a few takeaway points that we thought were particularly interesting to reflect on. So from 2009, the America's Future in Space report, the goals that we have today are largely the same, but it's quite clear from the discussion that the environment in which we're working has changed significantly. We heard many examples of, we've now got more private industry involved in partnerships, and technologies changing rapidly. Public awareness and understanding of the National Space Mission still remains a consistent problem. We heard a couple of people say that if you walk down to DuPont Circle and ask people about the space program and what are its goals, you wouldn't get a very coherent answer. I think it's important for us to keep in mind, though, that NASA is a symbol of American leadership. That, I think, is something that if you go to DuPont Circle, you would get consistent reaction to. And the quote from, I think it was Jonathan, that particularly was a takeaway from the session, was scientific discovery is transformational because it changes our concept of reality. And that's what drives much of what we do. Also, it was quite clear from this session that 2028 is a key date for ISS, and it's going to drive decisions and actions now. So we heard the point that actually the components start to wear out, and we probably can't operate past 2028. And so we need to really be thinking, we heard a number of speakers say that, we need to be thinking about, do we commercialize parts of ISS now? What is the right horizon for it? And the other takeaway point that we thought was useful to bear in mind is that NASA can be a tool of international policy, power, and diplomacy. It was, after all, the Apollo era rose out of the Cold War. We have policy challenges now that NASA can help. Science is truly an international enterprise, and that affords opportunities in these spheres. And I think I'll hand it over to you to talk about session 2.
Sure. For session 2, the key themes and ideas that we captured is there was a lot of discussion about those new paradigms that will get us out of low Earth orbit, and I think that remains an area of vigorous discussion, one that will hopefully be reflected in our summary report coming out of this. We also captured the idea that repurposing existing spacecraft to build an internet in space has some strong merit, and indeed in the interest of reutilization and repurposing, that seemed very thrifty and value-oriented. As we looked at advancements in artificial intelligence, robotics, human-machine teaming, those are key enablers for staging, operations, and sustainment. I know Pam Melroy and others touched on that heavily. As we look at an enabling culture, making the tough calls and admitting mistakes, but driving those to successful ends and following through is a fundamental, or that's the recipe for a successful and enabling culture. In terms of multi-generational teams, pulling from folks of all ages and demographics, that's vital to a diverse and a robust and sustained workforce capability. NASA certainly operates in a changing job cycle culture. We need to, we looked at how do you invest and retain a body of institutional knowledge and expertise in this paradigm. And finally, building a constituency for NASA technology development is challenging. We heard a lot of the discussions in mission focus being very important, but also for having those things that aren't, those technology investments and development activities that aren't tied to a specific program as being part of a broader infrastructure capability development. And then session 3.
Okay. Well, so on the discussion of public-private partnerships, the first thing that became clear is that it's not clear what a public-private partnership actually is or how to define it. And I think the great quote was, "The term is now nearly meaningless, as it's a term that's gone from obscurity to meaninglessness without passing through a period of coherence." So I think that the relevant statement from this morning to sort of helping define what a public-private partnership is business is all about solving people's problems at a profit. So there has to be the right motivation. And this is, especially relevant when you are thinking about ISS. And there was lots of interesting discussion about whether there is or isn't a profit motive for sustained presence in low Earth orbit. And you can ask the same thing about humans going outside of low Earth orbit. And so this is something from the discussion really captured is very much a question. And so it's also came out clearly from the discussion that we need to structure policy and incentives carefully. There's not going to be a one-size-fits-all partnership model for different aspects, for low Earth orbit, for perhaps a lunar presence. And so, we heard about needing to have the A-team thinking about how to structure each venture. And then the other point that came out is that, there's a different culture in industry and in NASA, and these have to be reconciled. NASA tends to go slowly and want to control risk. Industry, by nature, favors fast fail and risk-reward balance. And these cultures really have to align themselves for this to be successful. Okay.
In looking at some of the key themes, we talked about what stayed the same. Essentially, Mars is still the horizon goal for human spaceflight, but the old adage that there's too much on NASA's plate remains there, and there are many indeed real and growing constraints. What's changed? However, NASA's had some phenomenal success. There's been some astounding discoveries, and new questions have been raised from those, but they also motivate further exploration. New technologies, some were mentioned, including robotics and others, that will enable new capabilities for NASA exploration. As we look at the international arena, the rise of China and the proliferation of, we've gone from, I think it was said 6 to 60, certainly many more looking to enter into the realm of space. There's lots of new industry players as well, both traditional and non-traditional areas relating to the aerospace enterprise, and new people and ideas and technologies. Those will all uncertainly yield new opportunities.
Okay, so we thought we would end with some thoughts and reflections from the small group of organizers and chairs who were in the room putting together what we thought the key takeaways were. And we heard this over and over and again from numerous people, that focus and choices are vital, that there's a sense that we need to focus on the objective rather than the next step. And we heard from Les about the fact that there's a go as you can pay approach. And if we go as we can pay, the eventual goal of getting a human presence on Mars is going to be a very, very long way away. And so I think one thing that you can ask yourself is there a game changer? The optimists in the room might say, perhaps. We heard that maybe reusability would be of launch vehicles, systems, might be something that could change the cost model dramatically. There were people who were less confident, more skeptical about that. Is this idea of properly marrying robotics and humans going to be a game changer? You know, policy, there could be a policy statement from the new administration that would try to bring in the eventual date for some of our exploration goals. Is there a new stimulant or catalytic driver? I don't know. This is something to think about. China, is there something either motivated by competition or a political need for cooperation that could change, change the game? Some natural event, we weren't sure what that might be, but I think basically, a lot of the discussion we had today was about areas, technology areas, ideas that might move us forward on a faster pace. And I think, that was one of the, the key conclusions was how do we change the game?
So, what's the outcome? We've had a lot of tremendous talk and discussion and question and answer today. The products, well, we'll have a summary report, perhaps 10 to 12 pages that comes out from the National Academies. And thankfully, we have an archive of the web stream today, so that will be a useful resource, we certainly hope. But I think it's the stimulation of the dialogue and the discussion, which will hopefully start tonight at the social over a glass of wine or a beer. We encourage you to talk about those things that we must do. But here in this forum, we'd like to thank all of you because I think, as it was said at the start, the collection of ingenuity and intellectual horsepower and inspiration and ideas in this room is what truly will help America to have some fantastic future in civil space. So with that, we would like to thank, on behalf of all of the staff here, all of you for such a wonderful and dynamic and engaging and action-packed day. So let's give you a round of applause.
And I think let's also thank the staff for all the hard work making this come together. I think it really turned out to be a tremendously intellectually interesting day.
And for all those staff, certainly led by Michael, who spent countless hours in preparing this. But I'd like if the rest of the staff members who may be in the room could also stand up so we can see exactly who they are and say thanks for your effort. Yes. Thank you. So with that, we'd like to conclude today's event and turn it over to Michael.
Yeah, I want to thank John, Fiona, and the rest of the organizing team for spending some time on coming up with some summary thoughts and for giving us guidance on the staff side over the last 6 or 7 months that we've been planning today's event. But primarily want to thank all of you, especially those who hung on through the day. We've had at least a couple of hundred people watching the web stream on at any one time during the day, and we'll be available on our website, if not tomorrow, certainly within a week or so. But I do want to thank everybody for joining us and for participating, and invite you all to join us up in the atrium where you had lunch on the 3rd floor, where you should find some light refreshments and some less heavy, less light refreshments. But please join us for a drink upstairs and something to eat. And thank you again. And we look forward to seeing you. For those of you on the Space Studies Board, don't forget we start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And we'll see the rest of you hopefully soon.
Thank you. Excellent.